Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the start of the international endurance season.
We're attracting cars from all over the world.
Teams, a lot of drivers from everywhere coming for it.
Up to 90 cars on track. It's extremely busy.
There aren't too many races like this in the whole world.
It's something that's almost indescribable unless you've been here and experienced it yourself. Hello everybody and welcome to the start of the 2023 International Endurance Racing season. We are here at the Dubai Autodrome for what has become the traditional opener of the motor racing season. It's the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. This race, the second of the brand new Middle East Championship, which started back in 2022, first weekend of December at Kuwait Motor Town, the first international event for that circuit, and we had a great time there. We know this one very well indeed, and then next weekend we'll move on to the finale of this 24H Series Middle East Championship at Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, for a 6-hour contest. But of course, this is just the start of the 2023 season. For the 24H season, we move to the European part of the calendar in March, when we're back in the hills of Mugello for a 12-hour race. Spa-Francorchamps in May, and the first weekend in the Belgian capital of motorsport. Then it's Monza in June. A new event and a new venue with a 6-hour qualifying race. We're heading off to the Portuguese coast, and just about 4 or 5 miles inland is the fabulous circuit of Estoril on the 7th and 8th of July. Now, they're all 12-hour race because what Creventic have tried to do is bookend the season with 2 big races, and that is here and at the 24 Hours of Barcelona at the circuit of Catalonia, and that's the 15th to the 17th of September. We'll round off the season for the Championship of the Continents back at Kuwait in early December, and that will of course kick off the whole season again for 2024. That's a long way away. Let's talk about what's going on here, and well, we're very familiar with this part of the United Arab Emirates. This is the 18th time we've had this race here in Dubai. As well. So the Apex Garden already beginning to fill up. That's a brand new feature. Lots more green around the circuit here at the Dubai Autodrome. It's Phil Hansen and me, John Hindorf, in Studio 2, the booth overlooking the start-finish line. However, we cannot start an international motorsport endurance season without having the traditional grid walk, the one that stands above all others. This is the gold standard. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you for the first time in 2023, Mr. Nick Damon.
Thank you, John, and welcome to Dubai and the 18th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hour. Ever since 2006, when a certain man named Toto Wolff won, to the very, very important 2012, which was the first year I was here, so it really made the event, to be honest. So, of course, last year's winner, which was the MS7 by WRT team of Saud Al-Fard, Axel Jeffries, Dries Van Tor, Christopher Mees, and Mr. Neubauer. Now, we have another winner to be announced in 24 hours. But first, let's go have a wander down the grid. The first thing I will say, I believe I'm saying this every year, is it is even more packed with the great, the good of the Emirates and beyond than ever before. So as you kind of working our way through this could be interesting. Here's your pole car, the 777. I'll be honest with you though, at the moment it seems a little bit bereft of drivers. So we'll slip across their teammate's car, which is the number 4, the HRT, Haupt Racing, of course, and have a quick word with the 3-time winner. It's Khaled Al-Kabaisi. Sorry about that, I've ruined a photo opportunity. First one, Khaled, 3 wins, is this going to be the 4th?
Maybe we try, that's why we're here.
Interesting that we've got this kind of front row Mercedes dominance, because just every car behind you is a Porsche. Are you surprised?
You know, to be honest, it's not just the car. I think this year is the best BOP between the cars seems to be this year. I think we got a good average between all the 4 drivers in both cars, and that's why we're in the front.
And we have less cars on the track this year. Does that change the tactics at all?
Yeah, it helps a lot, to be honest, because one thing over here in Dubai is the COD 60s and a lot of incidents. So we'll be seeing less of those. So not many things that can unsettle like an even race, hopefully.
Great stuff, thank you, Kyle. Now, Kyle is referring to the drivers. Now, for the first time ever, we had 4 drivers counted towards qualifying yesterday in 2 split sessions, day and night. So there was a lot of people, everyone basically, or 4/5, you had 5 drivers, contributed. Let's see if we can find someone from the 3rd place team. There's a couple of drivers here from that 911 team. Actually, so we spoke to you after qualifying, and you were pretty chuffed, and then you still managed to put it on 3rd. Was that a great result?
Yeah, this is a great result. We are fastest Porsche, so it's good, and we're ready to show a good race for fans and for team. Yeah, we're ready. It's a good result.
So Alexander, but what's there's 3 of you in suits, which is good. What's the order of getting in the car?
Sorry, could you?
What's the order of you getting in the car? Are you first? Are you second? Are you third?
I cannot say you right now, to be honest.
It's secret, is it? We're starting the secret. Thank you very much indeed. So across this side, we come to Grove Racing, which is another one of the Porsche 911s. And this is the I'll see the number in a second, but has a relatively well-known driver in the team, in the number 10. And it's slumming this weekend, Mr. El Bamba. One of a number of world champions we have here. Obviously, most of them are Valentino Rossi, but you do have one world championship. What brings you into this championship and just a GT3?
I mean, it's great to come and race with some friends. You know, I first raced with Stephen Grove back in 2013 when I was coming up through the Porsche ranks in Carrera Cup, and you know, I follow what they do in V8 supercars very closely, and the opportunity came up to team up with Steve, Brenton and Anton here, and obviously to come do it with my own team is something special, and we've got a pretty good starting spot here in P4, so it's going to be a tough one. I think any of these cars in the top 10 have a possible shot at winning this thing. It's a great field, and it's a great event Creventic's put on this year.
First start, remarkably, for you here, even though your brother's been here, your brother's team been here, your old mucker Brendan Hartley as well. So how are you finding Dubai?
Dubai's great.
Ooh.
I actually looked on the old results, and someone asked if you've driven here, and I was like, yeah, I've driven here in 2007 in GP2 Asia. So that shows my age a bit there. But no, it's a fantastic place. I've been coming here for many years, and I've always wanted to have a go. The other place I want to have a go at is Abu Dhabi. So I think it looks like a really great place. So yeah, fun memories, and I'm looking forward to it. It's my first ever Creventic race. After all these years, I've actually never been in one. I've been team manager, run a team, but never actually competed in the race. So I'm looking forward to taking the race start.
Many hundreds of Porsches here. How are you going to get the edge on those?
I mean, I think we've got a really good car. You know, we did a lot of work in Asia with the Hankook tyre, so I think we know it well. The thing we've got to catch is those Mercedes. They're super quick. I think the 777 and the 4 in front of us are going to be very, very strong. But like I said before, if you look on the averages, everyone's within about 6/10 on averages over 4 drivers within the top 10. So I think any of the cars in the top 10 have a proper shot at winning this, and it's going to be a fantastic fight for 24 hours.
Great stuff, thank you, Earl. That's the 2017 World Endurance world champion. Now, I'm trying to look around. There is one car that appears to be absolutely swamped by cameras and people. I'm guessing we'll get to that in a minute, but next up it's the 99. That's the Temto Racing machine. See if we can find one of the drivers. There we are. Ready to go. Not quite sure who it is, but excuse me, sir, which one of the drivers are you?
Hey,
Hi. So you are?
Yeah, I'm driver Dylan Pereira from the Tempter Racing 99 car.
I should know that, Dylan. I've met you before. I do apologise. So the Audi up against Mercedes and a selection of Porsches. What's the edge the Audi has?
We will see. I think, I guess in the long run we are quite good. We see, I think BMW and Mercedes are really strong in the straight line. So for us, starting from P5 today, it will be not easy to go forward, especially at the beginning to pass, because the other guys are really fast on the straights. At the end, I think we have to do our job, and it's a 24-hour race, and we try to just survive, and then we see what we can do at the end, and we just push until we cross the finish line.
There's quite a lot of people here from Audi, from Germany. There's kind of a big marketing push. Does that put extra pressure on you?
It's the first time for me on Audi anyway, so...
Need to make a good impression then. They're quite a big company, I've heard.
That's true. So I try my best. Definitely we'll have to push and try to keep up with some of the factory drivers and really fast drivers, which proved already around the world they are really quick. So yeah, I will try my best, try to keep up with them, maybe be faster, and yeah, and then we see how we end up.
So thank you, Dylan. So that's the number 99 Audi. Now across the way is the faster of the two WRT Audis in qualifying, despite having a two-place penalty. So let's see if we can have a word with Dries van Tor. Dries, so you've managed to outshine your star-studded other car, so obviously this one's going very well.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't really mean a lot. It's still 24 hours to go, so anything can happen actually, but it's a good starting position for the 24-hour race. We had to work to get there, but I think now we've found a good way to start the race and see what all happens this time. Another
refugee from Audi, you've come across with WRT to BMW, but that was a career move, wasn't it? Because there is a progression within BMW, hopefully.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are now together with me and Charles and Vali as well to make the change to BMW. Of course, it's for me a big change. But yeah, I'm very motivated, very happy to start this new challenge in my career. And like you said, there are more things up the ladder, or however you call it. So let's see. So it will be fun.
I mean, have you been given targets with this car? Obviously, it's the second year of the M4, it's growing. I mean, is it now, at the beginning of last season, called Sam Tan, I think, actually, Sam Tan Racing won the first event with the M4 a couple of weeks after this. So have BMW begun to continue pushing, continue developing this GT3?
Yeah, I mean, they are still already developing a lot of other things as well for the car. So, I mean, they really are not stopping with trying to get the car as good as possible. I think there is never a day or whatever in racing where you find that your car is as good as it can be. It can always be improved and it can always get better, and this is mainly with everything in life. But no, we just keep on pushing and trying to get everything as good as possible and try to get as close to perfection as possible.
And do you have your LMDH test booked yet?
I don't know.
Oh, you do. That smile says it all. Right, now is our attempt to break through a cordon of cameras. Are you ready, Seb? We're going in. We're going into the Valet Wonderland. I actually can't see Valet, to be honest. I can see the rest of his teammates. Excuse me, everybody. We are live television. Thank you very much. Let's wander in and have a quick chat with my very good friend, Max Hessen. Max, how are you doing?
Good, and yourself?
Now, those who don't know, Max and I have a scale relationship. Max I last spoke to in Italy when he was driving an international RC event. I'm going to ask you a question. I think I know the answer. Is there anything you can learn from RC racing that actually transfers across to full scale?
Yeah, sure. There's some stuff, especially mental stuff, concentration, coordination. So yeah, that's why I do it, and it's some fun next to it.
So let's get this particular event. I mean, you're sharing the car with an international superstar. Does that put pressure on you, or does it just kind of think, nah, it's just another man, another driver?
It's another driver. I mean, around us now it's a bit more busy than usual, but Vale is super nice, really cool to be with, and yeah, we are a good team, so ready to go.
Good stuff, thank you, mate. Actually, Valley has just disappeared off in the background. He must have been frightened of potentially being talked to by me. Well, wouldn't you be? He's had to do it once already, so we've missed him. So let's have a quick word. Might have a little bit of a word with Chris Renke. Would that be all right, John? Who I can see. Hello, Chris. How are you?
Good, very good, especially when you come out here and see the packed grid. What else should you be?
Now, I'm going to ask you a very serious question. What is going on with Audi Customer Racing?
Well, hopefully we have a shot at a great race win here. For sure, we have good lineups, and therefore, what should be going on? We're out here to compete.
But looking at the future, obviously the Audi R8 isn't, there isn't going to be a replacement, we're told. That's getting quite old. The TCR, again. Are the new cars coming to the program?
Well, for sure, for the moment, we have an extraordinary successful R8 LMS, and this is what we celebrate every weekend around the world. More than 300 GT3 cars sold, makes us ahead of the game, and for sure, we would be foolish to give that up.
So, how much the focus now in Audi is F1, though?
Well, for sure, it's a tremendous challenge the company decided to go for, but that doesn't have an effect on customer racing for sure.
So, what is nice, I will say, and it's there's a lot of activation here by Audi, which we haven't seen before. You're here, you've got the Cars Cafe, even Maria's here. I mean, why have you decided to focus on Dubai? Is it just the start of the season, or a special focus for you commercially and with road cars?
No, this is an initiative by Audi Middle East, who opted, obviously, on the successes we had here for the years before, that this is a valuable thing for them to activate. We had test drives going all week, which have been well received by all the customers and by the Audi fans in the region, and we are very, very happy now to add the emotional final milestone here with the exciting race to come.
Chris, great stuff. Thank you very much. Chris Renke from Audi Customer Sport, the people who will support you if you decide to buy a customer car, be it an R8 or currently I think only a TCR. I don't think there's any others. Next up, it is the number 27, the heart of a racing car. The entire team is here. Look, choose who you want to talk to on the... who's here? Roman DeAngelis. Let's go, Roman. Roman, you look most dressed up. Are you starting?
I am not starting, no. Just drive the car to the grid.
Well, I've lost that bet then. So who is starting?
Ian's starting.
Ian's starting? Yes. Okay. Ian, you're starting. Is this because you're the safest pair of hands, or they want to get your hours out the way?
I think they probably just want me to get my driving done so they can go fast towards the end. But no, I enjoy these starts and keep our nose clean, hopefully, and just keep trucking.
Yeah, you've done it for a couple of years before. There's a lot less traffic on the track these days. I mean, this race, is that going to make it easier to do a predictive strategy?
You know, there's less cars, but there still seems to be quite a lot of traffic. So in the first half of the race, you've still got to come up against that. The Code 60 rule change this year, I think it's going to add a little bit more of a twist to it. But ultimately, you're going to need to go fast and stay out of trouble.
Thank you, Ian. Now, the Code 60 rule change he's talking about is about fueling. Previously, if you came into the pits before Code 60 was called, and then the Code 60 happened, you could still get a full tank of fuel, so it's kind of a lucky break. That's gone now, so if the Code 60 is called at any time into the pit, you can only get a half tank of fuel. Now, behind me, I'm not going to go either or, is the number 32, which is my tip for the top. GP Elite and Lucas Kronveld. Lucas, I've got some very bad news for you. I've tipped you as my dark horse for the race. I just thought you guys were brilliant in Q8. You're going to smash it here.
No. It's funny that you say it, but I think, no, we had it in Kuwait, so we can only have luck here. Yeah, let's see. It's a long, it's a double of Kuwait, so they can still happen a lot. I think you really have to see where you are at in the morning when the night is over, and from there on you have to build further. But first, let's do the start.
Now, you say Kuwait's a very traditional kind of Tilke circuit. This one has kind of been designed a few years old. How do you find the track? Is it an interesting design? Does it flow?
Yeah, I don't know, it's a bit difficult or a bit different to drive from Kuwait. There's a lot of lower speed corners, and yeah, of course, the GT3, you really need to have it from the downforce. But still, it's really nice to drive. Yeah, the GT3 cars are really quick, so it doesn't really matter which track you drive it on, it's just amazing every time.
And how about passing opportunities?
Yeah, I think in the beginning you really have to look at who's driving which pace. It's also a longer stint, of course, because now you have a full tank of fuel. So, I don't know, I think you just have to see in which train you are at, and then let's see who you can pass or not.
Great stuff, Lucas. So Lucas there talking about the challenges of this track as a driver, but what we really need to know is, what does this track look like? John, could you describe it for me?
Yeah, it goes around and comes back to the beginning again. Thank you, Nick Damon. We'll be back with him in the TCRs at the moment. The Dubai Autodrome, we used the full Grand Prix circuit, just under 5.4 kilometres, 3 1/3 miles. There are 16 corners, 9 to the right and 7 to the left. You come out of the final corner, which is a downhill right-hander, across the start-finish line and head up over actually a couple of little rises. And then it's a downhill braking area to the right-hander at turn 1, just over 60 miles an hour. You can take a little more speed into there than you think, but it does tighten up on you. Turn 2 is a kink. You should be able to get through there flat. Staying over to the left-hand side of the road through turn 3. Again, not really bothering you. You need to get set up for turn 4. Coming on to 190 kilometres an hour. That's really quick. Over 200 kilometres an hour into 5 and 6. Easy to lose the back end there if you haven't got temperature in the tyres. Through 6, you're braking as you're turning and going down through the gearbox to the right-hander at turn 7. Then haul the car back to the right-hand side of the road for the parabolica, turns 8 and 9. There are a number of different lines you can take around here, but what you want to be doing is taking as much speed onto the back straight as you go into the second part of the lap. Almost 270 kilometres an hour before the heaviest braking area on the circuit. It's a little bumpy there as well. You might see some people moving to the right-hand side. Down to 60 kilometres an hour for turn 10, accelerating through turn 11 as you climb the hill towards turn 12. Very bumpy as well on the braking area to turn 12. Take a nice late apex there if you dare. It does just come out over a brow there, and you've got to be just very careful on the throttle. Charge downhill into the third sector through the kink at 13. 180-degree corner. Also going to the left-hand side. Double apex hits, diamond it, you can do either. Turn 15 is Porsche corner, because we quite often see Porsches heading to the inside there. And then you're setting yourself up for turn 16, the final corner on the track. Watch those track limits on the exit. That's 5.4 kilometres or 3 1/3 miles. And we'll be doing that several hundred times in the next 24 hours. Meantime, Nick Damon has worked his way down the grid. We remember we have two different tracks, two different classes here. Nick, where have you got to?
Well, what I've done, I've decided actually to try and pick up the pole sitters, because obviously there's not many in TCE and there's still a bit of time. So I've started with 992 class. It's the EB Motors machine, the 955. Fabrizio Broghi is one of the drivers. Fabrizio, congratulations on pole, because you had to do a gearbox change just before the second set of qualifying.
Yes, in the last 2 days we had a lot of problems, so we kept on switching between one and the other to find the correct differential to run the race. And we hope we managed.
Yeah, so what was the problem you were trying to solve or avoid?
Understeering, excessive understeering with a loose back. So.
Now, the interesting thing is you've still managed to be quick. This 992 class is incredibly competitive. There are so many cars here, and you're the only team with 3 drivers. I mean, you're giving yourself a challenge, aren't you?
Don't we look professional?
Well, in a way, yes, yes. You look quite fit, and you've all got matching beards, so that's good. Was it like a kind of a shave together thing?
It's because we are all lazy.
Yeah. Well, you've got a lot of work to do. Good luck, guys, over the next 24 hours. Okay, sorry. Right, let's carry on going. Oh, someone's trying to clear me from the grid. Honestly, doesn't know who I am. Honestly, I've been cleared by far more important people than you, sir. Here, do you work for me? Get off my grid.
That was Bernard Charles
Eccleston, exactly. Yes. Okay, next class pole is the GTX, which is done by the with the KTM, which is the Razam racing car, Razum car. See if I can grab a quick word with Leo. Pole in GTX, and a cracking car to drive, I imagine.
Yeah, it's really nice to drive. And qualifying went really good for us, and it's good that we have the pole position.
So the Razum more than racing. Actually, one thing we did notice was during practice, the clamshell came slightly open. Does that happen a lot?
No, that happens not a lot. That was just a mistake, and we geared it, so it's everything fine.
I just kind of thought it might give you a bit more downforce. Might be a good idea.
Yeah, a little bit more downforce, but then we are too fast.
Thank you. That's Leo Pischner there from the KTM team. Let's carry on going. I can see the GT4 pole position, guys. Just a couple of wandering leg lengths, a sachet away, you'd say, for the GT4s. And that, of course, is the family Goethe Racing and Dragon. There's a selection. Is Stewie around? No, I shall have a quick word with... sorry, I'm going to have to ask you, Ollie or Benjamin?
Benjamin.
Thank you. I thought so, but I would be careful. So, Benji, great. The family outing started as well as possible with a pole, but there does seem to be quite a lot of inter-team rivalry about who's fastest.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a bit of jokes yesterday, obviously. Yeah, we got the pole, which was important, but we have a 24-hour race now, so yeah, we're not going to be as competitive on the lap times with each other, but for sure going to be pushing and going to be trying to keep a good average pace and have a very clean race for the 24 hours.
It's a different challenge, isn't it, from qualifying, where you're looking ahead the whole time, going as fast as possible. This race, well, virtually all the cars are going to be going past you. You're going to be in the mirrors the whole time. How hard is that?
Yeah, it's obviously going to be a very different experience in GT4. I'm going to have to be looking in my mirrors a lot, you know, just trying to keep out of the way of the GT3 cars and avoid any contact with them. But yeah, just going to be concentrating on my race and concentrating on having a clean race as much as possible. And
you'll be starting the car?
Yeah, I'm going to be starting the car. I've had quite a lot of experience starting the car this year. So yeah, I quite enjoyed and obviously can't take any risks, but gonna enjoy it.
Wish you best of luck. Thanks, Benji Goethe from the Dragon team, which is himself, his brother, his dad, Stuart Hall, and it's another driver who has disappeared from my head because I'm old and things happen like this, even though I can Jordan Groger, that's it. Comes eventually. If you carry on thinking, let's get back to the pole in TCR. Going past a couple of the stragglers, which didn't like that. You've got the 930 and the 931, both HRT cars who had a lot of problems and didn't get all their four drivers to start. So in pole for... you've got they've got the pole thing, you see, that's very nice. In pole, it is the 121 car, which is the Wolf Power car, and I think is it Jasmine who's starting the... It is. Oh, she's doing her belts done up. I'll go a quick word. Jasmine, best place to be, pole position?
Yeah, best place to be, and I hope it's also the best place after 24 hours.
You've had, we saw you obviously struggling a lot in QA with the car. Have you got to the bottom of all those problems, completely rebuilt it in the last few weeks, and now very confident it's 100% okay?
Yeah, now we are 100% okay. The team did a very good job. The last 3 days they were working very hard that we can be back here for the nice Dubai race, and yeah, I hope now we stay in one piece and then it's okay.
Best of luck. Okay, so over on the other side actually is the pole in TCX, isn't it? The TCX pole. Sorg Rennsport Cayman. Not quite sure who's driving this. It's a young man, I know that, so it could be any of the drivers. So let's have a quick word. Hello, sir. Your name is?
Patrick.
Patrick. So, Patrick, you're in pole for the class, but obviously you're a class of one. So what are your aims? Are you trying to beat some of the other cars in other classes or just get to the end?
Can you speak in German?
What are the aims for the team race?
The win is the team.
I think you've got a good chance of doing that as a class of one. So we go back a bit further. Who we got? Oh, this got another world championship. Of our 3 world champions, it's our 3rd one. It's Rob. Rob Huff, yeah, you've got a bit of a challenge here, haven't you? The car was a little bit slow during qualifying.
You think? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be incredibly tough. We're starting obviously right at the back. Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge. You know, we've got some very fast cars around us, especially in our class. It's going to be really tight, but you know, ultimately at the moment, it's about survival. We want to make sure the car gets to the end, so we're just going to do everything we can to be as gentle on the car as possible. Just get through, you know, certainly half the race before we start to really have a real strategy to attack. But yeah, ultimately we've got a good car, we've got a great team of drivers and mechanics, and we'll do everything we can.
What have you been struggling with the car this week?
All sorts of bits and bobs. I think ultimately we got the first of the new Gen 2 car here last year, And you just had a few niggly problems, nothing major, just some electrical gremlins. We melted a wire which took 2 or 3 hours to chase it back. That gave us a misfire, the car wouldn't start, so we missed a 2-hour practice session with that. But ultimately, it's just little things like that. Then we shattered a brake disc, which lost us another couple of hours, destroyed a little bit of the car, so the guys had to rebuild the car. I think little niggly bits which have just held us back a little bit this weekend. But like I say, we're happy with the car, we're happy with the balance of the car. We've got a great driver lineup, a reliable driver lineup, and hopefully that will pay dividends at the end of the race.
Well, you know what they say, bad dress rehearsal, great first night. Exactly. So be honest, I've taken part in a number of bad dress rehearsals, and all the first night was a disaster as well. But you know, if you don't know your steps, you're not going to learn them overnight. That's what I learned. So at the back of the grid is the 199. That is one of the AC Motorsport cars. This is the all Hong Kong or Singaporean team. I'm having flag recognition issues there. Andy Yan, David Lau. Unfortunately, he's put the kind of net up, which kind of prevent me sticking my oar in. We've reached the end of the grid, John. I don't know what to do. I could go back again, or do you know what? Probably it's a bit safer to pass it back up to you and Phil Anson for the 18th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours.
The inimitable Nick Damon grid walk from front to all the way down the back. Good afternoon. If you are just joining us, it's a little before 10 to 3 in the afternoon here at the Dubai Autodrome. Already plenty of people taking up what is a great vantage point for a picnic or just to do some spectating on the brand new Apex Garden, which looks over towards the speedball that turns 14 and 15. And I think there'll be a lot of people down there over the next 24 hours. 53 cars. We did have 54 entered, but one of the Dragon Speed cars, the 488, had an accident earlier in the week. It could not be repaired. 1 or 2 cars have moved from their qualifying positions because of issues during qualifying. We'll get to those as we go through. The front row is all AMG GT3 with the Almanar Racing by HRT clocking the best average time, and the only car in the field to have an average lap time from the 4 drivers added together divided by 4 underneath 2 minutes. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, the 2 team cars together. It'll be Gilles Gounon that starts the number 4 car on the outside of the front row as they roll off down towards the first corner. It will be a rolling start here. On row 2, we start the Porsche parade. There are plenty of them, by far the most numerous of the manufacturers in this particular category. The GT3Rs are all 991.2 cars. 911 is pure RXing with Sven Muller and his teammates. Harry King from the UK in that as well, but it'll be Joel Sturm who'll start that race. Earl Bamber, Grove Racing EBM. Earl will start the race in his debut in the Creventic Hankook Racing Series. I'd have lost money on that one. I really would have. Great to see superstar Anton de Pasquale in that car as well, with Stephen and Brenton Grove. On row 3, Tresor Temto Racing have the first of the Audi R8 Evo 2s. And that will be Dylan Pereira, who knows this circuit very well, having won here many times in Porsche Carrera Cup and Middle East and Cup Challenge Middle East as well. Dries Van Teur will start the WRT number 7, which is on the outside of row number 3. That is the number 7 car, as I said. Then we have the first of the US teams, Heart of Racing, Ian James, Gray Newell, Roman De Angelis and Ross Gunn drafted in as well for that. It is the number 27. They normally run Aston Martins in IMSA. I will call that car an Aston Martin sometime in the next 24 hours. Team WRT's second car, lot of interest around this, of course. Maxime Martin, who is one of the drivers who's doing the trifecta, the three-peat here in the 24 hours at Dubai. Then he'll be at Daytona for the Rolex 24, and then he's at Bathurst for the 12 hours in 3 weeks' time. Row number 5, Team GP Elite with their Porsche, the bright orange car. Lucas Gronveld will start that, along with the Van Huyks and Thierry Vermeulen. Visium has the Ferrari in the field. That is the number 2 car. and it'll be Jean-Bernard Bouvet who starts that one. Row 6, Herbert Motorsport are back, looking for a better year than they had last year. This is an all-US crewed team in the number 92, position number 11. Santaloc Junior team will be started by Erwin Bastard, and that is the number 26. The second of the Herbert cars is the number 91, the usual lineup of Alfred and Robert Renaud. Robert will start the car along with Daniel Ollerman, the Swiss flag driver, and Ralph Bourne. They've got the 7T6. Number 76. James Cottingham starting that one, and that's the sole McLaren in the field. Phoenix Racing, the number 1 car. Pierre Caffer, I think, with the fastest lap time in qualifying. Elia Earhart will start that car. Michael Doppelmayr and Christa Johns in that as well. 15th position. MP Motorsport, Daniel de Jong will start. Jaap van Lagen amongst that. There's another world champion as well, of course, from touring cars in that car. That's the outside of row number 8. Poulsen Motorsport with their M4 GT3. Christian will start that one. Christian Poulsen. Charles Esplanade for CP Racing will start the leading car in the Middle East Championship, having won just before Christmas at the Kuwait Motor Town 12 hours. Row 10, P1 Group by MRS GT Racing's Porsche number 43, and they've got the 48 Salocine by Cox Racing. Their Porsche number 48 sits alongside them. Row 11, 955 Wheeler Motorsport by AB Motors is the first of the 992 Cup cars. They've got Red Camel Jordan NL alongside them. The bright orange car will be started by E4 Brukers. That's Dad, Luke and Rick are in there. They're the 2 sons, and Fabian Dance makes up the 4. Row 12 in 23rd position, the 979 Speedlover Porsche. That's the number... that is the car that will be started by Stephen Paulette. Dual Racing by Toro Verde. Welcome back to the Mutrans. Ramsey, Nabil and Sammy. Phil Keane will start the number 995. On row number 13, FARC Auto Tech. It's one of the cars that got a 3-place penalty for failing to comply to race control directions in the qualifying session. They've got the 928 NKPP by HRT Performance alongside them. Row 14 is the 962 FARC Auto Tech. Same story as their teammate, and for the same reason as well. It'll be Larry Tenvoorde who will start that car. One of 2 QMMF by HRT cars, the number 929. QMMF is the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation. Julian Hanses will start at the number 929 in 28th position. On row 15, Razin More Than Racing is the GTX pole sitter. Leo Pichler will start the Crossbow GTS. Seblaju Racing by Duo Racing are on the outside of row 15, therefore in 30th position, the 907. Gila Genicond, the Swiss driver, will start that car. Row 16, Huber Motorsport. Klaus Rader starting the 925, and Andreas Gulden starts the 990 MRS Racing in 32nd position. Moving into the last third of the grid, the Vortex V8 GTX, one of 2. 701, Philippe Bonnel, as usual, will start that car with the MRS GT Racing 989 alongside. Rafael Valina will start that car. Rofco with Dragon Racing, the GT4 pole sitter. Benjamin Gotha will start there. Jordan Groger and Stuart Hall, the only non-Gothas in that car. Ollie, his brother, and Roldy's dad are part of the 408 team. They've got the 450 RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century GT4 BMW alongside them. Jerome Blakemolen drafted into that car late in the piece, subbing for a 6-team member. Brett Strom, Darren Jorgensen and Nathan Freak also in that car. Row 19, ALM Motorsport by MRS GT Racing. Antti Ramo will start the 988 GT3 Cup Porsche. Rabdam Motorsports, Saeed Al-Maheri will start the 977. On row 20, 702 is the second of the Vortex. Then it's the 438 Simpson Motorsport car, the BMW M4 GT4. Seblaju Racing by Duo Racing, next up in position 41. HRT Performance, Michael Blanchemont will start in the 932. Haas RT GT3, that's one of the Audis. They're well out of position there. And Maxime Soule, Fred Verviche, Mathieu Detré will also be in that car. Expect to see that one come forward. And in the TCEs, Wolf Power Racing, Yasmin Preissig on pole position from Team Sjorg Rennsport. The 700-mile teams are back as well in their Golf GTI. Great to see that car back. from France, Wolf Powers 117, and then we have the 188 EC Motorsports and the 199 AC Motorsports at the back of the grid. That's how they line up. 53 of the 54 entered cars will take the start of the grid, and they are rolling for a single formation lap. We have 11 on boards, and you can pick them all off if you're here at the track or further afield from the 0221 Facebook and YouTube pages. Phoenix Racing, Ilya Earhart carrying one of the cameras in 15th position, just going through on towards the back straight there. Jorgensen Strom, the BMW, that car, the number 450, also carrying one of our onboard cameras, warming up and cleaning off the Hankook tyres. They're in 4th in class and 36th on the grid, as we give you the rundown of who's on boards we've got this weekend. Just moving up towards the Parabolica at the moment. Third on board is with one of the Porsches, and that is Larry Tanvoda in the FAC Auto Tech 962. 27th in its division, 12th in class. Their teammate has a on board as well, Jan Klingelberg, starting the 961. They're 11th in class and 25th on the grid as they head down the long back straight towards turn 10. Abu Dhabi racing by HRT, the number 4 car. Outside pole sitter Jules Gounon starting that car. Plenty of experience there as he'll line up on the outside of the front row. For the back in the field, the KTM Crossport GTX, Leo Pichler in the 714. The Milwaukee sponsored machine, that's the red, white and black car. Almanar Racing, Lucas Stoltz, pole position for the 777 for that AMG. So both front row cars with the onboard cameras. Whether you're joining us here live at the track, and if you are, thank you very much for coming out on a beautiful Saturday. Our first Saturday start in this, the 18th running of the opener to the Endurance Series for 2023. Around the world at radio-show.co.uk, also 24hseries.com, that's where you'll find the live timing as well. A full 24-hour coverage with no blocks, no breaks, no subscriptions, just the action. And it all starts when the lights go green as the two Mercedes AMGs from HRT come round to start off the 2023 motor racing season in style. What a great sight and sound. This very, very gridded. The lights are out, 24 hours on the clock, and immediately the Porsches break from the rows further back. It is the two HRT cars. I do wonder if they had a chat before they started this race down into the first corner, and Earl Bamber trying to have a little look down the inside as they're squeezing through. Looks like everybody's got through. It was a single start, there was no split start here. Bamber looking very racy at the moment, is side by side with the yellow and blue car, the car that started on the outside of the front row. That's the number 4, Jules Gounon, braking and turning into turn 7. Always a bit dicey when the Hankook tyres are cold in the early part of the laps. Pretty clean start, to be quite honest. There's a little bit of bumping and boring further down. One of the FAC Auto Tech cars just getting a little nudge as they were coming out of turn number 7 and heading into the Parabolica. Everybody hugging the inside early on. You do not want to give any room down the inside into that 108-degree left hand. A little bit of a break from the leader. Just about 2 or 3 cars lengths ahead. The Audi number 99 from Tresor Temtour Racing trying to slide through as well. They started on row 3 and they've made up at least 1 position as they're trying to come through. But the leader with what, 5 or 6, maybe 7 or 8 cars lengths through, turned 10 for the first time. Pretty even start. And Phil Hansen, welcome to 2023 and motor racing endurance style.
Thank you very much, John. Hello to you. Hello, everybody. What a start there for the 777 Lucas Stoltz. absolutely nailing it, getting those tyres up to temperature very early. And we're looking at 25.7 air temperature around here at the moment, John. And we're looking at 628 plus laps to break a record set in 2012. That's by my calculation. Our listeners will correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it took me 5 hours to find it last night. Unfortunately, as the cars stream down back on the start-finish line for the first of many laps around here. Remember, it's a 2-hour maximum driving stint time. Battle going on further afield down towards turn 1 as the Audi and the BMW and the number 7 BMW. That was Dylan Pereira and Dries van Toor getting very close together down into turn 1 on board with the race leader. What a fantastic start.
It's been a great start, and it's exactly what the pole sitter really would have wanted and in some ways needed to do, Phil, because it's always a bit of pressure on the pole sitter. You control the speed over the line. Oh, the GP Extreme Porsche sliding sideways there. Every single driver, every single engineer I have talked to has told me all this week and right up until this morning. Now, we didn't have a warm-up this morning, so this is the first. Driving to the grid was the first time that these cars have been on the track this Saturday start, but everybody telling me they are all at sea with their setup. Look, the track hasn't gone anywhere. The cars, most of the cars are the same cars that they run here last year. Not all of them, I accept. The difference here is we've had a lot of single-seater rubber on the circuit, and it's not the same manufacturer as Hankook, and they do think that that has made a difference. The key thing has been patience. Don't try and chase the track, because in the first couple of 3 hours, Phil, with the track temperature well up over 30 degrees Celsius, this track will clean off and it will evolve very quickly in the opening hours.
Indeed it will, John, and with that rubber down and the temperature, I'm saying 1.5 hours. We're going to see some pit stops around the 1 hour mark by our expectations on fuel consumption. Remember, they can start with a full tank of fuel, but when they come into their pit stops, everybody's got their own balance of performance fuel load that they're allowed to have. So everybody's got the full tank on at the moment. This is the only time they'll run that. So the suspension's set up for 110 litres. They may have 130 litres. They've got 30 extra kilos on that car at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's not handling the way that they want it to for the first probably 10 to 12 laps, and then it's going to start to even it out.
I also wonder whether some teams might have gone with some lightly used tyres at the start of this race. A couple of incidents that have been noted between the Team WRT number 7 BMW and the Tresor Temporal Racing number 99, that's the Audi. That is being looked at by our race director at the moment. The number 7 currently has dropped down, and there was a little bit of moving over by Dries van Toor and Dylan Pereira. A little bit of ushering people off the circuit.
Track limits might have been leaving racing room.
Coming out onto the back straights, the blue, shades of blue 27 is the Heart of Racing AMG Mercedes-Benz. Behind them, the Opel Fruit Orange and White Porsche. That's his 9th and 10th position at the moment. Lucas Groneveld in the Porsche in the GP Extreme. Ian James in the shades of blue Mercedes. Now, that GP Extreme car, that has been a tremendous competitor. They were nailed on for a victory. Managed to take advantage of problems for the 85 CP racing car at Kuwait Motor Town, and looked like they were nailed on inside the last hour, and a very odd driveline problem took them out of contention. They've got something to prove here, I feel. Right in behind them, the number 92 is the Herbeth Motorsport machine, the first of the 2 Herbeth cars, and then the dark grey and highlighter yellow machine is the number 1 Phoenix. There are a couple of cars that are dark grey and highlighter yellow. One's an Audi, one's a BMW. There's a couple of bright orange Porsches. One is a GT3 car, one is a Cup car. Battle for 3rd and 4th comes to blows at turn 1, and the Phoenix Audi is the car that comes through. The black and red machine. Sorry, that's one of the BMWs, excuse me. That's the WRT number 7 that came through. The Audi involved was trying to go down the inside of Earl Bamber. Super late pass. Earl just losing the back end of the Porsche as he turned in the 911. Sorry, that's the RX racing car. So that was Joel Sturm in that car in the pure racing machine. And that car looked very, very twitchy under braking there. But they've both got away with it. The two HRT cars pulling away now, as there's, as ever, all kinds of manoeuvring going down further down the field. Now it's the black and red number 10 of Grove Racing. That is Earl Bamber, and he goes by Sturm as he was battling, having his own battle with the number 46 car, and they're still having a go up towards turn 12 at the top of the hill. And that's a cracking manoeuvre around the outside by Maxime Martin. Well, we've known from down through the years that Maxime Martin and the laws of physics actually don't mix. He just doesn't accept the probity of them. No. And in some way, shape or form, found the momentum around the outside at turn 12, makes up a position. I'll just remind you, by the way, we are 8 minutes, or if you will, 3 laps into a 24-hour race. This is not coming into the final lap of a 4-lap sprint.
I think the team managers may get on the phone very, very shortly, just to say, guys, seriously, just settle down a little bit. Keep the car contact to an absolute minimum. We've got a long way to go. Tyres just coming up to pressure now, and getting everything sorted out. 777, but just what I think they've done with the HRTs, they've, I think Luca allowed Jules to catch up and get away from that battle between Dries Van Toor, Dylan Pereira and Earl Bamber, and their fighting is allowing these two Mercedes just to disappear off into the distance.
We've heard a couple of drivers this week, dear listener and viewer, tell us that as they start the races under investigation, that is standard operational procedure, by the way. The race stewards will do that pretty much at the start of every race, but if they are doing it, they are duty bound to let the teams know that they are doing it. Got to Nick in just a moment. Had a couple of teams talking to us and drivers talking to us this week saying, look, this is not going to be a traditional 24-hour race for Creventic Racing. This will be racing every lap. Well, so far, that has been the case. Early pit caller for Nick Damon. You have some trade, sir. Well, I suppose if you're going to have a problem, have it early on. That gives you 23 hours and 50 minutes to start crawling back through the field. Joe Bradley, who's in Studio 2 with us here at the in the booth at the moment, before his picture, makes a good point in my left ear when he says the 4-driver qualifying average tends to mix the grid up a little bit more than it would be if you just had the fast drivers. Most of the teams have put their fastest driver in at the beginning, and that's why you're seeing this very close quarters competition early on. 628 laps would be a new distance record, so that's something we're going to have to think of for this time tomorrow. And before anybody asks, I can tell you that sunset tonight is at 10 minutes before 6, sunrise 7:06 in the morning. That's 13 hours and 16 minutes officially of darkness. Compare that with the other 24-hour races that we'll be covering in the early part, first half of this year. At Daytona in 2 weeks' time, it will be 13 hours and 16 minutes, believe it or not, it's exactly the same. At Le Mans in June, the sunset is just before 10 o'clock, the sunrise is just before 6, 8 hours and 2 minutes. So a huge 5-hour difference in the darkness. Rick Breukers, starting the 909 Red Camel Jordan.nl Porsche, qualified in second position behind the EB Motors by Vili, and have they managed to get ahead of them on the timing at the moment. No, they have not. fact, Larry Ten Voorde has gone past both of them for Fark Auto Tech. That was one of the cars. It's number 962. That car started down in 27th position, so that's been a super drive through the field by Ten Voorde, making up those positions and more that they lost after the qualifying penalties were applied for Lansing.
Yeah, well, they were 5th in class after those penalties were applied, which was a 3-place grid penalty for both the Fark Auto Tech cars. So they're basically inside the first 10 minutes, they're going to try and get back to where they were with those positions gone. And so doing a great job of getting back up there, both the Fark Auto Tech cars. As we roll into a lap 6 and the start of lap 7, things have started to settle down a little bit up at the front end. The gap now nearly got a yellow flag at turn 11. 1.2 seconds between the leading 2 HRT cars, and Dries Van Tour and the WRT car. So they're just extending out, and Dries has got everybody up behind him as well. Dylan Pereira, El Bamba. And the big loser out of all of those arguments going early was Joe Strum, who was back up there. He's dropped back down into 8th position in the 911 Porsche. So everything's just... I think the team managers has spoken, John, and said, let's make sure we can get to the end of the 24-hour race.
Let's just calm it down a bit, guys.
Yes,
Yes, I can imagine there'll be a few bitter nails in the pits at the moment. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. There's 51 cars out on the circuit, 1 in the pits at the moment, and
that's 990 has stopped at turn 11, John, the 990 car, and that's Andreas Kulden at the wheel of the MRS GT Racing. They were down in 42nd position.
They got their cars slightly later than everybody else. They pulled off to drivers right, just about the 100-meter board, and the hard-working marshals having a look to see if there's anything they can do. Right up against the wall and can barely be seen from race control, but they've got the CCTV cameras. 925 is the Huber Motorsport Porsche, the white, black and tangerine car, double yellows being waved there on the exit of turn 11. Just looked like the luggage compartment cover on that car is bouncing around. We've seen that again in the past on some of the Cup cars.
We had it in Kuwait, didn't we?
We did, absolutely. The gap between first and second is just on a second, a wee bit over a second between the 2 HIT cars. Lucas Stoltz from Jules Gounon, Dries Van Toor is 3rd. Dylan Pereira is 4th in the Audi. Then Grove Racing, Earl Bamber moving up to 5th position ahead of Max Martin for Team WRT BMW. Herbert Motorsport, Robert Renauer coming through the field as well. Now in 7th position and ahead of the second car. Jason Hart, in fact, has dropped down to 11th position. Groenewold in 9th and Ian James in 10th. Phil?
Got a spinner down at the
turn 14.
Turn 14, just getting back on track as well. Yellow flags, local car.
I think that was 925.
I'm not sure. I couldn't see it from here. You have the binoculars, but I couldn't quite see what car number that was, as it was a momentarily spin, just a quick yellow, and got them back up. What I'm seeing up the front, though, John...
Yeah, it was 925.
925.
The one with the flappy bonnet.
Oh, commentator's curse. What I've seen is that Dries Van Toor has closed in right on the back of Jules Gounon. They had over a second gap between those two cars, and he's now in half a second of that, but he's dropped Dylan Pereira and in the Attempto racing car, and I think everybody's now going back onto, let's go back to our race pace. Let's start driving by the numbers.
Dries Van Toor has picked up the pace.
He has
now
indeed.
Challenging the Bilstein blue and yellow Mercedes AMG. They're on the front straight now, across the finish line. Traffic beginning to play a part as they come through the TCE runners, and down the inside Dries Van Toor with the red, white and black MS7 colours on that number 7 WRT car, and the golden arches of McDonald's on the bonnet of that BMW. Vincent Vos working very, very hard, as always, with that Belgian team. Great to have them here with the Evo BMW M4. So that is a new second position, and the first time we've not had two Mercedes-Benz AMGs at the front of the field since the end of qualifying. Onto the back straight. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there from that new second place car. Now can Jules Gounon take advantage of that? Oh, this now danger time for the leaders.
It is indeed. That's why they were going so hard in the early parts. We got to lap 8 before we got into traffic, John. Remember, last year we were lap 5, or lap 4.
Yeah.
So they went really hard to try and get their positions before they ran into the back markers, because now it's traffic until the end.
I will keep an eye on that. If you're new to Creventic Racing, wondering what's happened to that 990 and why we haven't had a safety car, that car will be recovered to the pits. And it can be done, race control believe that can be done safely without having to neutralise the race. And in fact, the car is already behind the wall at turn 11. There's a flatbed Hino truck out there to help it get back. It will not take that car out of the race. Outside assistance, not only allowed, but positively encouraged to get the cars back to the pits. Creventic is about racing, and they'll make sure that that car, if it can continue to race, it will do. It's been recovered at the moment safely on the other side of the barriers. Thank you to all of our volunteer marshals, flaggers, safety workers, and of course the medical staff here at the Autodrome, and indeed across the world of motorsport at the start of this 2023 season. Leader's gone out just a wee bit. Was up to about 1 second, dropped down to about half a second, up to about 8/10 again now, so not that much. Van Turen second, and then about an 8/10 gap to Jules Gounon now in third. Earl Bamber's moved up again. He's gone up to 4th position. He's been followed through into 5th by Max Martin for Team WRT. Robert Renat, and it's Dylan Pereira for Trezor.
He just got mugged in traffic. He just got mugged in traffic by those 3 in front of him. He was running in 4th.
Yeah, dropped 3 places down to 7th. Top 10 made up by the Pure RX ING machine, the 911 Joel Sturm. Lucas Gronewold for Team GP Elite in the bright orange number 32 Porsche. Then Jason Hart in the American-driven Herbeth Motorsport number 92. That's your top 10 in the overall. It is the Herbeth 91 that leads Pro-Am. And in the Am category, it's the McLaren, James Cottingham for 76 that leads. We'll go through the other classes once the race settles down a wee bit. Who am I kidding? It may never settle down. These guys have had too much sugar before we sent them out on the track, really. Was that the lemon meringue pie?
I think it may have been. Yeah, indeed. Hey, that's a Pro-Am car that's running 6 outright at the moment.
Yeah.
That's really impressive, given that, you know, we've got a
spin for the bright green and yellow. That's the 988 Porsche for MRS GT. And as I said, they didn't get their cars at the same time as everyone else. Antti Ramo behind the wheel of that ALM Motorsport by MRS, but no harm, no foul. He's got it pointing in the right direction. Still got the hazard flashes going on. I don't think he was hit. I think it was just a wee mistake. And we've also had the VW Golf going off as well at turn 7. That is not the prescribed line for the number 106.
It's definitely track limits. Definitely track limits. Let's have a look at the...
oh, now that car is moving slowly.
Yeah,
that's the 700 miles, the French team. So pleased to see that car back. We haven't seen a Golf in a wee while. Now, the advantage of... he's got a problem with the left wheel, I think. The left rear wheel seems to be not seated correctly, and it's waving around in the wheel arch. That may have caused him to go off at 6 and 7. I'll finish the thought. The advantage here, Phil, and you've seen much more racing here than I have, but the advantage is these big wide open spaces mean you can get back to the pits slowly without having to be anywhere near the live racetrack.
Yeah, the advantage of Dubai Autodrome, as you said, we have cut-throughs everywhere. You can be on the start of the back straight and cut through onto turn 13 and 14 and just get back to the pits and get the work done. You can receive penalties for shortcutting the track even if you're doing it under duress. However, they sort of lenient on it because you're coming into pit anyway.
If you cut through the mountain section or you cut out the back, you'll probably lose that lap you were on.
Exactly.
But it'll get you back to the pit lane much quicker than having to stop and wait for assistance. If we do have to neutralise the race again, if you're not familiar with the regulations, you will not see a safety car. We do have intervention vehicles here, but you will not see a safety car packing up the field. You will see purple and white flags with the number 60 on it. Everybody slows down to 60k, no overtaking, pits remain open. It's called code 60, and the advantage is it neutralises the race quicker and we get back to green quicker. We'll talk you more through that if and when we need it. There's been someone had a big lock up and thrown some Hankook tyre smoke into the air at the final corner.
That's a big flat spot. It's a big spot. Just some penalties coming in, John. The 99, Dylan Pereira's just been given a warning for driving behaviour on track. Then we've got a few callers for third offence of track offence. The 977 has been given their third warning. Once they get over 3 warnings, and we have the KTM coming into the pits. That's early. That's early.
That's the McLaren. That's the McLaren. Nick Damon is down there. That's where the smoke was coming from. And I don't think that's a puncture, Nick Damon. I think that's a broken right rear suspension strut.
Worryingly, it looked like the tyre was still inflated. We were almost there, Seb and I. You say smoke coming out the back of that right rear. They have it straight on the dollies. Again, the wheel angle's not particularly right, but I was impressed there because Phil's done exactly what I've been doing all weekend, thinking it's the KTM. So I certainly wasn't going to leap down your throat there, mate, because I've sat there going, oh, the KTM looks a bit different. Must be, oh, it's not, it's a McLaren.
And that is the leader of the GT3 AM class as well, of course.
I wondered why, because we were watching the race from the CP pits. They suddenly got excited about a minute ago as they're the other AM. Okay, the wheel's about to come. Oh, yeah, that suspension's broken. That shouldn't do that. So they can't get the wheel off. So the wheel's welded itself on.
No.
Hammer. We've got the hammer coming out. So we're getting the first of our many requirements. Look, there's a new ready-made up shock and coil spring available. Oh, there's metal everywhere.
Wow.
They've milled the whole, the wheels have gone offline, they've milled it slightly. There's several £100 worth of McLaren aluminium and magnesium there. Oh yeah, I tell you can't get in there, but the top of the shock strut has broken, so it's actually snapped at the top point. So I think what happened then was bits of the shock fell onto the wheel, and that's what you see milled down there, but it is a shock shaft failure. So shock shaft failure, if it hasn't done any other damage, and in fairness, if they haven't damaged the bodywork at all, that's going to be a replacement back out again, but they're going to lose a few minutes.
Yeah, they're going to be the start of a very long day if things like that start going well. That is not the work of a moment. Thank you, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane. It's Phil Hansen and John Hindorf in Studio 2 up in the booth, and 990, which was behind the wall earlier on, has now been loaded onto the back of the flatbed. That was on the outside of turn 11. Now that truck is not on the track. It looks like it is, but it is in fact on one of the cut-throughs and will be able to get off the track.
That's going to the tunnel, John.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is going on one of the infield roads there. So don't think that we were racing whilst that was on the track. That was on one of the unused parts of the track. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. Hello to Ian McCarthy. Don't know why I bothered buying a whole couch to watch endurance racing from Dubai. I'm only using the edge of it. Neil Gardner is watching on the big screen back in the UK. That must mean Curry's out on this Saturday afternoon. Hello to Emma Bear Park back in the UK, checking in with us as well. Matt G with some nice words for Nick Damon on the pit lane, and there was no singing from Nick, which everybody seems to be very happy about, Nick. How's it going down at McLaren?
Well, we know at McLaren we've left. We know what their problem is. So we meandered up to the 106, which of course is the 700 miles Golf, which you saw going slowly and you thought might be a rear suspension problem. Well, it's not. It was an electrical issue, and they've been fiddling about with things, replaced the steering wheel, fired it up and off it's gone. So it must have actually been in limp home mode, which is why it was so slow. They've sent it out again. Now, 50-50, John, as you know, when they send these things out again, normally they're back within a lap, aren't they? So let's hope they've got the lucky break and actually fixed it.
Well, a lot of changes here at the Dubai Autodrome. One that has already proved a big hit with the spectators, the Apex Garden, which is on the apex of turn number 15. Picnic area, there's some outlets and some food trucks there as well. Big family atmosphere this weekend. First time we've had a Saturday-Sunday race, of course, in this, the 18th running. Smattering of people up in the grandstands and around the circuit. There's also a new terrace down at turn 1 as well. And you will notice the eagle-eyed, those of you who are watching on the TV, will notice that there's some new colour at the side of some of the track as well. That is high grip runoff, so cars sliding sideways stops quicker. It's dark red and a sort of a purple colour that is around various parts of the circuit. Very much like Paul Ricard, actually. You'll see the stripes. Battle for position, 9th, 10th and 11th. 9th is Lucas Gronveld in the bright orange and white number 92 Porsche. Behind him, the dark purple and black Jason Hart driven Herbeth number 92, also a Porsche. And then it's Phoenix Racing, Elliot Earhart for the number 1 Audi. That's the highlighter yellow and dark grey machine. That trio just coming round turn number 16 now onto the front straight. Ahead of them, one of the cars that had problems earlier on, sitting in 30th position. That's the 961. Jan Klingenberg for FAC Auto Tech. He dutifully steers out the way. Excuse me, no, it's not. That was the 925 of Huber Motorsport, which was one of the cars that had a respin at turn 14 earlier on. And they go through the little chicane or serpentine run from 3 down to 6 and 7. Massive commitment required through there, Phil. And you could see when the cars were on full tanks in the early laps, even the leaders, even the top guys were really drifting, flat drifting those cars through there. Fantastic.
I think they're back to where their suspension level is going to work again with what they can refuel with now. So they've set it up to carry the maximum weight they can from their refueling stops rather than race start. And all the Hankook tyres are now starting to burn off all the other rubber that was on the circuit. With at the moment we have around about 51 cars circulating at this time. Couple in the pits with earlier issues. Peter Cox is still in the pits. James Cottigan has shows down in the fuel bay. Have they replaced that already? I've got him down in the fuel.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Wow, that's well, I didn't think it would be that quick. Peter Cox and the 990.
990's just come into the pits on the back of the flatbed.
Yeah, and Peter Cox in the 48 with that issue as well, unknown at this stage, and he's been in since lap 5 in the 48 car. The lead, let's have a little look, we'll see where we are. Still at half a second between Lucas Stoltens and Dries van Steur, and they're starting to gap Jules Gounon and Earl Bamber now. Earl Bamber about half a second behind Gounon, but 3 seconds now. That gap is starting to come out. We've just crossed 30 minutes of racing, John.
Let's take a look at some of the classes in the 992 category. Larry Ten Voorders had a cracking opening 30 minutes and leads in the 962. FAC Autotech Porsche from Ray Camel and Rick Broikes started second, is in second now. Then the 979 Stephen Paulette for Speed Lover is in third. The pole sitting Vini Motorsport by EB Motors. Sergei Nikolay has dropped down into sixth in class. GTX, Razim Modern Racing, Leo Pichler started that car, he's in 26th position and leads his class. The best of the rest, Philippe Bonnel for Vortex is sitting down in 36th position. And in the touring car classes, what have you got?
The guy who was interviewed in last place is leading the TCR.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
He's already
loads of niggly things. We're right at the back.
Yeah.
Can only get better from here. Oops, I'm leading.
Yes, exactly. Wolf Power Racing leading the way in TCR. Second position in TCR's EAC Motorsport, Yannick Mettler at the wheel of that one. And then running third in the TCR, the second of the Wolf Power, and Jasmine Pressig at the wheel now of that car, just dropping down, but still in TCR. TCX is the only car there, the Sorg Rennsport 718 a Cayman, and that is all the TCs.
Somebody else who's had an interesting half an hour is the driver who started in 43rd position for Haas RT, the number 21 Audi. Fred Verviche has just gone into 13th position.
Wow.
That car was out of position, remember, because it didn't do all of the qualifying sessions.
Yes.
Nevertheless, you've got to say that having passed, nearly 30 cars in 30 minutes, that's a pretty decent. I bet he's on board. If he's got the, if he's got the GoPro, other onboard cameras are available, of course.
Of course, yes.
If he's got that running, that's going to make for an interesting half an hour.
Yes. 990 back into the pit box now, and they wheel it back away. We'll find out what is the issue with that one as it stopped down towards turn 11 on lap 7. We're currently on lap 16, so it took a little while to get back to the pits, but it was on the wrong side of the track, and they had to do some pretty interesting driving to get it back. But the team around here, the rescue team and the support teams that recover all of these cars, absolutely know how to get the cars back as quickly as possible. As John said earlier on, it's all about Creventic Racing, about making sure everybody has the opportunity to race, even if they stop out on the circuit. As the 16 laps in the books, we're chasing 6:28.
So right, have you done the arithmetic for how many an hour we need to do then?
Okay, I've left my abacus at home, I'm afraid, John, and I can't really do it at the moment. And I don't have a calculator on my phone because I can't work the phone properly. I'm an analog person.
682, 628 divided by 24, carry the 3, 26 laps an hour.
26.
I think that's doable because we're sitting around 2 minutes
Look at the
front
pace.
of the field.
Look at the pace.
Best lap we've had so far is a 2 minutes .226 in the early part of the race. In fact, no, we've had a 1:59 from Fred Verviche as he was coming through traffic. Oh, that's superb stuff. It's mildly doable.
I think so. I think so.
We'll keep an eye on that.
The track's, and remember, it's still green, John.
Oh, yeah.
And they're still on at least a half a tank of fuel at the moment, as the battle continuing on down towards for first and second down into turn 1.
And that's the battle for the lead, Phil.
And it's done.
It is done and dusted. And WRT BMW in the MS7 car, the red, white and black machine, the number 7 of Dries van Tor, puts Lucas Stolt in the 777 to the sword. Maybe just a little bit of assistance from the traffic going down
turn
into
16,
into turn 16 that culled maybe a mile an hour or two from the ultimate speed of the Almanar Racing. Really nice opportunistic manoeuvre.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it's Vanter who will have to deal with the traffic first. And these GT3 cars are getting quicker and quicker. Talk to the boys who used to run GT3, who are now in GT4. So it's coming out of turn 16. A little bit of hesitation. Ooh, almost a touch there. As the Dries van Tor swept to the right. Might have even taken a dive plane off the left front of that red, white and black MS7 machine. He's leading now as we have 17 laps completed. So the first lead change is on lap number 17, excuse me. So lap 18, excuse me, that will be, won't it? If you want to keep up with all the stats, by the way, get race results and get to the Creventic page, or if you click on the link on 24hseries.com, as we're live from Dubai Autodrome, from Studio 2, our booth overlooking the start-finish line and the infield. Leaders in AM at the moment. Champion of the continent last year, and the leaders also in the Middle East Trophy. That's the CP Racing number 85. Charles Esplanade started that Mercedes 19th in GT3. Best of the AMs at the moment, with the problem for the McLaren, and having a bit of a battle with Christian Poulsen in the red and white, the Danish,
who have just received a 10-second penalty. The first penalty, sorry, Nick.
Is that the first actual penalty?
Yeah, that came for car 14, and that's them, Pulsar Motorsport, and that was the first time penalty issued at 15:33.
Let's go down to Nick Damon, and you'll have to speak up, Nick, because the crotch belt is telling me on our RSL_studio that he couldn't quite hear you last time you were talking. Nick.
Hello there. Yes, how's this? I can give it my full Shakespearean projection. Oh, woe is the 990. Forthwith, it has no fuelation of the engine. They have an issue with getting the liquid explosive from the front of the car to the back for the up and downy bits to go boom. Yeah, basically, they
fuel
have.
Pump, then?
Well, they've got two fuel. I've just got a very odd look for them.
I can't imagine why, Nick.
Dismantling the entire fuel tanks. So yeah, I mean, it's, they've sucked the fuel out. They're now taking. Good news is that the tie wraps are out. The tie wraps are out, so you now have two. The first half hour of the race. Just wait for the iPhone torch tape, which will be coming. But yes, so they're going to have to. They're going to have to isolate exactly what the fuel system is. I think the problem is they're not totally sure which bit's not working, as the dreaded computer of doom is still trying to do the working out. But they are taking it down to bits, trying to find out. But basically, that car stopped because it had no go juice in the part of the engine that needed to go.
Okay, thank you, Nick. That sounds to me like a fuel pressure or a fuel delivery problem. They were working there on the front of the number 990 Porsche, so early problems for MRS GT Racing. Nick Damon down there in the pits. At RSL_studio on Twitter. Matt G, could this be the earliest appearance of a hammer and now the tie wraps? So that's two of the essential pieces of equipment in the endurance racing pit lane.
Number 2 has received, and that's our only Ferrari, the Vision. Ferrari running in 16th position out overall, 7th in Pro-Am at their first 10-second penalty. And penalties coming in very, very quickly at the moment. And then we also have the 32 just copped a penalty as well, and that is the Team GP Elite.
VW Golf has made it back in the pit lane. This is the 700 miles car that was moving slowly earlier on. They're wiggling the front wheels on that car, maybe a steering issue. I did think there was something wrong with the left rear of that car. We've also had the 777 Almanar Racing team manager and the car 4 Jules Gounon's Abu Dhabi Racing. So that's both of the HRT car managers have been asked to report to race control. Both of the HRT car managers. They were the cars that started on pole position. We will let you know what is going on for that. Nick, sorry, I heard you in the background there. Go ahead.
Sorry, just saying that's the second visit by the Golf. They tried initially fiddling with the electronics, thinking that would fit it, but it looks like they've got another kind of a mystery. The car just doesn't feel right as they've been going round, waggling all the various wheels as you do. And also now looking like they're going to change the tyres. So they are in mystery problems.
Tell them the left rear wheel wasn't seated properly.
Well, they've had fairness to them. They've had a go at that, and also it's much harder not to seat a wheel that has a 5-nut threading rather than a single.
That's a fair point.
No, I was with you when I was watching that TV shot as well. I thought, yeah, that's an issue over there. But I think it was in limpo mode, and now it's just not going very well. So not a great first hour for our pole sitter in TCE.
Yeah, the Golf not quite up to par, I'm afraid, at the moment. I'll get rid of them all now.
Please do.
Yeah, I promise. I promise I will. At RSL_studio, as I was saying, on Twitter, we're still just on 20 minutes away from the first hour, just under, going on. Here's how it stands with Team WRT BMW leading. Get used to us seeing that in commentary. Just by half a second though. The battle is on for third and fourth. Jules Gounon in the Mercedes, the blue and yellow Mercedes, has got some pressure now from Earl Bamber in the black and red. Number 10, Max Martin in the 46, Team WRT BMW, and Herbert Motorsport with Robert Renauer not that far away either. They're all within about a second of each other. In fact, strike that, they're all they are now line astern for that battle in third, fourth and fifth. Robert Renauer is about another second further back. Through turn 12 then, and has Earl got through? No, he hasn't. Still the Bilstein coloured AMG sitting in third position. Here comes the number 91. I said I said Robert Renauer's a second behind. He's not. He's right on there. That's 4 cars now battling for third position in the opening stages. I mean, look, we've got 23 hours and 18 minutes still to go. But again, Phil, what this underlines to me is what people have been saying to us all week so far. They really feel as though this is not going to be a traditional Creventic, let's get to the morning and see where we are. This is going to be battling every lap of the race, particularly at the sharp end of the field.
Well, we've got 40 GT cars and not many slower cars in there with the GT, and really only 11 outside of that class, which is the GT4s and the TCEs, which means traffic is at an equal speed. And what the guys were saying yesterday, the GT3 Cup cars in the 992 category, yeah.
Well, this is the Golf that's just been into the pit lane, going slowly again. The 700 miles car. So they've changed the wheels. They've given it a good wiggle. At least they know how to get back to the pits without getting in everybody away. They're going through the cutout again.
It just doesn't look to be sitting right, John. It seemed
Fabien Defieux, who is behind the wheel of that car. So the fix didn't.
No.
Sorry, go back to your point, Phil.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that because the Porsche GT3 Cup cars, and we've got that's a big that is a big one.
That's one of the Cup cars, the Porsche Cup cars, and that's a very interesting place. And there's a little spin, and that's the leader in arm. There must be oil down. Now, can the Ferrari miss? This is turns 3, 4 and 5, and the Ferrari just missed the back of the 85 CP Racing AMG.
It's mobile, but look at the fluid on the ground. There's a lot of fluid down there. The radiator.
I think it's the 932.
Let's have a look.
That's gone around.
Oh,
that was a big incident. The door came open on the car, and I think it's the HRT performance car. We'll see in a moment. Huge moment and a spin for the AM leader. It is indeed the 932 car.
Radiators hanging off.
Well, radiators at the front of the Cup cars. That will have burst, I would think. There's some bodywork damage there. Left front suspension's gone. Some rubbing on the left rear. I don't think that left front wheel is actually connected to the steering rack. But amazingly, that car is mobile.
Unbelievable. Michael Blancheman at the wheel at that one, by the way.
So has he gone backwards into the wall, or has he been tapped by someone? Nick Damon will be getting down to that.
Now, he's not allowed to overtake under Code 60, and he's just overtaken the Vortex.
Well,
now he's going through the cut-through, but that will get looked at as well.
I think he's heading to
He may be stopping.
He's
Let's
heading
have
to
a
the
look.
pit lane, isn't he?
I'll see him come around the corner very, very shortly on the cut-through into the club link, because that peels off quite a bit earlier because the Vortex has just gone through.
Still moving.
There he is, just coming through now, through the club link. So he's making his way back to pit lane.
So this, of course, has triggered a plethora of stops. Nick Damon is watching a pit lane that is getting busier by the moment.
Very busy indeed, John. We've had the first two, so that was Vantor and Stoltz, isn't it? They've got into the fuel, but the Bilstein car, the number 4, that's stopped and had a driver and tyre change prior to going into fuel. It worked out well for the leaders because they actually were the kind of the first cars there. So they haven't got to worry too much about the potential of running out of petrol pumps. basically everyone is now streaming in, mostly for fuel. Now, interesting, one of the cars that has stopped and changed drivers is the #1 of Phoenix Racing. Ella Earhart gets out, and my guess is they'll put Michael Doppelmayr in to try and burn some of his time during the Code 60. 932 comes in. It's an absolute mess. It's been hit the nose. It's got a damage at the rear. We'll go and have a look at it in more detail as soon as the traffic stops. That's HRT performance car, of course. There's going to be a bit of a reasonable time on this, which is why I think it's Doppelmayr has got into that #1 car. So the 932 is now up on the. Let's run across there, Seb. Let's see if we can get some shots of what is a very, very damaged Porsche. Good news for the parts on Monday in Stuttgart. Bad news for the 932 team. And he's done the thing you don't want to do with a Porsche, which is whack it really hard at the front, which means you've lost some radiator, which is obviously the liquid that's on the track. They've also damaged the front left very considerably. Now, did we see, is this a contact with someone else or on their own into a barrier?
I can't answer that question for you at the moment. We caught it out of the window and indeed on the TV screens as the car was coming to a halt after what had been obviously a pretty lurid spin. It was enough to pop open the left-hand door. I think it's been into the barriers.
That's called Porsche tree where it came in. So there is
is that another swapper?
If you get a tail end, you're coming around turn 4 very quickly. If you have to lift off there in a Porsche, and you can't catch it, it's gonna spin.
There's damage to the wheel rim at the left rear, I noticed, and I wonder if there'd been side-to-side contact there. But that could have been contact. He's gone all the way around. That could have been contact with the metal barrier on there. Nick Damon is still in the pit lane, trying to stay out the way. Nick, well done.
It's hard to tell what's caused an effect, but the tyres just come off with a massive gouge out of it. I think they've got a rear left suspension failure. The front left, I think, is gone because it was clunked after hitting something, and they've snapped the tie rod on that. The intercooler's off. Luckily, all the radiators and intercoolers are things that contain water, so they haven't taken out an oil cooler, which would be a disaster for the track. What's Mr. Blanchimon's first name? Because he was the driver. Is it Michael?
Stand by.
But he's looking a bit shaken up, very, very red face, not any embarrassment, just because of the heat and whatever happened. But I'm not sure. They're kind of looking at it.
Yes, it's Michael.
So Michael, and that's all gone horribly wrong now because it's as they've stuck it up on the air jacks. One of the air jacks hasn't fired, so now it's the leaning tower of Porsche. And managed to get the other one up, managed to get it now up.
Nick, just whilst you're watching that, it has made contact with the barrier. I can tell you that because there's going to be barrier repairs required at driver's right on turn 5. So Phil Anson spotted the Porsche tree in the background there. And so this could be an extended Code 60, and we were doing so well in the first hour as well. What did it? I said we needed 26 laps an hour. We're on 22 so far.
And we've got 10 minutes to go under Code 60. So swings and roundabouts.
Nick, does this look like bolt-on, bolt-off parts that can be fixed?
Well, yes. The front suspension definitely. The rear suspension definitely. There is from front legs, I think the bolt-on, bolt-off. The crumple of the rear probably is the most damaging. It's a lot of bolt-on, bolt-off, but nothing particularly structural. It has had it's crushed the front crush structure, which is fine because it's supposed to do that, and you can bolt it off. Actually, if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, I'll just point the area that's been bent, which is actually unbolts, which supports the whole front section. They're going for it 100%. They're bringing out a selection of boxes, so this is not a retirement. They obviously reckon they can get the bits in as thousands of pounds of radiators come out. Yeah, I mean, it's good on them. They're going to repair. The advantage is, of course, HRT have, I think, what 5, with their other names in the races they're supporting, they've got 5 cars here. So there's a reasonable chance that they will have to... Just see if I can grab a quick word with Michael. He looks quite... Michael, quick word? No, he's not. No, I'll let him off that one.
No, that's fine. Absolutely fine. All right, Nick, you stay there and keep an eye on that. Various people cycling through the pit. So we're under our first Code 60 of the day. The cars are being diverted away from turn 5. huge spin and hit on the right-hand side arm core for the HRT Porsche. Some fluid, water or coolant at least, we think. Lurid spin from the number 85 CP Racing, Charles Esplanade, the leader in GT3 AM, and a masterful piece of avoidance by, I think, the Pulson Motorsport BMW that was right in behind. And my goodness me, that could have been even a bigger incident. So at the moment then, everybody is doing 60 kilometers an hour and no more. They have instruments in the car to let them monitor their, not necessarily their speed, but their time around the track. And as we know, the track is at 5.39 meters, so that's 5.39 minutes per lap. GP Elite coming into the pit lane with the 32. They are soaking up a penalty. That is allowed when we are under full course purple, or code 60.
That one is a 10, so it'll be a 20.
It is doubled, as Phil has mentioned there. The team have to do their own timing, and there's a helper down there with the green gilet on, just making sure that that full 20 seconds is being soaked up by that car.
Yeah.
We're under full course purple. Code 60 for the first time, Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yeah, got the leader in the pits. In fact, got the top 3 in the pits.
Again.
Now, I assume, no, sorry, not the top 3, sorry, it's both the WRTs and once again the number 4. So I think that they've decided this is going to be a long code 60 and they're sticking their amateur drivers in, much as Phoenix have already done with Michael Doppelmayr.
Yeah.
So my guess is that Dries Van Tor will get out. I'm not quite sure because I haven't got the team listing who is officially the amateur driver within that car. They're also the teammate car, the 46 WTs come in. A second driver change in a couple of laps for the Mercedes, the Haupt Racing number 4. And that'll be because they did a normal driver change and they went, oh, hang on, no, this is going to be a longer stop. Let's burn some AM time. So, and they are filling up again. So that's so all those cars will now be up to even with half a tank full because we hadn't run a full stint. Everyone's going to be back up to 120 litres. So the next stint could be pretty long.
So the top 8 are in the pit lane. I'll make that actually the top dozen or so. I would expect to see Michael Doppelmayr for Phoenix Racing come around in a moment. That car could take the lead here because they did their pit stop early. Thanks, Nick. They did their pit stop early, got Michael in, fueled him and sent him, and they'll leave him now. We may have to replace or repair.
They're going to pull it. They're going to try and break.
They're going to pull it straight. Yeah. All three layers of the metal arm core barrier down on the exit driver's right of turn 5. The cars are not going anywhere near any of the vehicles. They've been directed off the circuit and onto the run-off area as they've...
I think there's going to be a sledgehammer down there, John.
Sledgehammer around the back.
Yes, I think so.
This does give the hard-working marshals the chance to get rid of whatever the fluid was. There are various bits of Porsche front end down there, some of which are actually pretty intact. The whole front bumper assembly, front bumper cover assembly, which I'm sure is very, very expensive for a 992 Carrera Cup car. I think that could be used again.
Yeah. I'll see it on a track day next weekend.
Yeah, almost certainly.
The 26 has just got the first penalty for not respecting the new refueling regulations. And that is a 20-second penalty. So they overfilled their car under code 60. And that is the Centerlock Juniors team in the Audi R8 running in 13th position.
Well, they need to come round and serve that straight away.
Exactly.
They might as well do it. Benji Gotha brings the rough score with Dragon Racing AMG GT3. They were leading their class when they came in. The bright purple Motul Porsche also in the pit lane. That
Jason Hart at the wheel of that one. That is a Herbst Motorsport car.
That's the 92 Herbst.
92, currently running 6 in the GT3 Pro-Am category.
And they are, that's the American Crude car. Adam Adelson, Elliot Skier, Steve Lucas along with him in that car. Seth Lucas, excuse me.
Boy.
So I was incorrect with who came through in the lead, I think. I'll let them come round through another timing point, but on the middle of the back straight, through the binoculars, I can see the number 21, Haas RT, Audi R8. This is Fred Vervish. Now, he started in 41st position. Check that, 33rd position. Row 22. Fred Vervish, after just 57 minutes of the race, is now leading. Now, they've done that with a mix of exceptional speed.
Yes.
Because he was already well up inside the top 20. I think he was in 13th the last time that I checked him before we had that incident at turn 5. But add to that some great pit work and strategy, and Haas RT with Fred Vervish from 43rd at the start of the race due to them not getting a full run in qualifying, now lead the motor race ahead of Lucas Groneveld for Team GP Elite, the bright orange Porsche, in second, some 30 seconds behind. I wonder if Fred has not stopped yet. I wonder if he has just steered out. I'll need to find another screen for that. No, he's been through the pits twice, so I take that back. So that has been super efficient work by Fred on the track and Haas RT on the strategy and turning the car around. He might have looked into getting a free pump. Petrol pumps are not an infinite resource.
This is going to be the problem for a lot of the teams who decided to come in but back in the pack, because there are limited fuel pumps down there, and everybody's coming back around to get their 50%, then their other 50%. More heartache for the 932, the car that Michael Blanchimont at the wheel, the HRT Performance, the car that impacted the wall at turn 5. They've just got a 60-second penalty for overtaking another car as they overtook the Vortex to come back through, and their penalty for taking a shortcut has just been withdrawn, because I think they've got enough pain at the moment with adding to the penalties, and it's fair play, because they've got a lot of work to do to get that car back out, and I guarantee you we will see that car back out again. We've got just over 23 hours to go on this code 60, which started with about 10 minutes to go to the hour.
Yep, and 24 laps completed. We need 26 in the hour to get somewhere close to our 628 distance records. Well, with an hour completed, thank you for joining us. We're under our first neutralisation, code 60 of the race, for a lurid spin and a hit on the wall for the HRT Performance machine. And glad to say that Michael Blanchimont is fine. Didn't want to talk to us after getting out of the 932. We understand that. In Studio 2, in the booth, it is Phil Anson and me, John Hindhaugh, Nick Damon, down in the pits. And we're live from Dubai as we start the 2023 International Endurance Season with the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. More teams coming into the pit lane in this first neutralisation. The Vision Ferrari soaking up its penalty. Dino Lunardi brought that car in. It does, I mean, taking people away from where the work's going on the track because you've got so much room does mean that you can really work on that fluid, whether it was coolant or oil or a bit of both. The guys in orange are doing a cracking job down there and making sure they're using every available bit of time that they're being afforded.
Exactly. If this was Monaco, that would have been a stoppage. We would have had to get everybody back to the pits.
No way.
And they probably would have been able to get back to the pits apart from going on a barge. So,
There's a thought.
Indeed.
I'll tell you the other thing I noticed, Phil, when we were looking over there at turn 5, is how much rubber already offline.
Yes.
Now, we've talked this week with some of the drivers and teams about the single seat series. There's 3 different tyre manufacturers here, obviously Hankook for the main series, but we've had a lot more running from particularly 2 single-seater series, UAE F4 and the Formula Regional, who use a different tyre manufacturer, and they are quite soft rubber, and it has laid it down. The Clio competitors I was talking to, who again run a different manufacturer, they were saying that they were finding it very difficult to get the cars set up. It looks to me as though we're already beginning to lift some of that rubber that's been laid down, so we'll see an evolution, quite a significant evolution of the track conditions and therefore the track times within this first couple of hours of the race. Just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon here at Dubai Autodrome, Nick Damon is down in the pits.
No, it's Joe Bradley.
Oh, hello, Joe.
I just wanted to say hello.
Hello.
And
Happy
to
New
open
Year.
up my part of the programme with an update on the number 48 Porsche. It is, of course, the Salison by Cox Racing. Peter Cox with me. Peter, you walked out at just the right moment there. I can see the gearbox is now in, so we're getting there.
You think I walked in at the right moment?
For me, you did. Yeah. Well, I mean, the team are working very hard, and now the gearbox is in.
Yeah, they always do that, to be honest, and it's very unfortunate because it's really strange. I think we think a gear has broken actually because there was no oil spill or nothing in the car, and it was still running, and it was but it was just making a really horrible noise. So we had to box, and we're now changing it, and then we start our 24-hour.
You know, back in the old days with stick shifts and clutches, the driver had to nurse a gearbox. These days, it's completely out of your control. You just pull a paddle. What happens internally is not down to the driver anymore.
Yeah, thank God, because else I always got the blame. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's just unfortunate because we tried to do everything right, you know, to have a good result, and shame that you then get it like a little bit broken like this, literally. Yeah. So we'll see.
All right. You know, there's nothing to do now other than just go out and race. Does it take the pressure off a little bit? You just say, let's see where we get to.
I mean, I'm going to, the moment I drive out of the pit lane, I'm not going to think that, you know, it's pressure off and just roll around, you know. We just go and see how far we get.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, Peter Cox, who's synonymous with Creventic and particularly this race, been coming here for a very long time. This is the 18th running of this season opener. Hello to Scott Fitzsimmons. Hello, Scott. Hope you're well. He's tweeted us at RSL Studio. Happy New Year to you, Scott, as well. Isn't it me? The fan engagement looking a lot stronger this year. It's been steady this week up until today, but I think today's been good. We didn't get quite as many people for qualifying this year, but of course qualifying's moved from a Thursday evening to a Friday evening, and there's a religious significance, of course, to Friday evening here. What we've got today is what looks like a family day. The parking on the outside of the circuit, the gold parking, or behind where our Studio 2 here, our booth is, was very busy from quite early on this morning with the support races, bringing some people in. And every time we go through the tunnel to go into the infield to the catering, there's a steady stream of people coming backwards and forwards. And I do think, Phil, that the terrace down at Turn 1, the fact that Audi have taken over the Cars Cafe, and that's been well promoted, and of course the new Apex Garden, I do think that that's encouraging people to stay and have a few hours here.
Well, there's things to do. There's different places to see the race. Obviously, for the grandstand, there's an LED screen. There's another LED screen down there in the Apex Garden as well, so you can watch and listen to our dulcet tones. Thank you very much for listening. It provides more opportunities to see the race and see it from different areas. That noise you heard was the 26th leaving the penalty box.
Junior team, Audi.
Yeah, that was the one who got pinged for the refuelling incident, starting it a little bit early. The barrier repairs at Turn 5 are still continuing on. I did see a crowbar as well. Nick will be happy with that. So
right.
I haven't seen the sledgehammer as yet. As everybody, we are now round about, this code 60 started at 15:44 local time, so we're about 20 minutes into this code 60. So if you have your AM drivers, I think there is quite a few AM drivers out there in the cars at the moment sucking up some of their time.
Tiny bit of damage on the back of the number 99 Team Attemptor Racing Audi. Just something hanging down to the right rear. Let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Just to tell you that the number 26 Audi, the Sonderlock Junior team, they're listening to Phil, because what they've done is they've put one of their RAM drivers into the car. As that car now leaves its pit box, that's exactly the tactic they're employing.
Absolutely smart. We're down into the 159s already, or at least we were before the interruption. Fred Vervish, who briefly led the race, remember, just before the hour, has now made another pit stop. So what I think Fred's doing, I mean, this is something else we need to remind everyone, particularly if you're coming to this race and you're not a regular viewer of Creventic. Hang on, Bradley's got his hammer out.
It's done now.
Just 1 second, Joe. Just a reminder that the drivers who started can, in fact, at any time during the race, you can only do 2 hours consecutively in the car. Then you have to get out. So that is part of the tactics. Bradley, what's going on with that hammer? Oh, the lump hammer's out. That Nick's going to be delighted.
I knew the deployment of the lump hammers would grab your attention. So you know the front of the Porsche is basically the luggage compartment on this 911, the engine and gearbox at the back. So that it looks to me as though the impact has folded the floor of that luggage compartment, and the lump hammer's been deployed to straighten it out a bit. And that's what you can hear in the background.
Also, what it is, Joe, that if you notice, there's 2 square plates at either side of sort of the mouth at the front of that. That's where the deformable structures bolt onto. So they'll be wanting to make sure that they get straightened out as well. I noticed the right front radiator's already been changed on that car. They're working on the left upright and the left. In fact, the left radiator is there already.
That's where the mount is for that as well.
Yeah,
John.
I was going to say they're just straightening out mounts, aren't they?
And you know that mounting hole only has to be out by a centimetre, and that radiator won't go in where it's supposed to go in. Now the brand new deformable beam that bolts to the front of the car has been brought out, and you can see, or at least I can see, where that's going to go. And right now, just offering it up to the car. And you know what? These holes just have to be out by a centimetre, and I can't quite see where they are offering it up, but I'm not sure. You know what? It looks like they've done the job.
I think they have, Joe.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to line up, because that's quite a feat to unfold that twisted metal so that front beam, which is obligatory. That car can't run without that. It wouldn't be allowed to go out without that piece going on the front of the car.
Well, that's it's the deformable structure. The bumper cover goes over the top of that, and obviously that has to fit on as well. But as Joe rightly says, that is protecting the front chassis legs.
Yeah, we'd be gaffer taping the bumper on as well without that, of course, because the bumper would have nowhere to fix to.
Headlamp, left front headlamp unit. I dread to think how much that is for a 992.
Indeed.
Yeah, we did mention what car we're talking about. This is the car that had the big off, isn't it?
Yes, correct. This is the
932.
The 932 that Michael Blanchemont was driving, the French arm driver.
Just going to pick something up here. At the moment, Dylan Pereira is leading in the Tresor Attempto Racing, and they've left him in the car. He is their only pro driver. He's only allowed to do 50% of the race, okay, and with a maximum 2-hour driving time. They do have an AM in their team who can do, he has to do a minimum of 2 hours, in the AM in the team. And that's Andrei Mukovoz, who is their AM. He's not in the car at the moment. Dylan is wasting a lot of time out there because he's got another 50 minutes that he can be at the wheel of that car before he has to get out. He has to get out, yeah. And so, but with their strategy, they're currently leading the race. That's the 99 car, Tresor Attempto Racing. With the code 60 activated, they're 28 seconds ahead of Grove Racing.
Well, into the fueling area, Herbeth Motorsport, Daniel Alleman in that car. Now, they are the past masters of diving into the pits at the right time. They're filling that car now for the 3rd time, I believe. So that will be brim full by the time we go back to green, which cannot be too far away, because the barriers look as if they are back in shape. Now, what I need to be able to see is whether the cars are still being shepherded off the track as they go through that area? Yes, they are, because the machinery is still there, so we're a little way away.
Oh, the street sweeper's there now. That's towards the end, street sweeper.
Yeah, street sweeper is in there, and that means we can't be too far away from going back to green. This has now been 20 minutes and more.
Well, yes, we started this one 15:44, so yeah, we're now over to the 20-minute mark. I reckon probably should be under 30. Should be under 30 before we get going again.
So what do you do now, Phil? Put your team manager hat on. Let's assume that you... Hello, Peter. Let's assume that you put in your AM driver 25 minutes ago, and it's coming around to going back to green. Do you bring them back in now and say, put one of your pro-ams in or one of your pros, or do you leave your AM driver in and say, go on, finish an hour, go on, do an hour?
Okay, you've got a track that is being repaired, but it's not going to be 100%. We've taken some rubber off a very quick corner. They're not going to be able to do those speeds they were doing previously before then. The people who are in the cars now are seeing this, are sort of understanding what they're going to do. You put a new person in there, they're going to struggle for the first couple of laps when they work out, is it slippery here, where do I place my line? CP Racing know where they're going to place their line because they went on bad stuff already. But I'm a 33.66. I would actually, what you've done, most of them are filled up to the brim now. You know, do you do a long run early?
Well, if you filled up the brim, though, that means you don't have to go up the pit lane again. You just do your driver change.
Exactly.
Also, the other thing is you're driving off the track all the time down by there, so you're going to have dusty tyres. I'm wondering if it's not worth bringing your driver in and slapping a new set of clean rubber on that tyre so you don't have to weave around. And if you're going to do that and change all 4 tyres, you might as well change your driver as well.
Exactly. So, yeah, if you're going to take... There's no what you would call... you're not going to not gain anything by having the driver change done. It just makes the team manager's job a little bit more difficult, especially with the balance of performance of driver time in some of the teams, and there are pages of that. So it's difficult to understand. And there's CP Racing now.
CP Racing in from the lead of GT3 AM. Now, that's the number 85. Charles Esplanad's been in that car from the start, and this is their 3rd time through the pit lane. Now, I'm going to predict that they'll change their driver here, but what they won't do, they've put a new set of Hankooks on. I don't think they'll fuel this car. I think this car is pretty close to being absolutely full, and it will need either a very small splash or it will go straight back out again.
Well, it won't need... a full 50%, which is what they can do. So no one knew.
Okay, what do you reckon? Fuel or no fuel?
50-50.
He burns a little bit more time in the pit lane, but we're not back to green yet, so he's not losing anything.
Exactly.
He's going to turn right. Is he going to turn right? Is he going to turn right?
He called it, John.
No, he's
straight out.
Okay.
Yes. Well done. I marked that one down for you.
If you see enough things, eventually something's got to be right.
It's more than 25%. Yeah, it always works.
I think I've got a better hit rate than the weathermen normally back in the UK. Here it's a bit easier. It's going to be like tomorrow, sunny. Let's go down to the pit lane before we go back to green. Not too far away now. Joe Bradley, where are you?
Well, Seb and I were just speculating what you guys were speculating, and whether that car would go to fueling.
Who Seb is. Seb is one
Seb's
of
our cameraman.
Right, we have 2 RF cameramen in the pits, as usual for this 24-hour race. Seb, we affectionately call Das Pit Machine because he seems to just go on and on and on. So what have you been speculating with Seb Das Pit Machine?
Well, we were by CP Racing, wondering if he was going to drive past, and because there was no sort of activity from the team, we suspected, he is. He's going to drive straight through. But what I'm puzzled at is just exactly what you guys were talking about. How much fuel has he got on board? And
well, that's the 3rd time down the pit lane, Joe, so they're not bereft of fuel.
Charles Esplanade is now out of the car.
He started the car, Joe.
And I want to just see what state his underwear is in after that.
Because, yes, it was him that had the spin. And,
of course.
So it was the Ferrari, wasn't it?
No, the Porsche. The Porsche.
No, but the Ferrari nearly drove into the side of him.
Yeah.
Charles Putman is at the wheel now of the 408.
CP,
another Charles.
Of CP Racing.
Indeed.
I've got Charles now with us, and we're just going to step out. He's been working very hard. And I'm going to... Let's go around here, Charles. Here we go. I'm going to ask you a very personal question. It's probably a question I've asked you before, to be honest. How's your underwear?
I'd have to go look at it, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
I was worried about your underwear when I saw you spin that car.
Yeah, I'm curious to download my heart rate from my watch. It had to jump it pretty quick. That was really close. I mean, thank God everybody missed everybody and we got back clear. I thought for sure I'd taken off the end plate off the wing on the right side. It felt mere millimeters, but I'm sure it was more room.
No, it was. It was. I mean, I bet you felt you were really close to the barrier.
Yeah, I thought for sure it was going to hit. So,
are you aware how close the Ferrari was to hitting you?
No.
No. You can see that one as well.
Yeah. Okay. I can't wait to see it, and maybe I don't want to see it, but yeah, we'll hang on the CP Racing luck there for that one, and then it's going to be a long, hard race, man. Everybody's going really hard.
It just epitomizes endurance racing, isn't it? Because you can be driving very sensibly and doing everything right, and then it's not somebody creates a problem for you, and there's nothing really you can think about and how to avoid that. It's just the big guy upstairs, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, whatever the racing gods are, thank to them. But you're always got to be on your toes and stuff. And I'm kind of ADHD, whatever. It's hard for me to pay attention. But when you're out there, obviously in endurance racing like this with all these different competitors, different classes, you really got to pay attention. And sometimes you get lucky.
We had a bit of talk about the track evolving. We've had a lot of support races on different rubber. Is that been a factor in the early stages?
It seems to us there is, yeah. When some of the other series put down some different rubber, we struggle particularly with our setup for a little while until it gets cleaned off. We really noticed it the other day in practice. It was like, well, what happened to the car? And then, it kind of came back into it. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Obviously, we're used to that in the States. They usually have like 15 series running on the same weekend, and you kind of learn what different rubber affects your rubber, so to speak.
And the track's coming back.
Yeah, for sure. It gets a little later in the afternoon here. We'll start looking for some good runs in the evening.
Thanks, Charles. Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Going back to green flag, Charles Espinal from CP Racing, and maybe he doesn't want to watch that replay. We can show him it later.
All the diversions have been removed.
We are going back to green flag racing after what was that? Near
35 minutes.
Yeah, just over 35 minutes of intervention from code 60 neutralisation. Got a very late caller into the pit lane. That's one of the BMWs. Oh, now that's interesting. Coming to the pit lane and
safety car.
That's the safety car.
Course car. Sorry, course car.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, big sideways moment for the 99 getting on the power.
That's the Tresor Temptor Racing. Dylan Pereira, well, he was very busy with the right foot there, making sure he didn't get jumped when we went back to green. CP Racing on the front straight as well. Charles Putnam, he's got the leader coming round behind him, and now things get back to pace very quickly indeed. Remember, we haven't bunched the field up behind a safety car. They've all been running round at 60 kilometres an hour. Let's see who gets the temperature and therefore the pressure into their Hankook Racing tyres. So Pereira leads by 15 seconds from Grove Racing's Stephen Grove in second. Audi from Porsche from the 777. Almanar Racing by HRT Mercedes. Martin Conrad behind the wheel in third. He's yet to cross the line though, as the leading pair have completed 28 laps. Just coming on to 20 past 4 in the afternoon. Good afternoon if you are just joining us wherever you are around the world. RS1 live across the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels, with video at radio-show.co.uk as well on the Creventic 24H homepage and via YouTube, and with the onboard cameras, search 0221 on YouTube. Now, once again, we've seen this earlier in the weekend, the 714 GTX category KTM, the Milwaukee KTM, the cover for the drivers, the clamshell, is not fastened down properly. It is moving around, and I can't imagine that that's going to be allowed to continue. That whole cockpit structure goes up and forwards. There's a roll cage underneath it that you've got to negotiate your way through. It's an extremely clever design. I believe unique in racing cars. I was involved with the Celine S7R and that car's development, and that had gull-wing doors, but they were far more conventional than what we see on the KTM.
Those pit stops, John, everybody played different strategy around there because...
ones, twos and threes in the top 10.
Exactly. On my screen, I don't know how many did Dylan, did the 99 Tresor Attempto Racing do?
Just one.
Exactly, because they are leading by a lap and 15 seconds at the moment. So they've actually done a different type of strategy because they're on 29 laps. Behind them, sorry, now it's clicked over 19 seconds from Stephen Grove.
Yeah.
So it has clicked over. And so how many did the Grove Racing do? They only did...
the leading pair did one stop
each. Yes.
So the 99 Porsche and the the 99 Audi and the number 10 Porsche. Martin Conrad is the first of the cars that did 2 stops for Almanar Racing in the 777. The Team WRT number 7 also did 2 stops, as did the Team WRT number 46. Now they've both moved up. Khaled El Khabaisi is now behind the wheel of the number 4 in 6th position, just about to cross the line now, and has done. So he's 55 seconds back. That's another 2-stopper. The first of the 3 stop cars is Daniel Alleman, Herbert Motorsport in 7th position, the number 91 car. So Dylan Pereira with that little bit of trim hanging down just behind the right rear wheel in the mostly black with a little bit of red on it, number 99. Trying to decide what that is that's hanging down at the back. They don't run mud flaps on these cars, so it's nothing like that, but it's clearly not slowing Dylan down on the right rear of this car. I'll get the binos on it as it comes through turn 14 now with a gaggle of 4 Cup class Porsches, actually, and the GT3 Porsche as well in there as he comes through. Able to pick his line. I mean, wow, that Audi slightly off the track as he goes round the final car, but just able to change his line mid-corner. That Audi is working very, very well indeed, Phil.
Well, for Dylan, it's really different car for him to drive because he's the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion, and most of his championships have been done in Porsches. And when Nick interviewed him on the grid, it was, it's a different car to drive. But boy, they're working a different strategy from the Tresor Attempto Racing team this weekend. Getting it, they left the pro in the car because he literally has 36 minutes left of drive time before he has to pit. Now, just a clarification on drive time, okay? So if you come into the pits and you don't change driver, that is included in your drive time. If you come into the pits and change driver, your pit in is the end of your stint, and when the new driver jumps in, the pit out is the start of their stint. And so even if you come in like some of the teams didn't change drivers but did 3 pit stops, the drive time is amalgamated.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
And there are severe penalties for exceeding drive times. And also, your break after your driving stint has to be more than 50% of your previous stint. So you can't jump back in the car if a code 60 comes out and you've done a 1 hour and it's 15 minutes and another code 60 comes out. You're not allowed to jump back in the car until you have reached the minimum break time allowed. So that's all about safety, and that's all about making sure the drivers can get rehydrated. Still 25 degrees here, John, 25 past 4. So the track temperature is staying high. The Hankooks are working well now, and everybody just burning off that fuel that I think, apart from the lead 2 cars, everybody's pretty much on full tanks.
Yeah. Well, if they timed it right, they won't be a million miles, Phil, because they would have started brim full.
Yes.
You know, they've done probably 2/3, 3/4 of a stint, and then got half a tank of fuel.
Yes.
So they're not a million miles away. At the front of the field, Dylan Pereira is pulling away. Tresor Attempto Racing, ATT. It's the team name if you're watching the screens on the top left. GRO is Grove Racing. ALM is Almanar Racing by HRT. WRT, that's WRT. That one can. See, Vincent Voss is clever, isn't he? It names his team so that you can get the full team on the 3-letter identifier. Well
beautiful.
done, Vincent. Absolutely brilliant stuff. 76, that is the brightly coloured McLaren being chased by the Mercedes at the moment. Meantime, third in the class and fourth in its division, Stefan Perel in the 188. They had their problems earlier on for AC Motorsport. At one stage, both of their cars were in the pit lane.
That 76 car, that was that right-hand rear suspension being replaced on that car
well
in a really, but quick time to get that done after that. We saw that.
How many laps have they dropped, Phil, on the 76?
Let me have a look.
He's off my screen here. I don't touch any
they're
of these.
27 laps down at the plus 27 laps. So, they came in at that one there. They've just completed 27 laps now. Leaders are on 31 laps. So they're four laps to get that done, and that was done under green.
And I was going to say, that's
wow.
That's 8 minutes.
That's 8 minutes to change that right-hand rear suspension. Wow, that is so quick.
Pretty impressive. Trailing ahead this evening, I know many of you around the world, we're plus 4 hours to GMT at the moment. Sun sets tonight, 10 minutes before 6, 17:50 local time. And then we have 13 hours and 16 minutes officially of darkness until the sun rises on Sunday morning at 6 minutes past 7.
However, we have a pretty big moon coming up at 11 o'clock this evening. Moonrise is at around about 11 p.m. this evening, which adds to a little bit here if there isn't any cloud. So just keeping an eye on moonrise, 23:24 this evening. And so we will have a partial moon.
It's a third quarter moon tonight.
Third quarter moon.
Yeah. So that's around about 56% lit.
And at the moment, clear skies here in Dubai. 25 degrees.
Lovely.
Just perfect conditions for racing and being in the Apex Garden over there at the moment.
27 is Heart of Racing's Aston Martin. Ian James on board that car in 10th position. The number 4 is a little bit further up. Khaled Al-Khabazi.
You called it an Aston Martin again.
Oh, did I?
You asked me to pull you up on it.
Yeah. Khaled Al-Khabazi for Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT. Going down the front straight now. Pick your braking point. Just over the top of the rise. Probably just a little bit after the change in the surface there.
You actually need to feather the brake pedal slightly because you do come downhill and the front end does get a little bit light, and if you really thump on those brakes, you're going to lock it up.
Here's where the accident was. Khaled Al-Khabazi negotiates it beautifully. Now through into turn number 7, the right-hander. Get the car back across to the right-hand side of the road and set yourself up for 8 and 9. It can be taken as one corner here. Now, in the early part of the race, everybody was hugging the red and white curb down at the bottom of the hill there. But you do scrub a little bit of speed off there, and you have to have a little more front-end turn, a bit more lot in there. He was a good car and a half away from the Apex, but that's fine so long as you haven't got anybody up your tailpipes, and in fact, you might even you'll be taking a lot less out of your front tyres there, Phil.
You're taking the lock off earlier and also getting the throttle on earlier because of the line that you're taking around that corner, which means you're extending your speed down the straight towards the braking zone at turn 10. Khaled Al-Khabazi just rounding turn 12 up at the top of the hill, back end just sliding out a little bit, big bump on the entry there.
And just coming off the top of the rise as you want to be flat on the throttle.
Exactly, and with these really stiffly sprung cars, the tendency is to cock a wheel there because of the way that you come across. Oh,
now, you see, I like the way Khaled takes 14. He dives all the way in, almost looks like he's missed the corner and then pulls it back, but he gets on the power super early. He goes to the left-hand side of the Porsche Cup car. Meantime, ahead of him is Daniel Alleman for Herbert Motorsport, and that's the car he's trying to chase down at the moment as they come onto the start-finish line. This is a battle for position.
That Porsche was going into the pits, and
really?
and that's why they all got crossed up.
Alleman very nearly took that Porsche out then.
Exactly.
The Precut Racing Herbert machine with the green spots on the headlights.
908 Porsche, that's the one that's coming in to the pits at the moment.
That is Sebastien Lejeune, racing by Duo, 9th in the 992 AM class.
Yeah.
Joe Bradley is down there.
Hey guys, just left rear being changed on that car. That's still got air in it.
Hello, Joe. Can we hear you?
Yeah, I'm just saying, John, just left rear on that car being changed, and the driver. And I've just kicked the tyre that's come off, and it's got air in it, so I'm not sure. I can't see anything sort of drastically wrong with the tyre that's come off. Yes, it's worn, it's shown signs of usage. And that's the 908 out. New driver on board, not quite sure who took over there.
I'll tell him.
Only the left rear.
I wonder if they had a tyre pressure warning on that car. Sebastien Lejeune, the man with his name above the door, quite literally, of the 908 by Duo Racing. They're supported by the Porsche Centre Lorraine in France. And as he heads out of the pit lane, no, in fact goes into the fuel, that makes sense. Joe Bradley will have a word with the team in his best French and ask if everything was all right with the pneu. Did the pneu have the air? Any news, Joe?
It's showing signs of inside sidewall, so the inside edge sidewall. Clear signs of damage there. So I think you're on the nosy there, mate. It's been a pressure sensor that's brought that car in.
That's very interesting. Yeah. The left rear, we have slightly more right turns here than left. There's 9 rights and 7 lefts. The left-hand turns tend to be the very long radius ones, but they're not necessarily the quickest corners. When you think of the fast corners, maybe
3-4 they're leaning on it. 3-4 they're really leaning on that, because 3-4 the 10 being that way, 12 and 16 you're leaning on it, and 1 as well. So I reckon 3-4, because it's the fastest you're going around a left-hand corner, and that's where you're leaning on it.
And by the way, my defence for Heart of Racing, Heart of Racing run Aston Martins in the IMSA series.
You put your hand up way before it started.
I said I would do it at least once. And also, and thank you, Alan Prosser, that points out that it is the same engine and gearbox as they'll
You were
be running.
50%.
Yeah, 50%. Absolutely right. But the worst thing about this is I'll get to Daytona next week for the Raw, and during the qualifying, I'll be saying, and there's the Aston Martin EMG. I mean, there's the Heart of Racing. It doesn't matter. It's just the 27 and the 23.
Change of position. In second position, Martin Conrad in the 777 moves up. Stephen Grove in the number 10 moves down into third position. And that was a change on lap 35 for the second position. The battle's still continuing on. We're over 1.5 hours in at the moment.
Half an hour then for Dylan Pereira before he has to come in and get out of that Tresor Attempto Racing. However, he's pulled, remember, it was about 15-16 seconds when we went back to green out of the Code 60. It's now over 30 seconds, that lead.
Because the 777 and the 10 were battling over second position.
In fact, it's nearly 44 seconds now, and the last lap around, he took over 0.3 of a second out of them.
That's because they were battling for position and change position. What a Tresor Attempto Racing have got it right so far with their strategy, and now it's Almana by HRT, Grove Racing having a battle, and then we've got Mohammed Fahad Al-Saad in the Team WRT number 7 car closing in on the back of that, just 1.3 seconds behind. So another battle looming up there. Those two, the 77 and the 10, keep on battling. Mohammed Al-Saad in the WRT car, he's going to be right on them for fourth position. That's a three-way battle for second.
990 team manager has been asked to go to race control. That is the MRS GT machine. We saw that car with problems earlier on being recovered from turn 11. Also into the pit lane, the No, the Salison by Cox Racing 48.
Oh, that's come out of the pit box. So
that's coming out of the pit box.
That came in on lap 5, and so we're now on lap 35. So that spent 30 laps in the pits for that, I think, gearbox change, wasn't it?
Yeah, Joe Bradley was patrolling in exactly the right spot as Coxey came out of the pit lane.
Down in the fuel bay now, so they've got that car back out on the set on the track again, back in 52nd position.
And it's to apprehend Peter Cox earlier on with Peter. Battle for position out on the circuit, at least for the same bit of circuit. 928 and 961 are Cup cars. That's one of the FAC Auto Tech car. That's 9th and 10th. Keith Bessam in the 928 HRT, and the FAC Auto Tech is Peter Hagelin. Now these are Porsche Cup cars. They are used to being close quarters battling. And by far the biggest number in a single class is this Porsche Cup class, with an AM and a Pro category. These cars originally, of course, all of the correct. Oh, spin at turn 16, and that's another one of the Cup class cars that's gone around. Can't quite see it from our. I can just see the rear wing end plates.
990 possibly, John. The 990.
Again, that was the car that was came back with a flatbed, and the team manager's just been asked to go to race control. That is very, very dangerous. Not on the racing line, but has had to wait. Good spot, Philip, was 990. Had to wait for the marshals to let him go. That went very early in the piece and almost picked up one of the following cars that came through. So that was a super bit of driving by the next Porsche through, which I think was the car in 40th position.
40th position, which was that's the Dragon Racing car. Yeah, no. So another Porsche down there.
That must have been the Zorg Rennsport car.
Possibly.
Yeah, the 227. Let's go to Joe Bradley after that excitement up here in the booth. Joseph, where are you in the pit lane?
You guys mentioned the 76 McLaren only in the pits for 8 minutes with that suspension job. Jody Firthy is the team manager. You can tell us exactly how that came about. So 8 minutes for a suspension issue. What exactly happened, Jody?
So we, through turn 12, as the car dropped off the curb, the damper mount came out the top. So it was something we've seen before in previous years. But yeah, just an unfortunate incident. And then from the moment it came in to actually the pit in line to the pit out line, as you say, 8 minutes and 4. And that was to take fuel as well. So I think with 24-hour racing, a lot of it is to do with the preparation, and the boys was super prepped, amazing job. You know, I actually got quite choked up to see the boys do such a good job. So
it always blows my mind. Is that something that the team would have practiced, changing that sort of, you know, where the damper mounts to and stuff? Sort of drilled into them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you know, the experience that the guys have, you know, they've done a lot of this type of racing. So we rehearse things like this. You know, we go through many different scenarios about things that could happen, and we always have a solution. We never really have to react to it. We're quite proactive about it. So yeah, it was something that the part was out ready. Many different parts are out ready. You know, because this happens inevitably with mixed class racing over such a distance.
Is the instruction to the drivers now to be very cautious of the curbing, I would imagine?
Exactly. Yeah. You know, we have to react to the problem. We can't just pretend it may not happen again. So yeah, the brief to the 4 drivers now is, you know, just be cautious at that particular point of the circuit. We didn't feel we needed to forewarn them about any part. The McLaren's been amazing since we've got it. So no, we don't envisage another problem, but of course we're cautious.
It is 24 hours. Jody, while I've got you here, tell me a little bit about the team. It's a number 76. It's a McLaren 720. The team 7T6. Where did that name come from?
I think it's just a cool name. You know, I think, you know, it's Joe Edge who owns the team. You know, I think it's instead of being something motorsport or something racing or team this or whatever, I think it's a catchy name he decided to allocate to it, and it gets exactly this. You know, people ask Joe all the time, where did it come from, and the drivers, where does it come from? So yeah, it's just a cool thing.
Tell us about your drivers. I'm familiar with James Cottingham from Historics. A little bit different driving that GT3 McLaren, though, I would imagine, from James. Tell us how the driver lineup came about.
Yeah, so James, we're obviously familiar, having run the car in British GT last year with Mia Flewitt and Ewan Hankey, and James is obviously in the 2Cs Mercedes. So we've always been aware of how good James has been, and that's why he was tasked with starting today. That's not to discredit any of the other three, all been absolutely spectacular. Andrew Gilbert, who's not had too much experience of the McLaren or of GT3 racing so far, he was amazing in qualifying. He had a difficult initial first 3 laps with traffic, and he kept his head and he nailed the lap on the last lap, so we were really proud of Andy for that. Matus, brilliant guy. He's driven a lot of Ferraris, so he slotted in, liked the McLaren, was responsive to it, and those 3 drivers, their average lap time within 0.2 of one another. And then we put Fran Rueda in, who was amazing last night on a used tyre. The lap time that he dragged out to just be 0.2 off the more factory-based and pro-led teams. Fran was spectacular to watch. It would have been nice to see what Fran could have done on a new tyre. We think maybe a really low 58, maybe a high 57 was possible. So yeah, the 4 have been amazing, and we hope they continue throughout the race.
We're absolutely delighted to have you here, Jody. I'll leave you to go back to work.
Can I just say one last thing? So Adam, who led the rebuild of the suspension, it's actually his birthday today, so can I just say happy birthday, Adam? Happy birthday, Adam.
Thanks, Jody. Best of luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Brilliant. I'll make the highlights, no doubt. Jody Firth bringing some variety with the McLaren. Great to see the British brand here with that 720 and 76. I wonder if the team owner is a Southampton football fan, because they won the FA Cup, beat Manchester United 1-0 in 1976. That was immediately what came into my mind on a Saturday afternoon.
Wrong sort of football for me. Unfortunately, wrong shape of ball. Yeah. Just an update on the 777. They've got done for a false start at the restart after code 60 and copped a 10-second penalty. Right. And just before we went to Joe down there, Team WRT did put the number 7, Mohammed Saad Al-Assad, up into 3rd place. Stephen Grove has now dropped back to 5th. Maxime Soleil has moved up in the 21 car into 4th.
Just a word about these time penalties. There is a screen that shows you what they're for, when they were assessed, and whether they're still outstanding. The rule is that you have 4 hours from it being assessed to having to take it, and then it starts to multiply. You get interest on it, if you will. If you get within a certain amount of time of the finish, it's your choice whether to take it or just to have it added on to your finish time. So that's something we'll be talking about in 22 hours and 16 minutes or thereabouts. Also, we were talking about the 2-hour maximum in one stint for any driver. Matt G, the magnificently named on Twitter @SecretPenguinX. Hello, Matt. Nice to know you tuned in. Thank you for reminding me your rest time between stints has to be a minimum of 50%. So if you've been in the car for that full 2 hours, you've got to be out of the car for an hour. So when you've got a team that's only got 3 drivers, and we do have a 3-driver team here, that has to be brought into your calculations as well. Because if somebody does a very, very short stint and they're not feeling well, that can cause you some tactical nightmares about how you rotate your drivers.
Indeed, press the button. That always works. It was the 955 car that Nick interviewed down on the grid. That was the Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors, and he had a chat with Fabrizio Broghi, Sergio Nicolau and Sabina De Castro. 3 drivers, 24 hours. That's a big undertaking. We didn't even do kart races with 3 drivers in rental karts trying to do a 24-hour race in that 992 Cup car. They're running in the 992 category.
Good morning in Florida to Jerry Z, who's off to Tampa for the day. Has a bit of work to do today, but he said, I'll see what I can do and stay tuned in on the headphones. 22 hours and a quarter still to go. Here's how it stands. Dylan Pereira for Trezor Attemptor Racing. They've worked the full course purple, the code 60 very well. It was 15 seconds when we went back to green, what, half an hour ago, just under. It's now 48 seconds, that gap between the number 99 Audi and the 777 Almanar Racing by HRT Mercedes AMG GT3. Martin Conrad is the man in second place. He's pulled now 4 seconds on Mohammed Saufed in the Team WRT BMW. That's the number 7 car. That's the red, white and black machine with the McDonald's M on the front. I'm not in Bathurst yet.
No.
That's in third place. In fourth, another 2 seconds further back, is Maxime Soule for Haas. Haas RT, the number 20 Cup 1 car. He took that car over at the last stop. That car's now only been in twice. 3 times now. An amazing run through the field for that number 21. Started in 43rd position, Fred Vervish, who started the car and did lead the race during the 25 minutes or so, a little bit more than that actually, 30 minutes or so of the neutralisation that we had for the clear up after the Porsche hit the wall at turn 5. Great strategy and great speed in that number 21 Audi. You'd have to keep a note on that. Stephen Grove down to 5th, as Phil reported a couple of 3 laps ago for Grove Racing. Tim Whale for Team WRT in the 46 car in 6th. Then Daniel Ollerman for Herberth, just sitting there ahead of Lucas Granavals, who's just taking 8th position for Team GP Elite. That's the number 32, excuse me, the bright orange with the white swoosh on the side. That's a Porsche. Khaled El Kabesi for Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, the number 4 Mercedes is in 9th, and Dino Lenardi has just gone into 10th position in the Visium Ferrari, having passed Pure RXing Alexandra Malikin in the 911 last time around. That's your top 10. The Pro-Am leader is Alleman in the Herberth Motorsport car in 7th. The AM leader in GT3 is CP Racing down in 22nd. Leading Porsche Cup Class 992 in the AM categories, Julian Hanses for QMF by HRT. Ferreira, fantastic run for the 929. That is the best of the 992 Cup cars, ahead of Phil Keane, dual racing by Toro Verde. That's the best of the standard 992 cars. And those are your class leaders in the top 35.
In the TCR category, it is the number 117 Wolf Power Racing, Marlon Menden at the wheel of that one, leading that category from the second position. The second Wolf Power Racing, Jasmine Pressig at the wheel of that in TCR. And then our third car in TCR is the AC Motorsport, Stefan Pirin at the wheel of the Audi RS3 LMS TCR. In the our other category in TC is TCX, and that is the Porsche 718 Cayman, currently leading the class because it's the only one in there, but also running 38th overall. Patrick Gruller at the wheel of the Team Sorg Rennsport car.
There is a GTX entry as well. That's the Razin Modern Racing car, the KTM Crossbow. Leo Pichler, who started that car, is in 24th position and leads its class. Who did you say was leading GT4, by the way, Phil?
GT4, I didn't do GT4.
That's in the TC category.
It is indeed.
That's why I left it for you, sorry.
Yeah, that is. Let me get through the GT4 leader at the moment. Simpson Motorsport, James Kell at the wheel of the BMW GT4. And then in second position, Rofko with Dragon Racing, our pole sitters in the GT4 category. Rod Goth at the wheel of that one at the moment. And third in the GT4 category, Carl Covers, Century Motorsports BMW M4 GT4.
Second place, Martin Conrad makes his way up to the top of the hill at turn 12 in the black and silver 777 for Al Manar Racing by HRT. Started on the front row of the grid and at the moment is about 5 seconds away from Mohamed Saud fired in the Team WRT BMW. Audi, Mercedes, BMW. Audi, BMW, Porsche, 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 Mercedes, Ferrari in the top 10. Now, this race has been dominated by German marques, Phil, hasn't
Yes,
it?
it has. It's ever since its inception, since Toto Wolff won it in a BMW dressed in a Red Bull overalls. Because he was sponsored by Red Bull.
Yeah,
back
the
in
car
those
was
days.
a Red Bull sponsored car.
It was indeed. It was the BMW Z3, I believe it was at the time. Yes, it was. The Z4 came the year after, and they dominated the first 4 or 5 years here. I remember Claudia Hurtgen winning here in a Z4 as well. So, yeah, they very much dominated. I never saw a road-going Z4 with a V8 engine in it, though.
They were given an exemption, a waiver, by the sporting bodies around the world, mainly, not entirely, but mainly for competitive purposes.
Yes.
They all had, the biggest engine was the straight six, of course, but for racing purposes, BMW asked for and were granted, and in fairness, with the agreement of the other manufacturers that they were racing against, the ability to put their venerable V8 engine in their car. Three wide coming out the final corner. BMW, Mercedes and Audi, three of those German marques who have done so very well here down through the years. 13th position is the Heart of Racing AMG. Ian James in that car and just being passed by the number 14, Kasper Jensen. That was a pass for position. The red and white Danish BMW going through then into 13th position as we have the leader in the pit lane, and Joe Bradley is watching what looked to be a that wasn't the leader.
That was the 4, that's the Abu Dhabi by, that's Khaled Al-Khabaisi getting out of that car, I think.
That looked to be a very slick stop indeed, Joe, for the car that came in 9th position.
Just exactly what we would expect from Hubert Ham's team, isn't it? And it's, before we you look away, you look back, and the car's already making its way off the apron. So, driver changing tyres for that car.
Into the fueling station, station. Back at up in London, our producer, who is a mine of information. Hello, Rob. Happy New Year. Duller Motorsport ran that entry. However, I think he said it was an E46 M3 GTR that year.
Possibly,
yes. Dieter Quester also driving. He was. That's right. So the little cars must have come later.
I was only a spectator back in those days.
I remember it happening and people talking about it. And we spoke even in those early years. I think it was probably after year 2 when we started talking to Creventic about covering this race, and it was one of those races. It was that race, it was this race and Bathurst, which our listeners at Radio Show Limited were the most interested in us covering.
Yep.
And these things take time to put together and take time to develop, and this race was developing very quickly. So I think it was 11 or 12 that we were the first year here, and I've enjoyed being here ever since.
Oh, I came into my commentary box and you were all here and I didn't know about it.
Who told you?
Who are you?
That lovely analogue mixing desk.
Oh, it was beautiful. Indeed, and great days with Jim Roller being here as well, Mr. Trustwell, and our relationship has continued to go downhill since then.
Pereira then still leading, has completed 45 laps. A 2:02.9 last time around suggests it was a relatively clear one. He's been in the car for a tad over an hour and 52 minutes. Meantime, battles all the way through the field, including with the outgoing version of the Porsche GT3R, with the hazard flashes going on.
It's just his right blinker, because the other headlight is on full. So, it's a weird one. He's got LED issues. He's got LED issues there.
It is the number 911 and the 92. The 92 is the US Crude Herbert car, the purple car, and the black car ahead of it, heading up the hill towards turn 12, has got both rear indicators flashing and 1.5 front marker lights actually within the the headlights. They normally only go on when the pit lane speed limit is on.
Yeah,
actually, a bit of a flash from the
Purex Racing.
Yeah,
Ruxing. We're going to have to work that pronunciation.
Alexander Malikin behind the wheel of that. I'm just going to call it Pure Racing.
Pure Racing. Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah,
they're moving around a lot, those Porsches now. The back Hankooks are beginning to complain a wee bit. The tyres are getting a wee bit tired. They've given of their best. This is the time that you might just crank up one click on the traction control. Start to look at what you're doing.
I'm just waiting for the race leader to come into the pits. We're almost at that 2-hour mark, John, and Dylan Pereira is coming around now. I think he's got one more lap maybe in this before he's going to have to come and box and do their first change. But remember, they only did one pit stop, which means they're going to have to take a fuel tank, their maximum capacity of fuel.
Vizium Ferrari in from 10th position.
2 GT4s.
And all the GT4s are coming in as well now, Joe Bradley.
The 450 and the 429, the Jorgensen Storm by Century and the Century Motorsport, that's the 429. Both been in pretty scheduled and regular and very, very well drilled from the Century team. So those 2 GT4 contenders, both pitted tyres and drivers and off to fueling for both of those Century cars. But as I say that, there's a problem on the 429. That's caused them. The mechanic that's going to the assistance, one Graham Leslie, son of David, just going round, and it wasn't a problem that needed any attention. That car's now left. So it did get held up slightly in that pit stop.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane as we approach the end of another racing hour. Live from Studio 2, it's the booth on top of the grandstand, drivers left on the start-finish straight. Phil Anson and John Hindhaugh in this early part of the race. We'll be handing over to Studio 1 and to Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in about an hour's time. We've got about another hour of full daylight as well, as sunset is timed at 17:50, so just under an hour's time. Across the line for the EB Motorsports, the Wheelie machine, the splattered paint livery on that car. Those Cup cars are very, very quick in a straight line, probably a tad quicker than the GT3 cars because they don't have quite as much aero. But of course, when it comes to the corners, they can't brake quite as late. They can't take quite as much speed through the corners. Still this battle for 8th and 9th position. Alexandra Malikin and Seth Lucas, the 911 and the 92. 911 being the darker of the two cars. The 92, the very sort of metallic purple. Looks like it should be in a box of Cadbury's Roses, that one. Bit of traffic last time around, and a problem for the CP Racing Mercedes in exactly the spot where they had a spin last time, for a moment just off the circuit. No advantage gained there, so that won't be classed as a track limits incident. Phil Keynes just brought the leading 992 Pro car into the pit lane, the dual racing machine. So Alexander Schwarzer for Fark Auto Tech in the 962. When he goes past next time around, he will go into the lead of that category.
Dylan Pereira may be in trouble here. He's 45 seconds from the pit entry, and we're just about to click over 2 hours.
On.
He may be in trouble.
So you don't take out the time that he was in the pit lane for his pit stop?
No, that's well, according to the regulations that I read, that's continuation.
Right.
Unless you do a driver change, then it stops at pit out, pit in.
Yasmin Preissig has brought the 121 TCR.
I'll stand to be corrected on that, of course.
We'll check that. Down to another lap completed for this battle, and a change of position this time around as Seth Lucas has got through. And a new 8th position across the line, and it is the purple people eater, the number 92, that's gone into 8th position, 9th now for the number 991, and those the 911, and Casper Jensen for Pulsen Motorsports right there as well in the BMW. Those two fighting has allowed him to catch up. Right hand top of the windscreen, the number 10 is 10th position in the overall situation. Joe Bradley's in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've had the 7th place, number 32, Team GP Elite Porsche in. That's pretty standard. And just further down the pit lane, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. Stop myself there, just inside my head. But the leader is in. The number 99 Audi, the Attempto Racing Audi, just files by me and heads towards its pit box, which is towards pit out. The team ready to collect it there. So very, very busy as the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes, that makes its way out. The Attempto Racing Audi is already pitted for, and it's got its tyres and driver. That's already into refueling. So literally, I need a neck like an owl down here right now.
So we're scanning the regulations, but we're pretty certain that time in the pit lane in a contiguous stint doesn't count for your drive time. But we're going to check that out at RSL Studio if you know better. So another hour of racing has gone by. Dylan is out of the car and the stint has now started for the next driver. A best of 2 minutes 0.4 for that car. Still the fastest lap of the race, I think, is the 1:59.5 that was Fred Favish earlier on. Maxime Soule in that car in 3rd position at the moment. Almanar will go through into the lead here. 1:58 was the last pit stop for... check that. I was trying to work out and take off the pit stop time for Dylan, but I think that's the pit stop that's current. It's counting up. Lot of cars coming in around the 2 hour mark, of course. Ian James coming in. He's been in since the start of the race. We're 2 and a bit minutes over the 2 hours, so I can't imagine Heart of Racing would make that kind of mistake. Or Team GP Elite, Lucas Groneveld, he was a starter as well, so he's done his 2 hours. So here's how it stands then. Right now, at the front of the field, Dylan Pereira is out of the Tresor Attempto 99 car and in fueling. So Maxime Soule has gone through into the lead for Haas RT. That car started 43rd, and that's the second time it's led the motor race. They've got just a 3/4 of a second gap for the Almanar racing team in second for Martin Conrad. Then it's the 2 Team WRT BMWs ahead of the 91 of Daniel Orman and Herbert Motorsport. Tresor Attempto Racing should be around about 6th position, I think that's right. And then the Seth Lucas driven Herbert Motorsport number 92 in 8th, in 7th rather, and in 8th Pure Racing and their JT3 car, that's Alexandra Malikin driving that number 911 Porsche. Top 10 made up by Pulsen Motorsports and Santalog Junior team for BMW and Audi respectively. Then it's Mercedes and MP Motorsport, Henk de Jong behind the wheel of that. Alexander Schwarzer is the best of the GT3 Cup cars in a very creditable 10th for Fark Auto Tech ahead of Red Camel Jordan. Fabian Dance now driving the 909, the orange car. CP Racing are the best of the AM category cars in GT3 ahead of GP Elite's GT3. That car in the pit lane at the moment as well. In fact, it's just left the pit lane. And in 16th position, Ian James has just passed the Heart of Racing AMG on to one of his teammates. Making up the top 2 dozen, the 930 Porsche of QMMF, the 714 KTM is your GTX leader in 18th, 19th Speed Lover, fourth in their class with the 979. Vili Motorsport fifth in the Porsche class with the 955. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, number 4 is 21st. 41 P1 Group is in 16th position in its class in 22nd. Then it's another FAC Autotech, the 961. And the Grove Racing number 10 has dropped way down. Need to see if there's been a problem for that car. They've only had 2 pit stops. Stephen Grove, still in that car, was battling at the front of the field when we went back green. 25th, the 908 Seb Lajou Racing Porsche. QMMF number 929, the HRT Thoré Caterham machine, is 6th in its class. 7th in class, Dual Racing by Toro Verde. Phil Keane driving the 995 Porsche. They have led the AM part of the Cup class. Rabdan 977. Visium Ferrari has just made a pit stop, so that's a slightly false position for them. The Vortex, 2nd in class for the 701. Number 1 Phoenix, Elliot Earhart, they're a bit further down than we might have expected to see them as well, pacing themselves. They have done 3 pit stops, and just outside the top 31 and 32, NKPP, the number 928. This is all in at GT, of course. The T76 GT3 is in 33rd position, 2nd in the AM category. HRT Performance in 34th position. 438 Simpson leads its class in GT4. James Kell with that BMW, they're 35th in GT. Huber Motorsport 925 and 36. That's another one of the Porsche Cup class cars. The 3rd GTX is the 2nd of the Vortex. That's Nicolas Nob, who's driving the 702. Seb Lajou's 907, 988 ALM and 989, all Porsche Cup class cars. 14th, 15th and 16th are 38th, 39th and 40th in GT. Rothko 2nd in GT4 at the moment. Rod Golfer in the 408. That's the Dragon Racing GT4 Mercedes. Brett Strom is driving the 3rd place car in that class, which is one of the F82 BMWs, the 450. Mike Johnson also in an F82 Century Motorsport 429 GT4. And then rounding up the GT categories, the 990 has had problems in his laps down. That was the car that came back on the flatbed. The 932 hit the barrier. They're 28 laps down. Salichin by Scott Cox Racing, gearbox change, 32 laps down. And of course the Dragon Racing GT4, the 488, had the accident earlier in the week, damaged the left front of that car, and could not start the race. TCE is led by the Audi of Wolf Power Racing. Marlon Menden driving that at the moment from AC Motorsports Audi. Then Team Rennsport, they're leading in the TCX category. That's the 227 car. Patrick Grutter, the Swiss driver, driving that car. 4th in TCE is another TCR. It's the 199 AC Motorsports. Then the Pole City car, Yves Valles for Wolf Power Racing in the 121. And problems, and already 10 laps down is the 700 miles, number 106 Golf. That's had a couple of trips through the shortcut and back to the pit lane. That's how it stands with 21 hours and 50 minutes still to go. The leaders with 51 laps completed and a 2.5 second lead are Haas RT, Maxime Soule behind the wheel. now. It's about half an hour to sunset. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane.
14, the Razoo Northern Racing KTM has just been brought into the pits for a scheduled stop. Leo Pickler here was the driver. Leo, your car is right in the middle of the pack. It's not the fastest, it's by far not the slowest, so it must be very, very busy for you.
Yeah, my prediction was that it's gonna be very busy, but all in all we had good luck in my stint and I could drive some really good laps, and so it was really good.
And you had a long time in the car. Did the Code 60 help the team push that window forward?
The Code 60 was good for us and for the tires, and it was really good that we could fuel up the car again, so that was really good for us. And yeah.
And we noticed the clamshell door popped open again. Is that a problem? You saw that in practice as well, I believe.
Normally it's not happening again. It was a little mistake of us in the free practice, so normally it should be closed.
What happens? Does when the window comes up, when the door comes up, because it's a massive door, isn't it? Does the air rush in? Does it really startle you?
You have to watch if it's completely closed when you're driving out of the pits, and this time it wasn't, so that was our mistake, but it will not happen again. So
that's the spirit. Thank you, Leo. Do you go off and get some rest now? Do you have something to eat, I would imagine?
Yeah, now I looked that I get some rest and drive back to the hotel and then come back at 10 o'clock.
That's great. Thanks, Leo.
Thank you.
Or to be a driver back to his hotel.
It's far easier. You get much more rest, as I have found in 24-hour races. You get much more rest, even if you're only in a 4-driver team, than you do when you're on the broadcast team. James Kell and actually that must have been Hans Wehrmann for Huber Motorsports. Oh, hang on a second. I think it was Mark van der Aar in the 928. NKPP by HRT. They've got a flapping hood again on that car, that white Porsche. I think that's not the first time we've mentioned that. Keep an eye on that. No, it was the 925. It's Huber Motorsport and Hans Wehrmann. I'm pretty certain I saw that popping up on the long back straight. And it's not structural, so I don't think it's an issue. But you don't want that popping off at any stage.
No, it could cause some damage. And it will affect the aero on your car.
Well, I mean, and we heard people talking about that in Kuwait Motor Town, didn't we? With that 1.2 kilometre, effectively a 1.2 kilometre straight, but more than that, actually. Let's see, a little bit of a slow moment coming out of turn 12 as well, and that was the number 4 of Hubert Haupt, who had to take avoiding action, and then the number 99 as well.
And that was contact with the Vortex as
Andrea
well.
Mukovos, the Tresor Temptor Racing, that's a car that has led this motor race. Now down to 14th position, and Hubert Haupt in the Mercedes taking advantage of that to make up their position. Now, is the damage on the front of that number 99 Audi? That's the question.
Just want to clarify what we were talking about before regarding the pit time. Is it included in driver time? And it is not included in driver time. 30.2.2. Stint time is defined as when the driver crosses a pit outline until the driver crosses a pit in, excluding intermediate pit stops and refueling time. Now that was added into the around about 2016, I believe. It used to be inclusive back in the day.
Matt G has tweeted at RSL_studio, which is how you get in touch with us. The number 32 car, which is the Team GP Elite, right, orange Porsche, has now had 12 track limits infractions. Are they going for the record or something? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen. Wait until you get a driver in the early hours of the morning who thinks he can get away with something and clocks up 6, 7, 8, 9 in half an hour and gets 3 10-second penalties for it. We saw that at Q8, didn't we?
Well, you could take coffee down to them and they can have a nice cup of coffee while they're waiting for it to click over. But doing these penalties is actually part of the strategy now. They wind it into the strategy. They know that they will get pinged for something, and when they decide to take it, as you said earlier on, they got 4 hours to work out where they're going to take it. Are we going to wait for a code 60? Are we going to do this? Are we going to throw it in now? Are we going to do it at our driver change? It just adds another level of you know, how do we make sure that we actually benefit out of our penalties, because
or to at least get the least
amount of
least amount of pain from them. That's what you've got to think. And then, I know it sounds ridiculous, you know, let's just keep it between the white lines, and I absolutely understand that level of thinking. But with this many cars on track, sometimes you have no option but to go off the circuit. Also, it's about whether you're actually gaining an advantage. Any race official, any judge of fact, which is indeed any marshal, is de facto a judge of fact. It's about whether you gain advantage in either time or distance. So if you're going sideways or backwards and go across the line, and you're not making it shorter to the next corner, then you're probably not going to get called for that.
And which, it's common sense, really. It's you know, you're going out of your way possibly to avoid contact with a much slower car, and this much more comes into play when we get to about 45 minutes time when it goes dark. And that's where a lot more leniency comes in, because you're just trying to do the right thing.
And also, if you're limping a car back, the problem. I mean, you can do it all off the track, as far as I'm concerned. If there's room for you to do that, I don't have an issue with that. Sule's just gone through the leads now between Haas RT, 9.5 seconds to Almanar Racing by HRT. Martin Conrad, 2:04.5 by the leader, 2:03.4. Those are traffic affected laps. And little groups of cars in endurance racing, not always of the same class or even apparently of the same pace, always seem to come together. It's a phenomenon that I think Paul Truswell coined the phrase clumping. And it doesn't matter how big the track is, and it doesn't matter how many or how few cars you have, the law of clumping is that it will happen. Simple as that. Still 21 hours and 40 minutes to go. It's Phil Anson and John Hindhaugh in Studio 2. We're looking down over the start-finish line, lengthening shadows, getting into the golden hour for the photographers now. And in fact, the pit straight is in shadow, and pretty much all of the pit lane is, and that's where we find Joe Bradley.
Yeah, and I've got Alex Vogel, who's just stepped out of the number 43. PR1 with MRS. Did I get that right? The team, PR1 crew with MRS, yeah. It's MRS, the team behind it. Alex, you got out of that car with a big smile on your face. You must have enjoyed that.
The car got more and more fun as the stint went on. The track's starting to get a little greasy, sun's in your eyes, but it's good. Traffic's thinned out a little bit. You can really, the R is just awesome, and really start to push as we start to go towards darkness. Really fun.
Sun in your eyes, that's called the romantic hour, isn't it? With the sun going down.
You know, it's beautiful, and fortunately I have a tinted visor, but there's a couple of places you just have to know where it goes and keep on pushing, so.
You've seen incident and action out there. How busy?
Very busy. Cars spinning, slower traffic. I mean, fortunately not a lot of code 60s while I was in the car. I came out in one, but other than that, really impressive group of guys racing here. Talent level extraordinary, so you're really comfortable even though we're close quarters.
And the car's going well. We've talked a lot about track evolution and the track being really slippery because of different rubber. I would like to think it's coming to you now, is it?
It is, and they got the oil taken care of. They did a really nice job between 3 and 4. A couple of laps a little dicey in there, but no, it's starting to feel really good. You can really start to push deep into these corners and drive out of there, so super fun.
And of great commercial sponsor here that you've brought to the Creventic series, OnlyFans. That's quite a coup.
OnlyFans has gotten more and more involved in motorsports and rally and motocross in the U.S. and now over here, and it's awesome to support the motorsports community.
We'll take anyone's money in motorsport, won't we? Good to talk to you, Alex. Hopefully we'll see you on later on. Thank you.
Also been on British touring cars, if I'm not mistaken.
Alexander
British GT, Nick Damon reminds me he's the OnlyFans expert on the team.
Alexander Sedgwick jumped on board the 43 car, and the 109 had a quick spin down there just on the exit of turn sport.
Did he get a little tap from the 46 WRT BMW?
Very close. I'm not going to say yes, but it looked fairly close. Out on the marbly bits, but got it back and got it running, and there they are now.
Purple seems to be an in colour, doesn't it? AC have championed purple for a little while, but the 92, that's the 199 car with purple and black, and it's been like that for quite some time.
David Lau at the wheel.
The 92 Herbeth car, the American crew car, that's a fetching shade of purple as well, sort of almost like sort of a royal purple on that car. So Maxime Soulier by 12 seconds from Martin Conrad, Haas from Almanar. Then another 20 seconds or so further back, Team WRT 7 and 46. That's 10 seconds back from its teammate. Daniel Alleman for Herbeth in 5th. 6th, Pulsar Motorsport. Alexander Malikin for Pure Racing. The 911's just moved up because Seth Lucas in that purple number 92 is coming to the pit lane and in fact is now in for fuel. Class leaders, Pro-Am is Daniel Alleman in 5th overall in GT3. The AM category leader is CP Racing, CP being Charles Putman. He's in the car at the moment, 14th overall. A couple of 992s well up in the order, 10th and 11th for the 992, 1st and 2nd. That's Farco Tex 962 and the 909 of Red Camel Jordan.nl, bright orange car. The AM class leader is Speed Lover, Chris Mays, in the 979, he's 15th overall. GTX leader is the Vortex for the first time, Philippe Grau. The 701 is in 30th position. TCR leader now on the first page, Marlon Menden for Wolfpower Racing. GT4 leader, Simpson Motorsport, James Kell in 34th position in the 438 BMW. We're talking the GTX, the TCX
which is
leader that isn't on the first page of time.
Well, all the class leaders apart from the 227, Benito Tagal at the wheel of the team Sorg Rennsport, the only TCX car out there, running down in 47th position at this time. 21 hours, 34, just under 35 minutes to go. It's flown past actually, John, this first part.
It has.
It's been dynamic.
Beautiful, beautiful part of the day here. We've had exceptional weather. This time last week, we would have needed an aqua lung to get onto the infield from here. It had been pouring down all day on Saturday here. There was a little more rain on Sunday. Pleasantly warm and overcast on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and the weather has picked up since then. There was a slight chance of some showers early on Sunday, tomorrow morning, but that seems to be, the chances seem to be diminishing. Vortex then leading its class, bright orange. The very distinctive styling of that quite short car with the cam tail, the cut-off tail at the back, the 702 that is.
Very Can-Am-esque.
You do like a bit of bright orange and Can-Am, don't you?
Yes, well, you know, it doesn't have trumpets sticking out the rear of it, but apparently there's a new version coming out. We thought we could
hear,
we thought we might see it here when we talked to them in Kuwait of the 2.0. That's the 1.0. It will either be a 1.1 or a 2.0, but a new car in the offing from Vortex. and hopefully we'll get to see that this season in possibly the European rounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we'll wait and see as it makes its way around.
Is it the 702 at the moment? I know it's Philippe Grau in the 701.
702, Philippe Fettere is in there at the moment.
I tell you what, he's not being shy with his right foot because he's spinning up those rear Hankooks and having a ball in that car. Very short wheelbase, so they are quite twitchy. They've taken the opportunity to mount some additional LED lights on the front of that car. We saw it for the first time in Kuwait Motor Town. In the pit lane from 6th position, Mercedes AMG, and that was Christian Kelders who brought the, sorry, that is Martin Conrad who has brought that car in, the 777. Joe Bradley was watching the stop.
Yeah, great stop. This is the pole car, remember, the car that started this race on pole position. That's now making its way out. Pretty standard stop, dropping to 6th because of all the shenanigans with code 60s and how the teams deploy their own tactics of how they go about. We'll leave Martin Conrad to get his helmet off and then grab a word and just ask him how that went, because still a lot to play for at this stage, and I wouldn't read too much into this pole position car being in 6th.
Well, no, I misspoke. Joey came in from 2nd. My apologies.
He had the number 6, but by the time he got to his pit box, he had the number 6 on his digital readout.
Ah, right.
He was actually from 2nd.
Yes, he came in from 2nd. I made exactly the same mistake when I saw the car coming down.
Well, the thing is, John, doesn't that just indicate how close this race is? So he came in from 2nd. By the time he came in the pits, got to his pit box, he was down to 6th.
The top... Well, I mean, we've still got, I reckon, the top 7 on the lead lap. And actually, yes. Yeah, top 7, 8, 9. Actually, we might have the top 10 still on the lead lap. It's slightly complicated at the moment because there's 1 or 2 people in the pit lane. But keep an eye on that. The leader has gone past 60 laps now. We were a wee bit behind in terms of the lap count. We're about 9 laps down at the end of hour 2 to do the distance record here. 6:28. So we actually need 6:29, don't we?
Yep.
To make it a new record.
That number 10
That's
going
the Grove car.
And going very slowly at the moment. It's being overtaken by quite a few other cars.
Speed behind it is the Vortex, and also out there is the number 1 Phoenix car. There's oil on the track. It turns 4 and 5, and in goes the 46. The WRT car has gone in hard, right-hand side, spun backwards through turns 5 and 6, and behind the wheel of that car at the moment, Timothy Wheel was in 3rd position, and this is carnage out there. There must be something on the circuit at turn 5. So that's the 3rd place car, at least, that we've seen out there.
They need to get flags out quick around there.
There's yellow flags out there. The sun, a massive ball in the sky, and people trying to avoid it. The guys will be on the radio now because they'll be telling the guys, get offline at turns 4, 5 and 6. It looks like the Phoenix car is moving, but with some kind of problem. It's Elliot Earhart behind the wheel, 6th in Pro-Am, 70th. I think that's suspension damage. The 46 is in the wall, Timothy Whale, and that car hasn't moved. That went in sideways. Code 60 has come out. It's our 2nd Code 60 with exactly 21 and a half hours still to go. Maxime Soule came into the pits. Immediately that started to happen. And now the 46 of Tim Wheel has got going again. The left-hand side looks pristine. The right-hand side, maybe a little bit of damage to the wing end plate. He's just overtaken somebody under code 60 there in his haste to get back to the pit lane. It looks like the right wing end plate is a little jaunty angle, pointing down just a wee bit. Yes, it is. But I think he's got away with that. I really do. He went in so squarely sideways there, Phil. I don't think he's done any damage.
Well, I saw the Grove car going very slowly through that area, and he may have had an issue as well. And then we had a lot of cars. Just there is obviously something down on the track. Because
the Grove car's pitted.
Yeah.
Stephen Grove pitted straight away. So did he have the problem and drop the fluid?
I don't know.
Joe Bradley's down in the pits now deciding which pit he has to run to. First two cars on the timing screen are in. Sule came in first, then Mohammed Saud as well. So
Vortex spun.
We had the Vortex spinning, and very, very close to a big accident for Tim Whale in the 46.
Nothing apparent on the Grove car, boys.
Say again, Joe?
Nothing apparent on the Grove car. That's at its pit box now, and it's on the jacks. It's at a tyre change and driver change now. It's about to be dropped, and it's going to be making its way out. That's in the background, the number 10 making its way out, so nothing apparent there. No cause or effect.
Can you have a quick word with them and see if Stephen had a spin on somebody else's fluid? And also, Joe, you need to keep an eye open for the number 1 Phoenix car, because that is coming back slowly. And I think that may... In fact, he's in the pit lane now. He's gone into the garage now. He's gone into the garage now in front of us.
What happens is you get trapped because all the teams come out with their tyres. So I was just able to look down. I'm outside of the WRT pit waiting to assess the damage on the number 46, which I'll do that. We've got a Vortex in front of us. It's the 701. And that car looks fine. So we've got a lot of opportunist pit stops here, and it's very, very busy. So as soon as I can catch up on all of that speculation, guys, I will, of course.
We're being told by race control via our colleagues in the TV truck that there is oil, or at least fluid, on the track at 5, 4, 5 and 6. The Vortex is going onto the big skateboard, so that is going into the pit lane.
Was it the one that started it?
No, the Grove car was already going slowly at that point as well, Joe.
Now then, call me a detective. Nobody's ever called me a detective, is what you're about to say. The Vortex being wheeled in backwards is a bit of a clue, isn't it? So I know where Phil's speculation went there. It's just next door to WRT, so I'll keep an eye on that and see if there's anything dropping from it, which there isn't so far. There's nothing on the pit apron. The ground is dry.
Alan Prosser, who is very good with the screen grab, is informing me via at RSL_studio that the fluid was dropped by the blue and black Audi TCR. Well, that would be that'd be the AC Motorsports 188, if that's the case. So as that car in the pit lane, yes, it has been in the pits, but it's gone through to fuel for Stefan Perrin, and we did see that car going slowly. Some penalties being soaked up by Pure Racing, the 911, Alexander Malakin in that car. They've had at least a couple of 10-second penalties. Jerry Z saying, I hope the cars avoiding the turn don't get penalised for cutting the corner. No, Jerry, they won't. That is force majeure and a safety aspect. And in fact, the marshals were sending cars off the track before. Now, Tim Whale has got back to the pit lane. It's the right-hand side of that car that hit the wall hard. Joe Bradley is first looking at the left-hand side, and Tim Whale is out of the car. That car was out of control on the oil. Nothing to do with Tim, and nothing to do what he can do. Joe, I thought that had got him pretty square on there, and other than the right rear end plate on the wing, it looked pretty all right.
It has. It's got in very square. Scuff marks on the front wheel arch and the rear wheel arches on this right-hand side. I tell you what, they've gotten away with that, boys. It's barely scuffed. And you know the term, it'll rub out.
Oh, almost an accident right in front of Joe Bradley as the
almost.
46 went into the acceleration lane and then decided to take the pit lane whilst the number 911 Porsche was coming down the inside. Alistair Malakin, having served his penalty, was eager to get to the pit lane.
But it's because the number 46 is on the pit apron. It doesn't have to leave the pit apron to go into fueling. And of course the 911 Porsche was on the pit lane ready to turn right. That was very, very close. Just to sum up the 46 damage, I think it'll rub out. Quite literally.
Thank you, Joe. Take that one off your bingo card. There's quite a trail of, and that does look like oil to my. In fact, you'd only smell it, but my motorcyclist's eye would say that's oil, not water. Just the way it's glistening, and in fact, they are putting down the drying agent for that. Not the first time we've seen GP Elite and their driver helper with the green gilet on counting down their penalties. Jesse van der Goich in that car, and that car pulls away. Starting to get dark. We're around about 15-20 minutes away from official sunset. The new Toyota Hiace rescue vehicle on on site there. Circuit's been cleaned, and the team's been told to take note of where they're being sent at that part of the circuit. Follow instructions from the officials and the marshals. So, that could have been much worse, Phil, in so many ways. There's a huge amount of space there. I suspect deliberately when this was designed, it was Apex that designed this circuit, wasn't it? And this, you know, if there'd been walls either side there, even 2 or 3 cars widths away, that would have been carnage right there.
Most definitely. We often see cars, and we saw some cars yesterday do it. They catch a wheel on that curb, and turn 5's fast. It's very quick indeed.
Committed.
And you have to be really committed there, because you've got to get yourself sorted out for turn 6, and so you're really pulling on the steering wheel to get around that corner. And if you get, we saw a TCR car almost collect the wall there yesterday, and we've had a couple of race cars in there during that, but yeah, it's a nasty place for that, because you can't come back.
I'm looking at an enhanced shot from Alan. Thank you, Alan Prosser at RSL_studio, with fluid absolutely pouring from the left rear of, I think, a Porsche. I think that might be the 92. Where is the 92? Why not? Jason's still running. He can't have lost that a purple and black or a purple and blue Porsche GT3 for me. That is. I don't think that's an Audi.
The only one I've got
I'll retweet it from RSL_studio. So if anyone with better eyes than my myopic peepers, into the pit lane and the penalty box for the second place car, Team WRT. So they're ridding themselves of penalties as well, Phil.
Yep. I think a 10-second penalty made 20 there. The only Porsche I got in the pit at the moment is the 928 NKPP by HRT Performance.
Could have been.
I'm not.
Could have been one of those.
Yeah, and everybody else is either an
992 does have this. It would be a 992, so it must be a Cup car, because it had the stripe across the back, the light across the back. We'll check that out.
Yeah.
Now service for WRT at its red, white and black car. I did not see a driver change there. New bottle for Mohammed Saeed Fahad Al Saad.
Driver change.
Well, it was a driver change, Joe, was it?
Yeah.
Who got in?
I'm not sure, because I'm in a scrum here. I am going to get a word with Tim Whale. Now that it's all calming down at WRT, I'm just going to wait for Ron to come round with the camera, and I'm going to go in and drag. Tim's ready to talk to us, and he agrees. He certainly got away with
Tim was in the 46 when it hit the oil slick.
Got him now.
Let's go to. Let's find out how that all occurred.
Get Ron. I've got Tim. Mate, you got away with that.
Yeah, that was, I just saw the car in front of me go off, and I hardly had any time to react. I wasn't quite sure what the issue was. And I went through 5 into 6, which is like flat in fourth, and all of a sudden I hit, I think there's some oil down, I think somebody went off behind me. And yeah, I was just like, I don't want to hit the car in front, and I'm just going to keep it off the barrier, but unfortunately we had some contact, but the car touched it pretty square, so I think I've got away with it. After it restarted, I came back to the pits, it felt square, so hopefully we're still good.
Yeah, you probably didn't get a chance, but there is literally scuff marks on both front and rear wheel arches, so you must have gone in absolutely square.
Yeah, very fortunate. I think it was up to then, it was a relatively, well, it was a very clean stint. I'd just spoken on the radio, I said I'm going to do one more lap, just stay out for one more lap. I thought, okay, great. And then that's it. A little bit too much excitement at the end.
I mean, doesn't it just say that, you know, endurance racing is literally in the lap of the gods in times like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, you know, just one huge time attack, if you like. It's just a time trial from start to finish. So any time lost is very critical.
It was Max Hesse, I think, took over from you. Is that right?
Yeah, Max Hesse, yes, he did, yes.
It must be, I mean, you've got the might of WRT behind this program, Tim, and it must be fabulous to be part of this journey that WRT is starting out on.
Yeah, I can't emphasize that enough. It's fabulous to be with BMW and WRT this weekend. I was very, very privileged and honoured to be here, and especially with such a spectacular lineup. I feel very lucky this weekend.
I haven't even mentioned the superstar team meet you've got. How are things going with the car then? I mean, were you guys bothered about qualifying and where you were on the grid? The Mercs were very quick over the 4 laps.
Yeah, I think the Mercs were particularly quick over the 4 laps. I think that this is a 24-hour race. We were all pretty dedicated, and we realised it's a long night.
That's the attitude, was it? Well, let's just go for it.
Absolutely, yeah. The grid place isn't so critical to this weekend, and yeah, we know we're in for a long 24 hours.
We are indeed, and that's one of your 9 lives gone, I'm afraid. That was so close, mate. So close.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I had no disagreement at all.
Thanks for talking to us, Tim.
Thank you very much,
Tim Whale, great stuff. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane in a proper Radio Le Mans style. I'm going to send you down to probably the opposite end of the pit lane. I'm not sure where Speed Lover 979 is, but it is the evidence is beginning to point towards the 979 and the Chris Base heading.
46, John, just popped back in, and I'm not quite sure why. It literally
second part of its fuel, mate. I'm presuming because it's gone back into fuel again.
And it stopped at its pit box, and I think they've took some. Did the tape off something?
They might have straightened out that rear end plate, actually. I'm not sure about that. If you could pop down to Speed Lover 979, Chris Mays.
Yeah, we'll do.
That car has been in the pits for something like 12 minutes now. And we're running a shortcut from 3 to 7.5. Really,
it's
a lot of fluid that's gone
The quick
down.
dry is now from the apex of turn 5 to just the turn in of turn 7.
Yeah,
that is a lot. That's going to take a little while. All the cars are going up near the barrier and coming back in between 7 and 8.
Goodness, for all that, you see, I am not a fan of cutting corners. I really am not. I am. Certainly, I like the idea of gravel traps relatively close to the edge. But the advantage, I can argue both sides of this, because the advantage here is all of this hard standing, all of this bitumen that we have. All right, it's dusty, it's sandy. We're on the edge of a desert,
as the track,
but it's the same stuff as the track.
And it's on the inside.
Yeah, you can drive through it without having to put the marshals in danger. They can work all the time. They don't have to keep starting and stopping every time a car goes by. It does make you wonder what you're going to do with your tyre strategy. I have to say, I'm not sure I would have put a new set of tyres on anybody going out the pits. I would have left them on the tyres that they had for as long as possible.
They're doing 3 corners off the circuit at the moment, and yeah, they're going to pick up some rubbish there. But this before the race and overnight, the sweepers were out there cleaning all of the overrun areas up.
Yeah.
So they prepare it very well.
How wide that fluid strip is. Now, I appreciate it's been swept by the hard-working marshals, but it's a metre wide in places.
Somebody's had an oil pressure warning light come on in their car with that amount of. That's just like something's come out the side of the motor.
Or yeah, maybe popped a core plug.
Yep.
That's happened to me before whilst racing. Fortunately, I could cut the engine and coast back into the pit lane. But as Nick Damon will remember, there was more oil in there than you would find on a fishwife's tabard. That was our Google whack of the weekend that he managed to get in on live television.
What this is doing is giving the drivers time to adapt to darkness, because it's
That's a very good point.
It's starting to dim down now. The sun has gone behind the haze rather than the cloud, and it's just the track lighting is just starting to come into effect on the start-finish straight down to turn 1, and then they come back into track lighting at turn 13. So a lot of darkness is going to happen out there.
It is 5 minutes to official sunset. Official sunrise is just after 7 o'clock in the morning. 7:06. Right now is 17:46. Just turned. So we've now got 4 minutes to official sunset. We should have done 78 laps by the end of this hour if we were going to stay there or thereabouts on record distance run. We're going to be a wee bit short on that, which is a shame because we were catching back up again. If we get a couple of clean hours, we will catch that up again very quickly. Anton De Pasquale, Grove Racing, Porsche, is in the pit lane with the rear view camera as well as the rear view mirror. There's an optional extra he doesn't have on his
supercar.
His supercar.
Yeah.
Anton, part of the Grove Racing team, been run that Porsche by Earl Bamber Motorsport. Earl making his debut in the 24-hour series. That's a quiz question you'd have lost money on, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. And Grove, of course, will be part of the Bathurst 12 hours in 3 weeks' time. And that's another endurance race that you'll be able to follow in its entirety across the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We have 4. This is the start of 4 consecutive weekends of live free racing action on RSL in sound and in vision. Next weekend, well, in fact from Wednesday and from Midweek Motorsport next week at 8 o'clock UK time, we'll be in Daytona as we build up to the Raw. And with a bit of luck, Shea, Adam and I will speak to the vast majority of the 180 drivers or thereabouts that we have in the field. We'll have some special programs from that, and then live coverage of the brand new VP Racing Fuel Series, 2 races on Saturday, as well as some qualifying and other session coverage from the
for you, John.
WeatherTech Series, and we'll have live qualifying on Sunday for WeatherTech. Joe Bradley, where are you?
Yeah, I'm at the Speed Lover garage, the 979 Porsche,
yes.
Which you sent me down to. Now, I'm not sure this is the car that's caused the problem. I might be wrong, but the car has got extensive damage. Left front of the car, a very twisted and bent radiator that has lost all of its coolant. We've got a little bit of bodywork. I mean, the front bumper, we can use that again, but extensive damage. That's hit something. Whether that's a barrier or another car, we don't know. I can't get to the back of the car. If you can just picture this car is at the very back, the dark recesses of the garage that it's sharing with the CP racing team. So it's all very tight and cramped back here. There's a tension ongoing all over this car. It's on the high jacks. We've got certainly a tension going on at the left front, suspension being disconnected and stuff. The crash damage with the radiator, that's being left for now, so there's more urgent work needs doing. There's a tension going on the right front, under the right front wheel arch. We've got components being detached and radiators being brought off there. I think it's all at the front. I can't really see much activity at the back.
It may have run over its own fluid, of course, if it has hit something and then that's been done. I mean, there's no doubt there's no fluid left in the left front radiator.
Well, this is what I mean. It's I don't really want to interrupt them now and ask if they've gone off, caused the damage, and then it's been leaking fluid all over the place. So it might be when it's all died down, when when it's a little bit more calm down here. I'll ask that question.
All right. The Visium Ferrari. No, that's okay. I'm just looking. That car has been in 19 minutes now. Another car that's been in for a while is the Phoenix Racing #1 car. That was another car we saw coming slowly back. So that's Joe's next port of call. Elliot Earhart brought in. Phil Wareham at RSL_studio. Brilliant. He said, do the drivers have to stick to a certain lap time under code 60? Yes, they do. 60 kilometers an hour. So that determines, so it's 5.39 minutes, not 5 minutes 39 seconds, 5.39 minutes to do the 5.39 kilometers. However, he's a cracking point that he's made. Does that change when they have to make the big shortcut? It doesn't, Adam.
No.
It doesn't.
It's sector time.
Yeah, so it will, what they'll have to do is go slower in certain areas of the track if they are taking a big shortcut, which they are doing quite. I would think they're probably saving, 150 metres?
Yeah, at least 150 metres. All the drivers have a display inside the car, and it will show code 60. It will also show under code 60 where they are on the split time for code 60. So even though they're taking that big shortcut through that area, which is in Sector 1. Sector 2 starts between turn 7 and turn 8. So they'll be showing they'll be showing a minus through there.
What's interesting is the way they're going through, some of them aren't getting a Sector 1 time.
No. Well, the Sector 1 should come up through between 7 and 8. This is Sector 1 coming up here. So they should be coming through there now.
Tech car. Let's see if they click it through. See, they haven't clicked the sector, even though they're shown in Sector 2.
Yeah.
They haven't clicked the Sector 1 because they haven't been through the timing beacon. Also, this from Ian McCarthy: if Code 60 drags out this time, the drivers will have to double adapt to darkness at 2 very different speeds and actually 2 different track layouts. You spot on, Ian, actually. That's a very nice point. RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. We're coming to about 8 minutes away from another racing hour being completed. Meanwhile, over in our sister studio, Studio 1, Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones are rubbing themselves down with warm halibut oil and doing their vocal exercises, standing with their hands on their hips like superheroes, getting ready to take over for their next stint, or for their first stint of this race. Although they've been busy with the Clios already this weekend.
They're getting towards the end section of that now, John. Most of the emergency vehicles have moved down towards turn number 7. And some of the emergency vehicles are exiting the circuit down there. So I don't think it's going to be too much longer before we're back under green flag, because a lot of...
Oh, and we're starting to get the vehicles picking people up.
Exactly.
Hi-Ace, the Toyota Hi-Aces are heading back to...
And it's just the course car sitting down there, and he's moving as well. So things are wrapping up down there between turn 5 and 7.
And the cars, the race cars are being...
Back on the circuit, yeah.
They are running through that area, so we shouldn't be too far away. I'm just hearing from Bruce Jones in Studio 1. They've just getting themselves into their racing attire is all I'm going to say there, because frankly it's a mental picture that I don't want to paint to you. Thank you, Bruce and Johnny. Rob down there, poor Rob Lomas won't know which way to look. Amazing stuff. All right, it's 21 hours and 6 minutes to go. We're waiting for Code 60 to be withdrawn. There's a couple of cars still in the pit lanes. Khaled El Kabasi is in the fuel stop for Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, sitting in 9th position at the moment. Here's how it stands. I won't do the gaps because they'll change immediately, of course. But it is Haas RT, the car that started 43rd today, who have managed to hold on to the lead through this second extended Code 60 period. The number 21 Audi then leading from Jens Klingmann for Team WRT, the number 7 car, the red, white and black BMW. Then Alfred Renard for Herbert Motorsport. That's the dark grey Precoat sponsored machine, the number 91. Then BMW with Roland Poulsen for Poulsen Motorsports. That's the red, white and black Danish BMW, the number 14. Sven Müller for Pure Racing, the number 911. That's another dark grey Porsche in 5th. And the top 6 made up by Team WRT. Max Hesse now behind the wheel of that number 46 dark grey and Valentino Rossi bright yellow car that hit the wall sideways. Phoenix in the pit lane and have been now for some over 25 minutes now, that car. And that car was around and about the problem.
25 minutes under Code 60 at the moment.
Yeah, and that car's been in since before the Code 60 was called. Now they're looking around the back of that. Has that car had a leak of some description? I thought they had a suspension problem because that car seemed to be crabbing for Elia Earhart when that car came in. We're going to be going green shortly, and Max Hesse has been told to come into the pit lane by WRT and soak up some penalties. They had, I think, at least one, possibly two outstanding for the number 46 car. I know the 7 car had a couple as well, so they're soaking that up at the moment. at RSL Studio, if you want to get in.
Yeah, they got 62nd, which is 120 seconds, overtaking another car during code 60. You called that, yes?
We saw that.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah.
That was Tim Wheel
Exactly.
in his haste to get back to the pit lane, overtook one of the Porsche Cup cars coming down into 14. Sorry for dobbing them in there. So that 46 car is sorting up its penalty, and whilst that happens, it's going to be 120 seconds. We'll be going green shortly, but earlier on this week we took the opportunity to speak with the man whose number is on the side of that car, who's making his Creventic and BMW Motorsport debut this weekend. Of course, the 9-time champion on two wheels, Valentino Rossi. Here's Vale.
For me, it's the first time here. No, in Dubai it's not the first time, but here for the 24-hour, and it's a great race. Especially, it's a very good track. I like. It's interesting. Yeah, the target here is make a kilometer with the car and be ready for the season. But you know, when you make a race, you want to try the maximum. I think that we have a very strong lineup, so we can be competitive for the race. It's always difficult to understand how much. For the victory, for the podium, still don't know. We will see from tomorrow. And also the team, the WRT, is always very competitive. They won here in the past, so they have enough experience for this type of races. In motorcycle, you are always alone when you race. And here you are a part of the team, and you share the car with other four drivers in this case. And it's very, very interesting because we have a lot of fast guys where I can improve, I can learn because they are the top level with the GT car. And also, you know, when you make a 24-hour race together, you have a special relationship, you know. And sincerely, I enjoy a lot, and are all funny guys. Grazie ragazzi. Ciao a tutti.
We are back to green flag racing, and the leader is Oliver Bartels for the Haas RT machine. Started well out of position, that car. Fred Verveech with a great opening stint. They didn't do all the qualifying sessions, so they didn't get 4 times, therefore they couldn't be properly classified, so they started in 43rd position. And Fred Verveech, early on got that car up, I think within the first half an hour or 40 minutes, to 13th position from memory, and they led early in the second hour during the code 60, and they've played the strategy card brilliantly well as they have consolidated through that 6 pit stops for that car now. That sounds like they've had problems. No, they've played the strategy perfectly, Phil.
Yeah, indeed. Working with the code 60s, the 2 code 60s we've had so far, and that is just brilliant strategy from the team, because we are now 3 hours into the race. The team itself has built its way back from that. They were quick anyway. They were very quick, which is obviously getting shown now. But with they're about 7.5 seconds ahead of Jens Klingman in the Team WRT. So, and that's the first of the just in front of the Pro-Ams.
Yeah, Pro-Am is the Herberth car, actually, in third position. That first 3 hours or so of the race has flown over. It looks like the Phoenix Audi, whatever was ailing that, is coming back onto the pit lane. Yes, it is. Don't go away. The next racing hour starts right now on the Radio Schulman network of audio and visual channels, and the next voices you hear will be that of Bruce Jones, but first, Johnny Palmer.
the 24 hours of Dubai, and 10 minutes ago we plunged our way into night 4 for a grand total of 13 hours and 16 minutes. So get used to this, although there is still a little bit of light in the sky here and there. Certainly give it another half an hour, and around the back section of the Dubai Autodrome it's going to be very difficult indeed for the current drivers to pick out the road in front of them, accepting of course the fact that the LED technology on not only these GT3s but also every car up and down the order, all the TCRs as well, are equipped with such brilliant lights that have been getting better and better over the years, that generally speaking, as long as you've got the car pointing in the right direction, you should be absolutely fine. But that's an easy thing to be said, because there was great hope at the start of the event that we might come somewhere close to the record distance that was set now 11 years ago, 2012, of 628 laps, but a lengthy stoppage in hour 1, and now one that was, I think, even longer than that for an oil spillage that needed to be mopped up. Obviously that's not the work of a moment. That's rather set us off track in terms of getting north of 600 laps. It's Olivier Bertels, the Belgian, who leads the motor race in car 21. That was the car that struggled in qualifying, you might remember. Well, it was actually fine in qualifying 1 and 2, but then did not appear in parts 3 and 4 in the evening. But as John Hindhaug's just been mentioning, they have been going about their business, not necessarily adhering to strategy from other teams. Quite a number of pit stops, 6 in total, but every time there's been the opportunity to do so, that car has come in to just top up a little bit of fuel, as much as the fuel tank will manage, and as a result, Bruce Jones, the car is leading now from the Team WRT, Jens Klingmann driven BMW, by nearly 7 seconds.
Yes, Johnny, it's been a slow process. They've chipped away, they kept their nose clean coming through traffic in the opening hour or so, but here we are, they're leading the race. Dust is falling, but also there was so much oil put down on the track and so much dust put down to clear it up that when the course vehicles were coming back in, the circuit was about to be cleared, the dust hanging in the air, just as the drivers were trying to attune their eyes to the gathering gloom. Certainly making it difficult. The drivers neat and tidy at the moment. But yes, for Haas RT, it was a masterclass in keeping your cool, keeping your calm, and grabbing every opportunity. And there are a host of teams in this field that are very, very accustomed to these Creventic long-distance races, and famously over the years we've frequently talked about Herbert Motorsport and their ability. Every time there's a caution, they grab a moment to top up their tanks. Of course, this year it's different under Code 60. You can't fill your car unless you only have half a tank to start with, because you can only put in half a fuel load.
Yeah, regardless of when you've entered the pit lane in respect to when the Code 60 comes out. There's a slight grey area in the sense that the fuel nozzle may have already been attached. You might have already put in a big slug of fuel, and then there's a point of no return whereby surely you then just continue, or does somebody wave their arms about and go, stop, it's Code 60, you must detach the fuel nozzle if you've already had over half. That's quite a lot to police. So there must be a point, probably at fuel nozzle connection, whereby if then the Code 60 comes out a split second after that, you've still got 100%.
You make a very good team manager, Johnny, looking for questions and queries rather than just go, yeah, half a tank, yeah, we'll adhere to that. But yes, you could be just caught sort of in the eye of a storm, if you will, if you'd already started pouring in. But right now, so let's just run down the order. Olivier Bertels, Belgian driver for Haas RT in the Audi, 2.5 seconds clear, because Jens Klingmann, the Team WRT, number 7. BMW, I still have to attune my brain, say Team WRT, insert name of different manufacturer, Audi for so long. Jens Klingmann closing in. Alfred Renauer, Herbert Motorsport Porsche, number 91 in 3rd place. He's another 8 seconds back. So 10 seconds or so cover the top 3. Then 24 seconds back to, well, it's like a Dane train. Roland Poulsen, the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. So for BMW, 2 cars in the top 4 places with the M4 GT3, which is still at the sort of young end of their attack. It was really last year that the M4 GT3 came out to play in earnest. We'd seen it in 2021 in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race. It plays a lot of the manufacturers, particularly the Germans, pop a car out to just practice, and it can't run in the official class in that. It has to run in the experimental class, of course, until it's been homologated. But yeah, a lot of the teams adapting to it with great style. So number 14 going very well. And that's just to run down the lineup. Gustav Birch, Kasper Jensen, Christian Poulsen and Roland Poulsen. Poulsen Motorsport, a bit of a Poulsen element in there, but they're going very well. They'll be pleased at this stage. But for a lot of the drivers, Johnny, here, a lot of the drivers have done many Dubai 24 hours. I think of the 18, this is the 16th for your own Blake Molan, last minute call in. But for a lot of the others, it's just this experience that it's not so much racing at night, it's racing in the crossover time. It comes very quickly, admittedly, in the Middle East this time of year, but 1 minute you've got a lovely sunset. Today there wasn't sunset, it went behind clouds, but all the same, it goes to night quite quickly. But it's this transitional period, because it really is a case of light and dark. A lot of the circuit here is very dark indeed, all the way down the back straight. That long run from turn 9 to turn 10, very dark. It's only as you come towards the buildings at the upper end of the circuit that suddenly there really is light. The start-finish straight, really light, running between the giant grandstand and the pit buildings that get out of turn, probably about turn 3. You're going towards those big tall buildings at the end of the main straight, and as you go through 2, 3, and then go towards the track, part of the track where all the oil got put down, sort of turns 4, 5, 6, 7. It's very, very dark indeed.
You mentioned Gustav, and in English we would certainly say Birch, but with thanks to Jens Jensen, who's a journalist I know from the European Le Mans series, who is Danish, Gustav Berg is the correct Danish pronunciation. I've been schooled many times in that.
You know why I said that? Because I was talking about us preparing ourselves by birching ourselves before we came on. You know, to focus the mind, but to lose that image as well.
No, well, absolutely right.
So
but,
Berg.
Berg, correct, yes. It's perhaps a German-sounding Birch would be as well. Anyway, but it's great to have Christian Poulsen in this championship because remember, go back to 2014 when he was an FIA World Champion at Pro-Am level in the GT Am category, in fact, Aston Martins, and we understand that he's going to link up again with the Aston Martin brand for his entry at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the centenary year, of course, courtesy of winning in the Le Mans Cup with Honda MSXs, but Honda don't make a GTE car. Last year of GTEs in the AM category, they've already gone in Pro, of course, but yeah, so back in an Aston Martin, but his tie-in with BMWs is definitely there, as it is with Hondas as well, and the Poulsen Motorsport car going strongly in 4th position. 2 Pro-Am lineups feature in the top 4. That is a little bit dependent on which of their drivers they have utilised so far.
Change at the front, just noticing Jens Klingmann. I said he was catching up with Olivier Bertels, and he's moved past the Belgian, so it's the German racer Jens Klingmann, Team WRT, BMW M4 GT3, number 7, in front by 1.5 seconds. And in turn, Alfred Renauer is now closing in. He's 4 seconds down on 2nd place. Bertels still 2nd for now in the Haas RT Audi, but you feel it's going to be BMW, Porsche, Audi in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, and no denying Jens Klingmann's pace, as he has just proven in the short time that he's been at the wheel of that car, the 32-year-old German. So pedalling very rapidly indeed. Now his next job, having overtaken, is looking to try and extend that gap within the traffic. Only been at the wheel for just short of 30 minutes. It's a slightly longer stint for Olivier Bertels, but only by 5. So that's the difference between car 21's 6th stop and car 7's 5th stop, which came in 5 minutes later. But these are very tight margins in terms of when the cars are pitting, the opportunity that they get to do that. 1.4 seconds is the margin right now. We're properly in darkness as we head, for the first time in our stint, to Nick Damon in the pits.
Hello Johnny, hello Bruce, how are you in wonderful Studio 1? Yes, just picked up from Joe a couple of things to continue or finish off from the previous stint. Number 1, the Phoenix Racing car that has left the pits after being in for about 20 minutes. Getting involved in that incident which took out the 46. Apparently they had a bit of a coming together during that fluid on the floor situation that knocked out the alignment on the rear right. They had to do a complete alignment check, that got them through. The 979, the Speed Lover Porsche, that's still in bits with the front left. And it looks like it may have a retirement, unfortunately, for the 932. That, of course, is one of the HRT performance cars. And Michael Blanchimand had a spin and a smack into the wall quite early on. They have replaced a number of pieces, got lovely brand new shiny radiators, but there is no work being done on cars. I think the 932 has scratched from the race.
Well, it's falling darkness, but we're not in the dark anymore. Thank you very much, Nick Damon. And yeah, certainly the 932 didn't appear to have adopted the short wheelbase format, just slightly.
Yeah. So perhaps not a big surprise to see that car unfortunately out so early on in the race, but two pretty large incidents already at this stage, and you might expect those maybe in the darkness, but to be honest, because of the slightly reduced number of cars, as in it's it's the lowest that we've had for a few years at least, 52 starters, I did expect that battle for survival that we've so often had when we've been north of 80 and 90 entries in the past, that we may not have had that, but actually, within 40 odd minutes we were into our first Code 60, which lasted 20-25 minutes, and now the more difficult problem in clearing that fuel spill up as well. So more troublesome than I'd expected, Bruce.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Actually, I've just been looking at Heart of Racing Team's Mercedes. Keep wanting to say Aston Martin, but Mercedes going around. And Ian James, when he was spoken to yesterday, was saying, yeah, it might be a reduced number, but it still feels very busy at every single point around the circuit. But it surely is a valid point. Tell you what though, fabulous skies. It became a little cloudy just before sunset, but there's still light in the sky, always magnified of course. You look out of a dark commentary box window, you think there's not much light, the TV cameras pick it up, but as the drivers run down the main straight past the pits, there are still beautiful coral hues behind the drivers. But for those in the pits, including the KTM 714, they want to get back out there. A lot of cars did very sensible pit visits during Code 60, and a lot of them came in to serve their driver penalties. But right now, it looks like a standard pit stop for the 714 KTM Crossbow. It doesn't matter how many times I see those cars, I still think they look absolutely fantastic with that clamshell roof that enthralls particularly non-regular race goers, because it is something, I'm so old I say space age, but you know what I mean.
Well, the paint job on that car, which is the Austrian colours, the red and the white, actually make it almost look like a DPI car of old. So Daytona prototype, and I'm trying to remember the specific team that used to run like that. Was it Whelan? It was the Whelan sponsorship.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what it reminds me of. And the car all of a sudden bursts into life and goes back out onto the racetrack, looking very smart indeed. Nick has already warned, I think it was Phil Atson, not to confuse the KTM with the McLaren, which is very easily done, particularly in this level of light. I nearly did the same, but that was definitely the KTM heading back out. We can hear from Nick now, in fact.
Yeah, it wasn't actually, the bit you saw was the Stanley stop. When it came in, Ernst Kirschmeier got out quite quickly, whoever's got in. But they're having a bit of a look at it. They actually raised the engine, a bit of dipstickery on the wheels. It hasn't got new tyres on it. Looked around a bit, maybe for several thumbs up from the engineers. Even now I'm quite concerned at the various readouts they have. Got a thumbs up, and then after I think a change of steering wheel, or at least a on-off replacement, make sure it's seated correctly, the steering wheel, and a little waggle, off it went. So it could be nothing, could be something.
It's Chris Rosenberger who's taken over, who is a multiple runner in the World Rally Championship of old. Throughout the 90s, he took part in not full seasons, but 5 races here, 3 races there, including with Mitsubishi Rally Art in the Germany brand of that. So not been experienced at all here in Dubai. This will be his first Dubai 24 hours, but making the connection with a fellow Austrian crew. Not sure exactly where in Austria he's from, but he's definitely from that part of the world, and therefore the natural manufacturer to go with would be KTM, based in Graz. And Chris Rosenberg, I reckon, heading out, if not for his first stint, he might have done a lap, as Nick was describing, although I think Nick was saying the driver change was done there and then. So the Razzoon More Than Racing car into the event, yes, for the first action for Rosenberg so far today. And the car is still leading the GTX class.
Right, let's go back to the front of the field, Johnny. It's been another change. It was foretold. Alfred Renauer up into second place. So Olivier Bertels competing against Jens Klingman, Alfred Renauer. He's giving away a huge amount of experience in comparison but he's back to third place now, 2.7 seconds down, so it's been a very quick change and escape by Alfred Renauer. And he, in turn, let's look at his last lap. Yeah, in fact, he did the overtake and he gained a second on race leader Jens Klingmann. So Herbert Motorsport, as they've done for years in the Creventic series, floating towards the top. Robert Renauer started identical twin. Alfred is now in the car and going very, very well indeed as everything settles down. But who's quickest of those front runners? The driver in fourth place, it's Sven Muller. Well, put Sven Muller in a Porsche, make it harder by winding the light down. That's what they're doing right now. He's driving for Pure Racing. This is the car that was running in third place on the opening lap. Brilliant start by Joel Sturm. So clearly a very good lineup in that car. So look for Pure Racing. And in fairness to Herbert Motorsport, they sort of should have their name on the car as well, because I think they're fielding it for Pure Racing.
Right.
I think I heard John mentioning that earlier, but we can check it out. But if you want someone to run your Porsche, particularly around somewhere like here, I would suggest Herbert. A bad crew to go knock on their door.
Certainly not. I did wonder with the 911 whether there might be some Manti connection there at Pure Racing. Racing spelt with an X, interestingly. So
how do you spell it?
RXCING is not how I spell it, but it's a kind of interesting tweet. We always get that sometimes in team names with it's like letters, or indeed letters replaced by numbers. The 7T6 team, a shining example with their McLaren 720S. That car, though, down in 30th position, but it runs in GT AM, we mustn't forget, and is second in that category, with early drama benefiting their only other rival in that class, CP Racing, with Shane Lewis driving the 85 Mercedes.
Okay, here's a point for you, Johnny. We always like to hear what you're thinking on, read what you're thinking, radio, RSL _, hashtag, it gets us RSL, underscore studio, hashtag. Let us know, but we were having a little conversation earlier, weren't we, with Tim, about circuits with a crossover in them. We had a far longer list that we concocted than we'd thought of before, but how about just, team names that aren't quite what you see. If you squint, you see them, but certainly RXC is another one that goes through. So if you can think of any ones that really are there to trip up commentators, do let us know. We'll immediately blackball them.
Yeah. But I'd like to already outrule anyone that might have done the Race of Remembrance, because there's a particularly nasty team in that. Nasty in the sense that if you said it out on air, you are actually swearing, but the way it's spelt, it's not. So the swearing type we'd like to avoid, but otherwise, words that are spelt in an unusual way in the introduction of numbers, etc., we'd love to hear it from you. At RSL _ studio. If you include the hashtag 24H Dubai, that will make it slightly easier for us to pick them out as well. Chris Rosenberger, then our chauffeur, heading down the back straight. You might be able to hear the KTM engine in the background. It's still an Audi-derived engine in the KTM. It was for a long time. Anyway, those cars are very nifty indeed. They look spectacular out on track, whether we're in day or night.
Well, I tell you what, Johnny, flaming out a little bit there. Chris, as we were talking about, he made a mistake down into turn 10, the corner that doubles back on itself at the end of the back straight. Maybe he was dazzled by the lights beyond. I sense he's... I have to just wait. I think he's coming in slowly. I think he's got a problem. Oh no, we're looking at... Yep, still 714, riding on board at the moment, trying to hear if there's anything different. Maybe not. It's also just the way the camera crews are picking up these cars in the dark. And I tell you what, it's a really, really difficult job. Look for the headlights. They've all got headlights. What should I be aiming at? The directors ask them to do things. Hard enough for them, but they've got to do it for 13 hours in the dark.
Yeah.
I really do take my hat off to all of them.
And the hotel on the approach to turn 16, dazzling in the evening twilight, with the different coloured LED stripes on that hotel horizontally, which change from lap to lap, it seems. We've got fireworks coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, so just under 2 hours before they will illuminate the sky. Who will be leading at that point, I wonder? Well, it's WRT at the moment in the hands of Jens Klingmann. He's about to head across the line again in the Belgian prepared BMW M4 GT3 for the German driver Alfred Renauer, keeping him honest exactly to the 1,000th of a second. 3 seconds the difference between the 7 and the 91 at the end of lap 77. And then it's the Haas RT Audi, which has lost a further place, therefore, was leading as we took over, but car 21 slipping to third position with Olivier Bertels at the wheel.
Now, it might be Chris Rosenberger settling in, but I sense he made the mistake at turn 10 that the car wasn't running perhaps as he wanted to as he went up the hill through 11 up to 12. And his last lap time was 8 seconds down that car's best. There might be a reason for it. It could be a combination of things, but I'm just going to keep an eye on that KTM because it did have almost like the mystery pit stop and it couldn't quite work out what was happening. Was it a new steering wheel? Maybe he braked a little bit late going into that hairpin because he was busy trying to do something with the wheel. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe he hasn't been here for a while and the amount of light at the end of the back straight is more than it used to be, because we've been commenting earlier, Johnny, about how the buildings on the other side of the main road that used to just be scrub and dust, if you're looking across from the grandstand towards turn 5 and 6, the buildings are now just a hop, a skip and a jump from the far side of the motorway, which is right outside the far end of the circuit.
True enough. So yes, the landscape around the Autodrome constantly evolving, and for the better as well. More and more infrastructure appearing year on year, well really actually month on month, but when you visit a place only every year, really do notice the differences. Snaking their way through the early lap sweepers in the opening sector, turns 3, 4 and 5. Go amongst other cars, the 92 of Jason Hart, American driver for Herbert Motorsport. So Herbert are here with a couple of cars, the second of which runs now in the second position, the 91 ahead of the 92, and the difference in spots, a total of 9 now, but one is entered as a Pro-Am car. In fact, they're both entered as Pro-Am machines, so that's every credit so far to the 91 crew, although how much of the AM element we've had in 91 remains in question. I would imagine that, you know, generally if they're inexperienced AM drivers, they will want to try and avoid the hours of darkness. The problem is this race has over half of its time run in darkness, so there is a point, I suppose, where you've just got to grasp the nettle and say, I'll give it a go at night time. They often say it's actually the transition stints that are more difficult because you've got the low sun, which will be causing major problems from a visibility point of view.
Openings are braking for turn 1.
Yeah, what's turn 1?
Yeah,
there's loads of runoff there.
Or turn 14, slightly tricky, uphill left-hander, hairpin. Yeah, my favourite place to watch, actually, the circuit. I just think it's brilliant. You've got wide in, tight out, you've got a combination of some, and good grief, what were you doing? What were you thinking when you did that corner line? It's always fabulous. When not commentating the first hour or two of the race, always guns down on the banking there. And great to see they've created a big fan zone up there, the Dubai circuit. Hearing from Phil in the commentary box, he was pointing out 25,000 tickets have been sold for this. It should be the biggest crowd and that it's had in the 18 years so far. And quite often we get people coming away, they'll watch them into darkness, they'll go back to where they live, and they'll come back in the morning.
Yeah.
And also another difference is it was traditionally Friday into Saturday. This year it's Saturday into Sunday, so we do expect some cracking crowds. And the racing scene since we started going here, I first came to Dubai Autodrome in 2005.
Okay.
Back when the building explosion was phenomenal. I remember, I think it was Nicolas Lapierre was saying, you know, they're building so many buildings. I'm sure the one next door is going to have one story since I went to the track this morning. Now we've got a fantastic battle for the lead. Our cutaway Jens Klingman is being pushed very, very hard by Alfred Neubauer in number 91 Porsche. It's nip and it's tuck, but at the start of the lap it's down to 0.4 of a second. So the motion is only going one way, and that is an advance. At the moment it seems WRT, the BMW, still in front. Where are the back markers going to be? Well, they're going to find them half a lap from now, I would suggest.
And you and I were speaking during the 2 Clio Cup Middle East races this weekend in support of the 24 hours. This appears to be a very wide track in places, but actually, to be quick, it's a very narrow racing line indeed. And if all of a sudden you come around the corner and there is a back marker sitting on that racing line, it's very tricky to readdress at the very last moment, particularly when you've got Alfred Renauer glued to your rear bumper.
Absolutely so, and almost the most critical part of the circuit is you dive into turn 1, so far so good, but then that snaking run through turn 2 where you go to the left, 3 to the right, 4 to the right, 5 to the left, and then 6 and 7. And we did see a Russian driver in the Clio Cup, Stanislav Novikov getting it all wrong by braving it out yet again around the outside. Then he just probably put half wheel on the curb, a bit of dust, and round he went. Plenty of runoff. I think he may have just clipped the tyre wall. He didn't finish the race, but it is that element of narrowing the line. Track is wide, but if you're threading the eye, you're cutting the shortest line, aren't you? Of course.
Yeah, yeah. And after that sequence of corners in that order, often the car chooses where it wants to go next, which is not necessarily the ideal route into turns 6 and 7. Well, Jens Klingmann has survived that heart-in-mouth moment. He's still got traffic up ahead of him, as he will have pretty much from this point on for the next 20.5 hours. I like the fact that the Lumirac number on the front of car 7, the BMW, is flashing all the time. That surely is to indicate to the back markers and to the cars perhaps in the TCE class that the race leader in GT is rapidly approaching and wants to get by. It used to be that those numbers flashed because they were doing some sort of reset, and what I'll do is keep an eye on Jens Klingmann's BMW. But I reckon that's another thing to be mindful of. Race leader behind me, do your best to stay out of the way, although it is the responsibility of the race leader as well to find their way through.
Now, you have to question it, Johnny, though, how much of the flashing can be seen on the windscreen by someone who's looking in his rearview mirror? This instance, I simply can't tell you. I was thinking for a second, when they go down the start straight, does the driver in front go, oh, it's a red and black car behind me, I know which one it is? I don't think so. I think they still see the full glare of the headlights behind them, even under the bright lights. But for now, it's still that Team WRT, number 7 BMW. He went out to 7/10 of a second clear, but by the time they've got through the early part of the lap, it's down to, well, we're talking about a third of a second, I suggest. 2 car lengths at the moment.
So will that car go underneath the KTM ahead? No, the Vortex ahead. So that is either, there are 2 Vortex in the race, either car 702 or 701. We have the 2 Philippes driving the V8s for the French crew. So it's Philippe Vautreau and Philippe Bonnel.
Oh.
Amrouche, no, not featuring, at the moment at least.
He's normally a shoe-in. It's normally a Vortex, bringing the Vortex back to the pits.
Do you have to be called Philippe to drive a Vortex these days then?
I wouldn't call Lionel Amrouche Philippe. Why did I jump? I just was so pleased I remembered it was Amrouche who was the permanent figure in the Vortex camp.
You have to be called Philippe for this particular stint.
Well, it's a new year. We've just moved on.
That's true, yeah. My eyes are drawn to 3-time winner Khaled Al-Kubaisi, who is going about his business very nicely as well, although clearly I would imagine the Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT car has not had the ideal start because it's currently circulating in 12th position. Number of pit stops for that car, 5, and we are 50 minutes into the stint for Khaled. Won this race 2012, which was the very long one. I think the previous year in 11, or was it 13? There were 2 in a row, and then he won it in 2020, but that was the rather peculiar race. That was massively affected by wet weather, and we actually only ran to a 1/3 distance. Bruce has got the record book out.
I was thinking slightly later than that. Let me come to you.
So there's 2012.
Ah, here we go. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong page.
When the late great Sean Edwards was part of the lineup.
You're quite right, 12 and 13. So
12,
the
13.
first year was Sean Edwards, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Thomas Jaeger. The next year, 13, was Sean Edwards, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Bernd Schneider.
There we are.
There's a lineup for you.
In both cases, names to be reckoned with. And the victory 3 years ago as well, which still very much counts, of course, to be a triple winner. There aren't that many triple winners in the Dubai 24 Hours.
Now, Herbert Motorsport pushing very hard for the lead of the race. That's Alfred Renauer. And just notice the sister car, number 92, down in 10th place. Jason Hart just banged in. Well, he's the quickest person on the track at the moment. 2 minutes 1.199 seconds. So the American absolutely starring in that car. He's closing in on Andrei Mukatov in the Tracer Attempt to Racing Audi, but he's got 20 odd seconds to find on that, but he's taking great chunks of time out. But Jason really settling in very, very well on his visit to the Dubai Autodrome.
Still nose to tail for the head of the order, and if you're wondering when these cars will next pit, well, they're pretty much neck and neck on driver stint time, and therefore probably on amount of fuel on board as well. So we've got a good hour and 10 minutes still to enjoy of this. Jens Klingmann does not appear to be the quicker of the two, purely because Alfred Renauer is slightly more manoeuvrable in the Porsche. rear-engined, of course, and properly rear-engined, unlike the GTE car in its more modern design, being effectively a mid-engined Porsche, but the GT3 adheres to the road-going counterpart. The BMW, with the snarling nostrils on the still pretty new M4, very much front-engine. So the balance of these two cars is incredibly different. And you've got Audi drivers as part of the Team WRT lineup trying still to get used to the behavioural antics of the M4. Jens Klingmann is a Beamer specialist, though, so he shouldn't have to worry too much about that. Very much in his home environment.
But a BMW M4 never looks like a large car. If you look at one in GT4 trim, it doesn't. Put it in GT3, it's like it's been in the gym. It's got shoulders and hips, but then you put a 911 behind it, and it suddenly looks a really big thing in comparison. Don't forget, for years and years we had the M6, which I absolutely adored, but a smaller driver would disappear into its midst, a bit like when it was racing against the Bentley Continentals, who was needed to bring a few extra cushions to the pit lane to put the smaller driver in. They sort of drove in their cars rather than not very much. But again, to me, that's part of the appeal of GT racing, and I love the way the cars are balanced, pretty equal, well, as much equality and performance as you can get. But to me, racing cars should look different from each other. But I'll tell you what, Jens Klingmann is really doing his everything to hang on, and Alfred Renau will be enjoying this. He'll push here, he'll probe there, but he does have the ability, as you pointed out, to get closer, to close in again, and then suddenly, I think down the straights, the BMW M4 is really pretty good indeed, but when you get to the curly bits, that's precisely where you see again. They go through the kink at turn 11, that's to the left. Couple of slower cars
now
up in
they're
front. The Vortex
about to head into a yellow flag zone because of Andrei Mukovoz, who was stopped on the racetrack for Trésor Attempto Racing. So the yellow flags are being displayed. They did, I think, pick those out, so no overtaking permitted as Mukovoz's car, well, they're going to give, I think race control are going to try and give him as much time as possible to get restarted. The race leaders are jammed in a load of traffic now, probably aided by that yellow flag, which has really bunched everyone together.
Yeah, they moved into a batch. Well, they became cars 6 and 7 in the second car. Gaggle of cars going out at 14, over the crest of 15 down to 16. But who's worked it better? Well, I can tell you, Jens Klingmann did. He crossed the line a third of the second to the good, but he, importantly, as they accelerated on the straight, had one, if not two, Porsche Cup cars between him and I think the Vortex and the chasing Alfred Renau. So Alfred, time to repeat it all over again.
If we do need to go code 60 because of this stranded Attempto racing car, last code 60 that happened was at 2 minutes to 6.
Oh, car number 48 has just gone for rotation. That's Salacin by Cox Racing Porsche. I think it's got away without anybody hitting it. Headlights into the eyes of the encroaching cars behind, but gets going all over again. This is way down the order. Nico Pronk at the wheel, because remember Peter Cox brought it in within the first, at the end of the opening lap, or possibly lap 2. Daughter Stephanie said we had no idea. He said something over the radio, but they lost so much time. 52 cars started the race. They're running in 50th. And we think the two behind, no, one of the cars behind Michel Planchemin driven Porsche 932 is the only one in the pits, so they're in penultimate position because 990 after long time in the pits. MRS GT Racing GT3 Cup Porsche with Alexander Herbst is back into the race. So we've lost one so far.
It is another code 60 though, and we're barely half an hour out of the previous one. The second code 60 of the race happened at 5:30 and lasted till 2 minutes to 6. This is code 60 number 3. And it is to recover the stricken number 99 car of Andrei Mukovoz driving the Trésor Attempto racing car at turn 14, or at least that is where the car has come to a halt. Yes, it's still stranded there, and the Attempto racing car is, because I always want to say it's an Audi, but it's a Porsche these days, the 911 GT3 Cup car with the 992 gen. No, it's not.
No, it's an
Say
Audi.
that again. It is an Audi. They used to run Porsches. It is now an Audi, and I got those mixed up. Apologies.
Well, in the early days, of course, all the Attempto racing cars were in a sort of dark metallic blue. Looked as though they'd been sprayed in a under the railway arches. They always looked a little on the grubby side, but then they suddenly just upped their standards and moved up the racing ladder very quickly indeed. But strange thing about that 99 Audi, it's on the outside of the circuit, right over the curbing, halfway between the entry and exit of turn 14, but facing the right way, so it hasn't spun. If you had a problem, you might have driven around the outside to keep out of the way. There's plenty of runoff around the outside of 14, but for whatever reason, it's stationary on the edge of the track and code 60. It shouldn't be a long clear-up unless something is locked in that car. But you know what? Everyone dives into the pits. Let's just reiterate and say again at the same time, of course, you can only take on half a tank of fuel under code 60.
Well, some cars might have pitted a full hour ago, so Nick Damon, this might be neatly timed.
We've got first of all, the Attempto Racing, we were actually waiting for them to come in. They were kind of hoping the car was going to turn up. They have Fidley Hutchinson, Susan and Booted ready to take over. And then about, well, I don't know, sort of like when you were talking about being on the side, they got the big cross. You know, the things aren't going very well. It wasn't quite the finger across the throat, but it was the things aren't going brilliantly, and they took it out of the running. Now, I've noticed that both of the WRT cars have gone past me. I've got a feeling that one of them may have changed drivers, but they're actually just putting fuel in. There's a lot of cars to the right. Past me goes the only Ferrari in the car, number 2, the all-French machine. Mostly now they're going for fuel. I think the 408, which is the leader in GT4, the Rothko family outing car, that also stopped at its pit. And there is a lot of people waiting for their cars to come round who I expect are more interested in fuel here. It's not really, as you quite rightly say, after such a long period of code 60, much of an ideal time to change drivers. So unless you think it's going to be a long code 60, you can burn some more amateur minutes.
Yeah, but I think unlike the first 2 code 60s, one of which involved barrier damage that needed to be repaired, then there was all that oil laid down on the track surface, so that was another half an hour on the code 60. This, in comparison, should be actually a very quick one, because it's just a car that's crawled to a halt, whether that's because it was short of fuel or a mechanical issue. But the marshals here at Dubai, the track workers, are vastly experienced in recovering a car, particularly from turn 14. It seems to happen quite a lot, has done through the years, and it's a short tow, therefore, from the anti-penultimate corner to the pit lane. Little more news from Nick.
Yeah, got a full service for the Haas RT car, coming from 3rd, according to the number on the road. Oliver Bartels has got out. Not quite sure who got it in. It wasn't, I think it may have been Mr. Mazatis, but don't quote me on that, because people just think I'm insane when I get it wrong. We also got the 931, more cars coming past the 911. I remember this is the 91 Herberth car popping for fuel. Here comes the 85 CP Racing, which I've got a feeling may have had a driver change. The Attempto car is now here, which is good news. So the Attempto car has come in on the back of the rescue vehicle, the very nice Toyota Hilux truck, Per Kaffer, on the recovery Phoenix car. So yes, it's been pushed back slowly, the Attempto racing machine. Actually, their garage, or where they set their pit up in front of the big blank area where the Renault Clios are parking. The first 3 garages have got cars in them. And there's 2 garages, which is 6 openings in total, which is just the Clios, which is a big period of nothing in the middle. But certainly this car, which the Attempto car, which was certainly all at the front with Pereira at the start, is now causing an issue. Now, I thought it might be out of fuel, but they've gone straight into the engine bay, having a bit of a look around of the R8. Speeding time, we've now obviously gone green, so that's a quick clear up, so no chance to change drivers for tactical reasons. And they've now put the engine cover back on again. And my guess is now going to have to wheel it in. Unfortunately, their route to their garage is blocked by the 227, which is the Sorg Rennsport Sol TCX car, the Porsche Cayman. Yep, back goes the Attempto car into the garage, so not looking good for them at the moment.
Thank you, Nick, for the update. And yes, the 99 car on the dolly jacks having to be wheeled backwards into the garage. Remember, you can't in this series drive directly into the garage anyway. It has to be pushed. You can sort of angle your car to the garage mouth, but then the last bit of it across the yellow line has to be done manually. The other thing now that crops up in my mind, yes, you've got that bit where the track goes from green flag to code 60, and regardless of whether you got into the pits just before or just after it's labelled a code 60 pit stop, you know, when you come in and it's code 60, but just before you get to the fueling area it goes green, does that make your pit stop a normal one all of a sudden, even though you entered on code 60? Because the rule used to be, if you entered 5 seconds before the end of the code 60, hard luck, your pit stop is a 50%er. Whereas this time, maybe there's the scope to go, we're green, go with the full tanks. I should have read all the regulations, really, to know the little intricacies of this, yes.
Yes, you get a full, but if it's the only judgment point is the pit entry line, and you're just approaching it, it's already gone green, so everyone is back to full racing speed. So it's just like doing a regular fueling stop.
It would be, yeah. But what I mean is, if you cross the pit lane entry lane, it's code 60. 3 seconds later, it goes green.
No, but that's got to be the judgment point, surely, because otherwise you can't control how long people are spending in the pit lane. You could have someone coming out after a lengthy pit stop under code 60, but they've been in the pits, they've just got down, it's turned green, but they entered the pits under code, I don't know. Page 316, subclause 3.
I mean, obviously, the fueling point when the fuel's going in has to be the end time, because there needs to be a point where you can no longer change how much fuel's going in the car. Anyway, we digress. I'm sure somebody will know the answer. At RSL_studio, always with a significant rule change, as we've got in 2023. There are 1 or 2 questions and also an adjustment period, because I think after the very first code 60 and that round of pit stops that was accompanying it, one team made an error and had to straight away take a penalty because they'd fully fueled their car when it should have only been half.
Right, there was a point that Nick made. He wasn't sure if there was a driver change. He thought one of the WRT BMWs changed driver. Not so. Jens Klingmann stayed on board. The car that's back into second place now behind Olivier Bertels in the Haas RT Audi that, again, had just made its pit stop a little bit earlier. And Max Hess, one of the BMW juniors that have been starring for years, stays aboard at 46. Is that you again, Nick?
Yeah, I was just saying there was a driver change, but it was a really long way away. What it actually was Alfa Romeo getting out and Ralph Bond getting into the 91 car.
Yes, got it, thank you.
Yeah, well, the eyesight's not good at the best of time anymore. The great age of the average age of the pit lane, of course, but from about 40 yards in the dark, no chance.
You never hear Marriott complaining, honestly.
Well, that is true.
Talking there of our inimitable colleague Andrew Marriott, the ultimate Duracell man, who just doesn't matter. At the start of a 24-hour race, the end, he motors his way up and down the pit lane, and last year at the Daytona 24 Hours was magnificent through the night, finding facts. And of course at Daytona you don't just have the pit lane. If cars need a lot of work, they get taken to the paddock behind, so you have to pad off some distance.
I worked with Andrew at the Barcelona 24 Hours, which was the final European outing for these cars, and he did stints in the booth with me, he did stints in the pit lane immediately following, and I mean, it's just relentless energy. And the new book is out as well, which he persisted to mention throughout that Barcelona 24 Hour weekend.
Did he have a stand in the paddock for doing signing and stuff?
Pretty much there was a line forming, yes, with Joe Bradley at the front and Joe Bradley at the back, because he had a second copy that he needed signing as well. But Marriott was ever forthcoming in that. It's a great read. Meanwhile, side by side between a couple of GT3 cars in the darkness, on the inside was the 21 car.
It's a change.
That was the change, wasn't it?
It's Jens Klingmann back in front in the number 7 BMW ahead of the 21 Haas RT Audi. We saw that before we had the code 60. We also saw the Herbert Motorsport car go past. That was with Alfred Renau, but now it's Ralph Bone. How far behind is Ralph? Well, Ralph is 11 seconds behind that lead battle, but the order changes one way and now it's changed back again. Jens Klingmann to the front in the number 46. Why is it 46? Why has it got bright yellow flashes on it? Because Valentino Rossi is sharing that car. And having been at the GT World Challenge round at Valentino's home circuit at Misano in the summer, the throngs, they filled the entire grandstand, just the Valet fans, and he's out there signing autographs. But actually, the order's changed again, because Olivier Bertels decided he wasn't taking it lying down this time, and he's fought his way back.
Remember, 46 is Max Hesse's BMW, whereas Jens Klingmann is in the 7 Beamer.
Oh,
so
sorry, yes.
0.7 of a second is the real-time gap as they cross the line. What that was Max Hesse in 46 going a lap down. Now, I had worked out that there were 5 cars on the lead lap, but no longer, because Olivier Bertels in the Audi from Haas RT has just stuck a lap on the young German. So it's now only 4 cars on the lead lap. 2 of them are BMWs, one from Team WRT, one from Poulsen Motorsport. We've got the Audi that leads, and the other car on the lead lap is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche in 3rd, now with Ralph Bone at the wheel, as Nick Damon described.
To atone for that bad spot, I'll ask a question of you, Johnny. Who's the fastest driver on the track at the moment?
I don't know, Bruce.
It's Fabian Schiller in the Almanar Racing by HRT Mercedes, the car that started from pole position in the hands of Lukas Stoltz. And Fabian Schiller, I would suggest, is probably the second fastest driver in that lineup. And the young German pushing very hard. But Axel Jeffries is no slouch, of course, as well. I'd forgotten for a second. Martin Conrad is the least sort of zesty of all those drivers, the Austrian racer, but Axel Jeffries knows it well. Nick, what's happening in the pit lane?
I'm with Olivier Bertels. Obviously, they haven't changed the driver identifier in that car. Olivier, the comeback so far by the 21 car has been amazing. You've just driven through the field.
We did our best. We actually have to think the mechanics. Because yesterday with the qualif, after quali 2, we were on second position. And before quali 3, we had an issue with the engine. Our mechanics took the engine off, worked whole night. So we had today a starting place. We started from, I think, 4th place somewhere. Now we went to 1st place, so I'm the only AM driver on the car. So the team did a fantastic job. So we're hopeful. We're hopeful.
What's it like out there? I mean, it's not as busy as Dubai has been in the past, but there's still a lot of traffic, isn't there?
With a GT3 car, you always have the traffic. It's always looking, and it's also pretty dark outside. So sometimes it's a bit scary, but for me, it's the first time with the GT3 car. So
will you now not get back in the car again till tomorrow morning? You're going to have a nice sleep?
I think I do one more stint. I think about at 12 o'clock. I don't know. That's the strategy. So.
And who's got in the car to replace you? Who's in the car now?
Mathieu Ditry.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a bit. Is it saying Mathieu yet on the timeline?
No, not yet. Still says Olivier Bertels.
That will cost them a penalty unless they're careful.
It can often go that way because it is entirely the responsibility of the new driver to change the driver ID. Now, I heard a massive squeal of tyres in the background of Nick Damon's interview, and all of a sudden the 29th placed car has popped into sight. Now, that has already changed, hasn't it?
It's Rabdan Motorsport.
Yeah, 977.
Halal Mazare has had a spin, but yes, you just didn't know if we were going to hit. We heard the skid, but was it going to be a crump? Didn't appear to be, but yes, 977 getting going again. That's one of the success stories of this race, because of course local teams now taking part, not in the junior classes anymore of the Dubai 24 Hours, but really getting stuck into the thick of the Porsche GT3 Cup series. But with the hazard lamps on, limping its way back, one would suggest there isn't a tyre on that car that doesn't have a flat spot on it, but for the Rabdan Motorsport crew, trying to get any grip at all through turn 14, driver turning wheels left and right in the sharp left-hander up the hill. One would think that's coming into the pits. Yes, hazard lamps on. They'll be coming past Nick very soon indeed.
Yeah, so look out for that one. A car and indeed driver that featured in last year's Dubai 24 Hours as well, running as the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing Porsche last year for Saif Al Ameri, who we caught up with a number of times, I remember, through the course of last season. Fahad Al Zabi. I think it's a very similar lineup, in fact, but Mazrouet with the moment. As to try and work out exactly where that incident happened on the circuit, I'd probably give you the sector by drilling down into the individual sector times. It was definitely in the middle sector, so somewhere in the vicinity of the back straight, perhaps. Final sector, middle sector begins as you approach turn 8 and finishes on the exit of turn 12. Was it in fact coming out of turn 12? There is a camera not very far away from there, and therefore fairly close to the end of the lap. 977 is in the pit lane. Also serving a more traditional pit stop is the McLaren 720S from 20th position, coming into pit road for another stop. Now, why did this car not pit on the code 60, I wonder, Nick?
I don't know, but they're making an absolute full service. Tyres and fuel. Andrew Gilbert's got out. It's the, I have to look at my name of this one, because it's the more complicated name in the car, which is Atus Vibo. Go with that, Vibo? I'm hoping so.
From you, we'll take that.
Who's got in. Now, interestingly, of course, we were expecting the very similar looking in a certain light KTM to turn up. That's carried on going after its problem at turn 10. So this is an interesting question. Why did he not stop when it was free? Perhaps they work into a program. There's only one other ram, of course, which is CP. And they are trying to make up for that shock absorber snapping in the first hour.
Now, Nick, 977, the Rapdan Motorsport Porsche, we had it spin on the circuit. That's just been pushed back into its pit garage. It'd be quite good if you could find out if anything is untoward, other possibly just a spin. We can't tell.
Yeah, and thankfully, as you made the point, Bruce, there was no big thud after the spin, so let's hope that it's not hit anything after the incident. But was it forced into a spin by another car? That we can't tell you at this stage. Better news for Haas RT, because they have now addressed that driver ID glitch, or perhaps operator error, by Mathieu Detry. Detry, far more familiar for me, running tin tops in this race. He's been part of, I think, possibly that the Peugeot program, Team Altran, not too long ago. And Detry's also driven in TCR as well. AC Motorsport, yes, of course. Stefan Perrin, Nick Damon reminds me of as well. So driving in the 188 car of the past, but these guys are now becoming more familiar with GT3 and the R8 LMS specifically. Stefan Perrin also making the jump up. We've had 90 laps, and Mathieu Detry, perhaps for the first time in his Creventic career, driving in the GT Series and leading outright by 4 seconds. Mathieu Detry over Jens Klingmann.
Well, he's putting in some very good laps. He's happy. Jens Klingmann's doing 2-minute 2s, and it's 2-minute 1s from Mathieu Detry, so he knows the circuit. He's got to get used to the power, and that car actually has set the fastest lap of the race. I think the only driver under 2 minutes. It's a 1-minute 59.596. Mathieu Detry, but one would suggest for the car 21 that was done by Fred Laviche in the opening stages of the race. But of course, there was an awful lot of time at code 60 with all that damage needing to be cleared up, and then as it went to darkness, to dusk, all the oil down the track. Nick?
Down with the 977 as requested. It doesn't take a Happy Valley style of detective to work out that they've got a leak, mainly because there's 4 and the famous blue roll picking up what looks like water. Yeah, it's a water leak, thankfully, and they're trying to take the nose off the car. So damage to the left, which I think has, in true Porsche style, that was a marvellous clip. It's like a leaky hot water bottle on a cold morning in the 70s. It oozes out there, and it's just dripping out the bottom. So he's had a bit of a minor coming together and suffered the famous Porsche of the ruptured radiator.
And it's good to see, Nick, that everyone still understands that blue is the most absorbent colour of paper.
And the most readily available, in fact, because there are great sheets of it now being unrolled to sort out the garage floor, which is all concrete, so should mop clean very easily indeed, deliberately so. 5.5 minutes to go before another hour is in the book. That will put 4 hours into this race that we have seen quicker 24 hours to this point, and mainly because of the unexpected amount of incidents so far. 3 code 60s, 2 of them lengthy. The most recent one was actually only 4.5 minutes. Yeah, 4.5 minutes. That was just after 6:30. But the first code 60 ran for half an hour. That was 45 minutes into this year's event after Porsche number 932 hit the barrier at turn 5, and that enforced lengthy repairs to said barrier. And then there was 28 minutes worth of code 60 after the number 46 car made contact again with a barrier, and again in the vicinity of turn 5, between 5 and 6, spilling a load of oil on the racetrack, and also meaning that the metalwork needed some patching up before we could get racing again.
It's interesting. Mathieu Detry continues to pull clear of Jens Klingmann. It might be a case that they put fresh rubber on, and Jens Klingmann is using an older set of tyres. He's now nearly, well, he's 5 and a bit seconds in arrears. And don't forget, we saw Jens get his nose possibly in front, and then immediately was shoved back. But just want to check on Nick's pre-race prediction. Early yet, we've nearly done 4 of the 24 hours. Car number 32, Nick was talking about Team GP Elite. He mentioned to Lucas Grunewald on the grid, not trying to ruin your race, but I've nominated you as my favourites. They're not doing badly, Nick, at the moment. They're in 7th place overall, and the driver at the wheel at the moment, Jesse Van Kujic. 2 Van Kujics in that car.
12th position is hotting up right now in the GT series as several cars stream across the line. So the 12th position being fought between Gray Newell in the Hart Racing SPS Mercedes and the MP Motorsport AMG of Bert de Huys. And Gabriele Redone has not had a happy lap, particularly there. Lost 2 places to Sabina Di Castro in the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche and Bert de Huys. So the FAC Autotech Porsche, running as car number 962 with Redone at the wheel, slips to 15th position, and right ahead on the timing screen of his teammate Christopher Zirkling, also in a FAT Porsche 911, the 961 car, in the same class, yes, both in the 992 division, and that's a class now led by Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche number 909.
Just spotted that. I just spotted something else. A message someone tweeted in. Matt G, thank you very much to Radio Borisel_studio. About an hour ago, he said car 32, the one of which I just spoke, the Team GP Elite Porsches, had 12 track infringements already. Track limit infringements. Sorry, Nick, down in the pits.
Happy to wait for a couple of seconds. Just the 988, the MRS GT car, came past us like it was running a bag of spanners rather than a gearbox. That's ours. Oh, hang on, Ron. I think we've got the answer to this one. I've just seen where it's rolled in, and there is a very large patch of black stuff on the ground, which I'm not going to taste. I'll tell you right now, that's either engine or gearbox oil. So that car's had some sort of major failure in that things that should be inside the car are now outside the car. They pulled it in. The car is smoking, but the smoking just brakes on the left-hand side. But something's happened. They weren't expecting it, and suddenly it's just come in. And we have it's a gearbox or engine. That's going to be very likely some long-term problems. So yes, quite nice actually. They actually got some of that blue roll. Here comes the blue roll. Here comes the man with the blue roll to wipe up the oil. That's good news. This section of the race is sponsored to you by Blue Roll. Other colours are available, but as Bruce says, not as absorbent.
I don't know whether there are other colours available, possibly white, but beyond white and blue, I've never seen any other colours of that sort of absorbent roll.
I believe cheaper brands have a sort of beige colour.
Do they?
Yes.
I wouldn't know about that,
no.
and neither would you, frankly. Wolf Power Racing's Audi RS3, Vars Vallas has brought the 1-2-1 car into pit road, and that is from 3rd position in the TCE category. Nicholas Bourne leading the TCE race. Remember, 2 races in 1, as we've been accustomed to for the last few years at the Dubai 24 Hours. Therefore, 2 completely separate podiums, 2 completely separate championships, indeed, for the more touring car derived machines. And as part of the TCE qualifying, GT4 were included as well, but they are running in the GT series part of the race, the GT4s. Speaking of that class, it's the Simpson Motorsport BMW M4, but the GT4 version of the M4 that currently leads for Vasily Vladikin in the 438 machine that is currently out front there, from the Rofco Dragon Racing Mercedes of Stuart Hall, Bruce.
Right, just coming to the end of another hour, the 4 hours on the board. Just notice a lot of the warnings are now turning to 10-second time penalties for track limit infringements. I could run through the list, but we got to the top of the hour, so I won't. But for a lot of the crews, you know, you reap what you sow, and that's what they've been doing.
So we tick over to the hour of exactly 7 o'clock now. We're an hour away from the fireworks here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And it is Mathieu Detry, yes, relatively inexperienced behind the wheel of a GT3 car, but extending the gap when he gets the chance to from Jens Klingmann. So did Tree in the Haas RT Audi R8, leading with 5 hours gone from Jens Klingmann's BMW and the Porsche of Ralph Bow. Outside of the top three, Poulsen Motorsports BMW M4 is in 4th place, driven by Roland Poulsen. Then it is Max Hesse in the Team WRT M4 GT3, car number 46. Fabian Schiller in the 6th placed Mercedes AMG. That is the Almanar Racing by HRT entry. And Fabian Schiller, one of 5 drivers allocated to be piloting that through the course of the next 20 hours. Then in 7th position, it's the 32 Team GP Elite Porsche. Jesse von Koik in the wheel of that car, and then Joel Sturm for the 911 Pure Racing crew with their Porsche in 8th. Ninth spot for Khaled Al Kubaisi, the 3-time winner, going for a 4th this year. His most recent win 2020. So the Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT car is working its way up the order. He last reported that being in 12th position, now inside the top 10. Antoine Ducas in the Santilok Junior team, their GT3 Audi number 26 is in 10th. First of our class leaders is then the 992 division top spot for the 909 Red Camel Jordans.nl for Luke Breukers in car number 909. Then back to GT3 runners with the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes 12th but 11th in class, and MP Racing similar car for Bert de Huys is in 13th spot overall. Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors, their Porsche running 14th. That's also a 992 class runner. And FAC Autotech's duo of machines, 962 ahead of 961, 3rd and 4th in category. 17th overall in the GT series is where we find Seth Lucas's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's the All-American lineup, which includes Jason Hart, who was last in the car, but Seth took over at the previous pit stop. Then of Australia Grove Racing, for Brenton Grove himself, running in 14th position within the GT3 class and 18th overall, ahead of the CP Racing car. Now they're the best AM category car, AM lineup for a GT3 machine. The 995 Dual Racing by Toro Verde Porsche Cup car is 5th in its class. Then it is the number 2 car for Vision and their Ferrari 488 running 21st, ahead of the P1 Grouper by MRS GT Racing Porsche. Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing's Porsche Cup car is 6th in class, ahead of the QMMF by HRT machine in 24th overall. To the next slate, and in 25th spot in the GT series, it's the HRT Performance Porsche Cup car with Greg Gorski at the wheel of that. Stefan Gurig comes next for Uber Motorsport. The second of the two, Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Machines, with Alexandre de Bernardinis, Frenchman, is in 27th. British squad 76 with their McLaren that we've spoken about has had its dramas, but Matthias Feibo is currently at the wheel of that car, 2nd in AM. Then the first of the GTX cars is the 714 Razoo Northern Racing KTM Crossbow. Simpson Motorsports BMW leads the GT4 category for Vasily Vladikin. And then the second of the QMMF by HRT, Suhail Qatar Racing cars, that's Porsche running in 31st position, ahead of the 32 Rothko by Dragon Racing car, 2nd in GT4. And over the page we go again, so this time in 33rd position, the MRS GT Racing Porsche being driven by Rodri Guillon. 33rd overall, 13th in class. The third spot in the GT4s is the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW. Then the ALM Motorsport by MRS GT Racing car, another Porsche, 35th. Century Motorsports BMW is 36th overall, but more crucially for them, 4th in GT4. Phoenix Racing's Audi, 37th, followed by in 2nd place in GTX, the Vortex, the venerable Vortex, still pushing on, car 702 for Philippe Fettore. And then it's the 39th placed car of NKPP by HRT Performance, their Porsche, the Mark van der A, And finally, Rabdan Motorsports number 977 car, which has had difficulties as well. It is running in 14th position, but is it still running is the question. No, in the pits.
In the pits, and they've fallen to 46th place, and next time around it'll have fallen quite a bit more. So
yeah.
One little slip up, and that's what they nearly did in their pit garage.
Onward we go with the second of the Vortex for Lionel Amrouche. Car 701 is 41st. 42nd for Tresor Attempto Racing Car. That's been in strife, of course. Speed Lover, not the ideal race for them, for Chris Mies in the number 979 car at 43rd. Then the Salacin by Cox Racing Car, which didn't reach the end of the first lap before it hit trouble. Nico Pronkt, car 48, shown as 44th. Ahead of the MRS GT Racing Car number 990, the HRT Performance Porsche 932. And the Dragon Racing Car has done no laps because it did not start in their GT4 Mercedes. The rundown for the TCE series takes quite a bit of less time to tell you about, but nevertheless it is fraught there, because after just over 4 hours of running, the gap's only 6.8 seconds. We've had 86 laps, in fact, for the AC Motorsport driven, or the AC Motorsport Audi, which is being driven by Nicholas Bourne. That car is first in the TCE race, ahead of the Wolf Power Audi RS3 for Peter Pozovac, car number 117. And the second Wolf Power Racing Audi, car 121, now being driven by Ivars Valles. Then the Team Zorg Rennsport car for the TCX category. The Porsche 718 Cayman is in 4th spot, ahead of the second AC Motorsport car with the all Hong Kong lineup. And then the 700 miles entry for the VW Golf, the only Golf in the field, for Michel Sallenbach, 6th in TCE. And do we have all of those cars still running in the TCE category? Yes, is the answer. So they've had fair degrees of delay, some of them, but at least the Golf is now circulating again for the French crew, 700 miles with Sallenbach of Canada. So I'm sure there's a common language, in fact, between he and the French mechanics that he's having to deal with. And the 106 car now hopefully can make some meaningful progress in the 18th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, powered by Hankook. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in, what are we calling this, Studio 1? That's what the sign on the door says anyway.
Well, we'll go with that. Really, really impressed by the pace of Mathieu Detry, not just because he's leading the race, but he's doing so pulling clear of Jens Klingman. He's now best bit of 10 seconds clear. They were almost nose to tail. It's the Haas RT Audi that started a long way down. It's pulling clear of Jens Klingman's WRT BMW, but down in the pits, it's Nicholas Damon.
It certainly is, thank you. I think that my mother was up there commentating. Again, she'll probably be a bit easier on me. Yeah, but just while we're having that rundown, the ultimate winners of the race, the GP Elite 32 car came in. Jesse Van Hoyk got out and his brother Danny Van Hoyk got in. And we've just seen the 777 do a full circle, meandering down that way. So it was a driver change. It was Fabian Schuller was in the car, wasn't it? So it's done a driver change and full set of tyres as well for that car, which obviously started from pole.
Lovely stuff, thank you. 9 minutes into the 5th hour of the race then, and just after 7 p.m, but very, very dark indeed, obviously because the sunset official time was at 5:50, so we're a long way now into the evening from that, and it is a long night here at Dubai. It's a draw between this event and Daytona in 2023. Normally we have a winner in either this Middle Eastern event or the one in Florida, but exactly the same down to the minute. I don't know whether they time sunset and sunrises to the second, because I'm sure we could probably find a winner therefore, to tenths of seconds perhaps, but 13 hours and 16 minutes for both events this year. Has that ever happened before, I wonder? Virtually stickered Hankook tyres being applied to the Poulsen Motorsport BMW, door being slammed shut, which would indicate a driver change. Did you see all of that pit stop, Bruce, to see whether there was a driver change? Yeah. Roland Poulsen brought it in.
Roland Poulsen brought it in and climbed out of the car, so presuming it's either going to be Casper Jensen or Gustav Birch, but we will see.
Yeah.
You see the way I adapted.
Very good.
You taught me. I'll forget next time around. Do not pronounce B-A-R-C-H as birch as in the tree?
Well, you would in certain countries around the world, but it's only because I've been schooled by a Danish journalist, and whether that wound me up the wrong way subconsciously, but I now feel I've got to force that message onto you as well, Bruce.
No. I fully believe that's we need to be told where we're going wrong with people's names.
Agreed. Yep. And it is René Berg who actually runs the team. Not Poulsen Motorsport, but the crew that was running those 3 Nissan Honda NSX, I should say. Yes. Yeah. GMB Motorsport. So GMB Motorsport run by René Berg, who is Gustav's dad. MP Motorsport coming down pit road now with Bert de Royce driving the Dutch run crew. And MP Motorsport had another Mercedes for company not too long ago, but they've split apart now. The 2 HRT prepared AMGs are right together on the timing screen as well. Khaled El-Khabazi has just brought the number 4 car in. Axel Jeffries taking charge of the 777 back out onto the circuit. So he is just a handful of seconds into his stint.
Now, what I didn't see coming into the pit lane, whether the number 19 MP Motorsport Mercedes served a time penalty, because 5 minutes ago it was issued with one of the many 10-second time penalties. But the biggest time penalty I think we've had in the race so far is a full minute. And that was car number 46. It was on the WRT BMWs, and that was for overtaking another car. Not the normal course of racing, but you understand what I mean. That was during Code 60. Oops.
The very smartly turned out Bilstein liveried Mercedes has thundered its way down into the pit lane towards Nick Damon.
Full service. Whoa! He lost that one. That was Sebastian Bowe. They're nearly losing. Khaled El-Khabazi got out and gave absolute everything out. The thing was much more like a Ken Block tribute leaving of the pits there, I think, more than anything else. I was almost run over by the 438 a second ago as the M4 came in. That's had a full service with tyres as well. So it's a case really of avoiding it. I'm not quite sure why, given the fact that there are significantly less cars. It appears to be significantly more aggy in the pits at the moment as people kind of come in and diving at all sorts of angles. MP Motorsport, the orange Mercedes, that had a standard stop as well. So all clear now in the pit lane before the next bit of madness starts.
And then the first repeat manufacturer is in 4th place for Max Hesse, who had dropped down to 5th and 6th places, but is working his way back up the order. Still, well, I was about to say not back onto the lead lap, but actually a difference of 155 would be too much, I think, to be on that lead lap. We did witness, remember Bruce, Max Hesse's WRT BMW being lapped by the 21 car only a handful of minutes ago, and as yet the 46 hasn't risen back to the leading lap, which will be lap 102 currently. Pure Racing's Porsche of Joel Sturm still kicking on though at a decent speed, and the 911 car, 911 numbered car, running in 5th.
Yeah, I'm just looking up and down the order for people who have sort of fallen down the order a little bit, but making a good stab of it. And Heart of Racing by SPS. This is the car with the Mercedes in the GT class. It's down outside the top 20 in 21st position, but Roman DeAngelis, the Canadian racer, just banged in a 2-minute 1.0 second lap, so there's nothing wrong with the car, and I expect Roman to propel that up the order. I have to go back through the penalty screen to see how much they've been held back by those, but certainly in the here and now, he is the fastest person out on the circuit. No, actually, Jens Klingman and Ralph Bone are now lapping at similar times, 2:0, no, a little bit slower. No, so actually, go back with what I was saying. So you might be well down the order. If your car's right, we've got 20 hours remaining. Expect them to come back up the order. That's the Heart of Racing team by SPS.
Yeah, and all can appear to be lost at any point in a 24-hour race, but as long as it's reasonably early, as in, well, in the perfect, which is a rare thing. I'm sure even when you chat to winners in 24-hour races through the years, it's impossible for a race that runs twice around the clock for every single element of that to go to plan. Mathieu Detry heading into pit lane at the end of lap 103 though, in the Haas RT Audi, and that car then in need of fuel, so much so that it needs to stop under green flag conditions. Again, they might well have taken 50% of fuel during the previous caution period, but car 21 is now appearing into sight for Nick. And Mathieu Detry, we've already had a word with Olivier Bertels. Detry, though, I reckon Nick will be staying on board for at least another hour or so.
Yes, he just drove past me. He wouldn't even stop. I put my thumb out. He wouldn't stop. He just went straight to the fueling. So, as you say, Mathieu Detry, who we know from running in TCR, is showing a turn of speed in the GT3, which is, to be honest, a tiny bit surprising, but good work by him.
Yeah, very good indeed. A 2:01.110, his best of the stint, which is significantly quicker than Olivier Bertels, who managed a mid 2:04 as his best, although actually Olivier's average speed has been better across this stint compared to Mathieu Detry, but of course Detry's early progress in this race was halted somewhat by the Code 60, so average lap times can't really be relied upon because of that. 3 Code 60s so far, but 2 of them very lengthy indeed. The latest was only 4 and a bit minutes to recover a stricken car at turn 14. Meanwhile, nose-to-tail Porsches of different categories, the GT3 and the 992 Cup car to be observed, heading into turn 16 and heading back out again with 19 hours and just under 45 minutes to go. More news from Nick.
Pure Racing car in, apparently is now how it's pronounced, a 911. No driver change, and there is a slight problem actually. They've changed the tyres, and now they're having a bit of a fiddle about in the electrical compound area. If you're taking out, is that just the removal of a, that was just taking the chip out. So don't forget they have these SD cars they have to remove at regular intervals and take to race control. That carries all the telemetry to check that no one's gaming the system, getting too much boost or whatever. So that took a little bit longer. Perhaps some a bit of practice on that one, with fat fingers fiddling out to get the card out. But it's out, and no tyres, but no driver change for 911.
Thanks very much, Nick. Not Nicholas. Nick, we're being very casual now. We talked, Johnny, just there about the car that was brought out in the Code 60 most recently. It was a 99 Trazer by Attempto Racing Audi. That, alas, still has Andrei Bukazov listed as the driver, but it unfortunately has a P next to 48, so it's in 48th position and going nowhere fast. Still in the garage. Nick went down and looked at how much liquid was falling from the underside of that car. It might be worth Nick working your way back up there to see if there's any progress, because that's been in the pits for quite some while now. Car number 99, Attempto Racing Audi. And it very nearly got home. You thought the same thing as I did. Did it run out of fuel going up the climb through turn 14 and 15? Because Nick pointed out there was a driver ready to take that car over, standing in the pits, but alas, the car didn't come. I can't remember which of the teammates it was who sort of drew his fingers dramatically across his throat. All was not well. I think it was Finley Hutchison, that's right, the Scottish driver waiting to take that over, and his name not yet next to the car, so the car not back out.
Yeah, well remembered. So it came in a wee while ago now. Andrei Bukazov was at the wheel at the time. I can tell you that it's been just over 40 minutes now in the pit lane with the time ticking on. And that's a little bit of a row of woe, actually, because just ahead of it on the timing screen is the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche number 977, which has been in the pits for just over half an hour, and that was joined 10 minutes after that by the ALM Motorsport by MRS GT Racing Porsche. So the German prepared car, but Swedish driver, and 988 coming in 25 minutes ago.
Shall we talk for a moment about the Porsche Cup, the GT3 Porsche Cup?
Yes.
992s they are. At the front end, Luke Breukers in a race that is such a favourite for his family. sharing with Father Ivo and, of course, with brother Rick, who claims that, I wasn't sure if it was an oblique comment, that you're now literally the team manager. Does that mean you just get involved in everything? And, but anyhow, they're out there and they're leading the class. Second in class is Sabino De Castro in the Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors version, but the margin is 23 seconds to good, so the youngest of the Breukers lapping marginally faster than De Castro, so that's very good. 7th and 8th overall. Again, they run a slightly different pit sequence to the others, but the whole thing's been jumbled by those two long periods of Code 60 early in the race, in the first hour and coming up to the third hour point. But good run from them. Third in the class, down in 9th overall. Sorry, no, next one down, I beg your pardon, is in 12th now, Gabriel Rindon, who had a few problems in the leader of the FAC Autotech series, and as I talk about 909 leading the class, it's in the pits, but worse than that, it was serving a time penalty at pit in. Doesn't make them unusual. Everyone else has pretty much had one of those already for, yes, exceeding track limits.
Yeah.
That was served a short while ago to them, yeah, only 5, 6 minutes, 7 minutes ago now, so that was a quick acknowledge, take the damage and climb out, which is exactly what New Breukers has just done.
Yeah, track limit infringements generally 10 seconds unless they accumulate across an hour-long stint, and there are several of them, but they'll just all then bolted together. We're actually waiting for the HRT performance portion, number 932, to serve a minute in the penalty box for Michel Blanchimont, but they've got far bigger dramas for 932. That's the one with all the damage to the front of the car after it caused the first Code 60 of this year's 24 Hours of Dubai. Nick Damon keeping his finger on the pulse of all the news in pit lane. What have you spotted this time?
Well, we had another look at the 989, which was the car that came in at an oblique angle leaking oil. They're going for the one mechanic kind of recalcitrant taking bits off, so I'm not overly sure that they can fix that one, so that may well be the end of the road for that one. Obviously, you've just seen the Rick Hamill Jordan's team. They've come in and gone through. I think we'll grab a word with young Luke. He's just very happy. He's getting a cuddle from his girlfriend, I think. It's always quite nice. Oh, it's very a cuddle from the girlfriend, now a cuddle from the mechanic. I have to ask him which one he preferred. Oh, another cuddle. It's 2 mechanic cuddles. Do you think I should give him a cuddle? I don't know. Luke, you look quite tired. Is it hard work out there?
Yeah, it's hard work. Still a lot of traffic this year, so very exciting track. It's been the first time in Dubai 24 hours. It was a lot of fun.
It's the first time your dad's let you drive here?
Yeah, I've did the TCR Middle East series. That's 2 years back now, so the first time in the Porsche here, yeah. And now P1, I think, so very happy.
I mean, it's really a busy track, but I suppose how much of the time are you looking ahead and how much of the time are you looking in the rearview mirror?
I'm not looking in the rearview mirror that much, mostly looking so far possible ahead and anticipate what's coming.
And then how is the track evolving? Because we know that earlier on this weekend it was really weird, certainly going on that single-seater tyre. So how is it now?
Yeah, the tarmac was really slippery the days before. Now with the sun is down, more rubber on the track, and it's really great. A lot of grip out there, a lot of fun.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Luke Breukers there chatting to Nick, and it was a surprise to me actually to know that this was his first Dubai 24 Hours. I definitely have a memory of him running in the Cup races that have supported this fabulous event in the past, so he does at least have experience of the track and where it goes in the daylight, but thrust in very early on for a nighttime stint, so needed to adjust very quickly indeed, but expertly done by Breukers Junior, if you like, when you compare him to Rick, but it is a full family affair. Some interesting comments from Rick yesterday, considering he's been a previous winner of this event. He then went on that year to win the Daytona 24 Hours and Sebring as well at the start of 2018, I think that was. But he now actually says, I don't really enjoy the driving as much as I did 4 or 5 years ago, and it's the team management, the organisation that really fascinates him now. So we may still see Rick at the wheel of a racing car for a couple of seasons yet, but it sounds like he's almost wanting to gravitate away from that and more towards the behind-the-scenes work.
Yeah, no, I thought he was a racer through and through, but maybe he just enjoys the management element. And of course, the Breuker's family doesn't just turn up here and race. It's so instrumental in making these Creventic events happen and you know, pushing them forward. So he's got his fingers in many pies, and maybe he's just looking ahead. And he had a fantastic season, as you said, started 5 years ago, and was right up there with the top GT3 runners around the world. But then since then, it hasn't all fallen his way. It may be just the joy, but also running a family enterprise. You know, different people go for different things, but every time he's in the car, in fact, he was saying to Nick said, have you had much time in the car? And he went, no. And I was thinking, but I've seen you in some Creventic events jump out of one type of car into another. You just don't seem to need the transition at all. He just seems so on it. Talking about a driver who's on it at that very moment. You know, Blake Merlin's picture appears in the bottom right of the screens. Again, one of the onboard cameras for him. And he was called up at the last minute. But if you want someone with experience here, they've had 18 events and he's in his 16th. But let's hear the very latest from Nick Damon down in the pits.
Down here with Team Castro, straight out of the Willie Motorsports by EB Motors Porsche, and you came in the lead of 992, so you've worked on that pole and carried on being incredibly quick.
Yes, it's a very difficult race because the level is good. In the first part of stint I don't push a lot, but there is another code 60 and Red Camel changed the tire. The team asked me to push more. I push, but the tire is not good. But next stint, I push to start and to finish.
Now, of course, you're the only three-person team in the event, so you'll be doing a lot of driving and having very little rest, though.
Yes, it's more hard, but I prefer a lot driver because you must concentrate, and there is not a lot thinking. It's more simple to choose the setup, and yes, for the race it's more hard, but for me it's better.
You were talking about the tyres, the fact that it's hard to push them. Is that going to become easier as more rubber goes down and the temperature's cooler? Will it be easier to push really hard during the night?
Yes, now is the moment perfect for the tire and for engine. Now you can put a very good lap, but now wait the middle night to push more.
Great stuff, thank you. Well done.
Sabino De Castro, part of the Willie Motorsport by EB Motors crew, that Romanian/Italian relationship, I suppose, which was first introduced a few years ago, and part of that very much Fabrizio Broggi, who, I mean, Sabino's English is very good. Fabrizio Broggi has spent, I think he had spent a decade or more in London, so it's like talking to Nick Damon doing an Italian accent, actually.
Which is frequently, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But the thing I love about that team is the fact that Nick identified on the grid that they're his worst nightmare. They all look the same because they've all got a light black, dark beard, haven't they?
Yeah, true.
A light covering just to keep him on his toes.
Indeed so. Sticker tyres for the Porsche that has just come into pit road, and that is one of the Duvo racing cars with the Luxembourgish flag on the B pillar. So belts being done up now for that car that has just arrived in pit lane.
907.
Yes.
We'll be looking at there.
Bang on. So Alexandre de Bernard, and handing over to, well, one of the other 4 drivers, because this car runs with 5 in total. Even got time during this pit stop to clean the nose of the car with a little bit of spray with some detergent. Now there's a car going the wrong way on the racetrack and having to rejoin. That's the 701 Vortex. Horrible moment for everyone else, thundering their way through. I think early part of the lap, turns 3, 4 and 5. It was going the wrong way clearly because it had spun, and wanting to rejoin, but spins again. No, it's later on in the lap. It's at turn 14 now where Philippe Bonnell has had another moment in as many corners, Bruce.
I think so, because I think they went down the sweeper at turn 13, the left-hand kick, and he's still going the wrong way in the track. He's using all the runoff area to drive away from the track up towards the wall on the outside and rejoin. Let's hope he doesn't go for a hat-trick, because we think he's coming towards the end of the lap, but we've talked about this before, Johnny. The width of the track seems generous, but the racing line is quite narrow. When suddenly, under cover of darkness, you've got that moment. You're not looking at taillights anymore, or headlights and their taillights and their headlights. The car spins in front of you. Very difficult to know where to put your car. But the good news is, actually,
I think
I was
down
right.
The back
Straight now, so you were right earlier on.
The initial spin happened in close to turn 4 or 5. He then had a further spin at turn 8, the bowl, which is 8 and 9, and now working its way out of turn 11 and up towards turn 12 over to the right-hand side of the commentary box again. So we peer out onto the circuit with turns 1, 2 and 3 over to our left and turn 16 to our right, all very neatly laid out in front of us, the Dubai Autodrome, but much easier to pick out where exactly an incident is happening in daylight hours. It's very dark indeed out there, but much better lighting where Nick Damon is, which is the pit lane.
Yes, but with the biggest problem is my eyes now, having gone off the last few years and I haven't got any glasses, I'm having to stop underneath lights so I can actually read the various pieces of information I have. Tresor Attempto Racing came in just about, I think, 45 minutes ago. They did quite a good job because they managed to get the gearbox off the back of the car. The issue seems to have, what stopped them from moving was a total clutch failure, but they don't seem overly sure what caused the total clutch failure. The fact that there was 2 of them sitting at the back, in kind of consternation, looking at the various clutch plates, going, well, that should work. Why isn't it working? I think they're going to stick on a whole new gearbox, and hopefully they'll get themselves back out again.
Good stuff. Thank you for finding that out, but that's always a bit of a sinking feeling when you've done all the work and still nothing happens, and then you really do have to sort of drill down to the next level. But that's all well and good if you are prepping the car for a race weekend, or indeed you're between practice sessions, between qualifying sessions. But in the race, it's a horror show, needing to find out, diagnose first of all at speed, and then finally do the work. The treble 7 car of Axel Jeffries heading now through turns 8 and 9 and onto the back straight. This is the car that led in the early stages when Luca Stoltz was at the wheel. A blistering opening stint from Luca. Axel Jeffries is certainly not hanging around though either. Last time through did a 2:02 on near enough full tanks. And the Almanar Racing by HRT performance car, the HRT Mercedes, running in 6th position. And that might well be 5th by the end of the lap, because Antoine Ducat in the Santilok Junior team, their Audi, is currently being fuelled. So occupying 5th position at the moment. Santilok with limited experience at the Dubai 24 hours, and therefore their 5th place, right now at least, so we've only had 4.5 hours, but that's pretty impressive, Bruce.
It really, really is. But one driver who's been impressing enormously since he stepped up from GT4 has been the driver who started that car, Owen Bastard. He was a GT4 champion last year. He got on board a GT3 car at the end of last year. It was like he'd been driving all his life. Every now and again you get a driver who just absolutely seems to go ahead of people's expectations. The crew from Santilok thought he was a really, really good driver. But we've got another person pointing backwards again. That looks, so it's about turn 4.
Yeah.
Under cover of darkness, can't quite see the motorway in the background, but it's one of the Porsche Cup class cars. But it's so dark out there, the cameras just can't pick up from that distance. A long shot, yes, it was the exit of turn 4, so someone else is having a spin. I think that's why lap times are a little bit all over the place at the moment, but I'm just having a quick look to see who was going well. Anton Ducat, actually, no, he's, of course, sorry, not him. Person who was going very well, Jack van Lagen, long way down the order, 17th place for MP Motorsport. They've been pegged back a bit by driver penalties. He's lapping the 2:02 margin, and that is as fast as anyone out there at the moment. And another person, Joel Sturm, in 8th overall, the pure RXCING, I suppose we're supposed to say RXing Racing. He's also lapping at 2:02s flat. Everyone else at the front end, 2:03s, 2:04s. But again, of course, not everybody pitted at the same time, not everybody's got the same fuel load, degrees of rubber. What we can tell you is Jens Klingmann is leading the race in the number 7 Team WRT BMW M4 by 5 and a bit seconds from Ralph Bone, the 91 Purpose Motorsport Porsche. Another BMW in 3rd place. It's the 2nd WRT car with young Max Hess on board. He's another 2 minutes back. So actually quite spread out, and in fact only 2 cars now on the lead lap. I think Max Hess may just still be on the lead lap, waiting for him to come through next.
A little bit of detective work on my part would suggest that was Alexander Fak having the rotation at turn 4 in the Fak Autotech Porsche number 962. It took him 13 seconds longer than anybody else in his class to go through sector 1, so that would account for the spin. Right back on the pace though later on in the lap, 49 seconds through sector 2, which is bang on the money, so let's hope that hasn't phased the Swiss and he can push on, but still hanging on to a podium position in the 992 class. 992 split into both Pro and AM, although they don't call Pro specifically, it's just the 992 class, but it means that their driver lineup is less dominated by the less experienced drivers.
Right, I put out a little request a short while ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, RSL_studio. We were talking about tracks when we were off air with crossovers. Now, David Edwards Racing hasn't found one of those, but he said if you look at the Dubai track map, does anyone else see a fox? If you look, tail up to the left-hand side of the picture, turn 10 hairpin is the ear, the nose is turn 12. Very good, sir. So do we have to go to a subcategory? Race circuits have an outline like an animal? I don't know, a bit early for that.
Possibly so. Yeah, there are various subjects talked about in terms of other track diagrams that look like other things, not just animals. I'll leave it there, but have a look at Anglesey if you've got a free moment, and you might see where I'm going with that. Jens Klingmann in the Team WRT car, the BMW M4, running as the race leader, 112 laps completed, with a 4-second advantage now over Ralph Bone for Herbert Motorsport and Max Hesse in the Team WRT M4.
I have a little point to add there. 10-second penalty just been awarded as a punishment to car 91. Ooh. Ralph Bone in second place, but it does seem that a lot of the one team gets one gets another. But if you're getting twice as many as your rivals, you are going to be pegged back bit by bit through the remaining 19 and a half hours of this race. But at the moment, Jens Klingmann a lead of 4 seconds, but it is coming down. Ralph Bone is probably just going, am I doing well? Not that well. We've got a driver penalty coming up.
But otherwise, I mean, it's definitely going in the right direction with Team WRT and the BMW Junior driver, Max Hesse. So whatever was the issue early stages for car 46, they are righting the wrongs now. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a hiccup for that penalty that will be needing to be served, well, during the next pit stop, pretty much. So that limits things to no more than an hour, because GT3 cars generally, that is their maximum fuel range. Remember, though, that the drive stint time can be as much as 2 hours, and if you keep your driver within a pit stop, then the pit stop time counts towards the drive time as well. If you're changing drivers, drive time ends at pit in and starts again for the new pilot as the car re-emerges from pit road and crosses that second control line at the far end of the pit lane. So after the fueling area, Jens Klingmann over the line, still a full lap ahead of Max Hesse, so now only 2 cars on the lead lap. Remember, a lap time in the GT3 around here is, well, best time 2 minutes flat. We have had 1 minute 59 second lap. That was set by Dries Vanthoor in the very early stages, but generally speaking, if you're in the 202s or 3s, that's very good pace for this point in the race.
Actually, it was Thierry Vermeulen. Sorry, what am I talking about? Fred Verviche, who set the fastest one under 2 minutes.
How was it?
Yeah, 1 minute 59.x. That, of course, is the number 21 Haas RT Audi. Of course, when said and done, how many laps has an Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 3 or whatever done around here versus the M4 BMW GT3? So certainly a lot of experience with that car.
So was Fred put in at the start of the race?
Yes, he was.
And probably, well, it will have been done in the opening 4 laps when none of those GT3 cars had caught back markers. So nice clear road, brand new sticky Hankook tyres as well, and conditions, well, on the racetrack will not have been as good as they are probably now, because the more mileage we do, the cleaner the road surface, of course, is getting, and that slightly wider racing line as well. But nothing really can compare to brand new Hankooks and a clear road, more crucially. I would be surprised if that race, the fastest lap of the race, is improved upon during the nighttime hours, but you never know. You just need all the stars to align, and to get a clean lap. But it's a lengthy distance around here, well north of 5 kilometres. Over the line go several different types of Porsche now, a couple of those being the GT3 model. We've only got one in the top 5 at this stage, with BMW, Audi and Mercedes all represented there as well.
I think we're going to need to talk increasingly about the Mercedes as this race wears on. We saw them were fantastic over just to explain, if you weren't watching qualifying yesterday, different system this time. Each of the 4 drivers had 1 session each and only 15 minutes in each session, but across the board, across all their drivers, the number 4 and number 777, Mercedes entered by HRT, slightly different team names, looked mighty. In the race now, 777 is the best place for the Mercedes in 5th position overall, but Axel Jeffries, who knows this circuit forwards, backwards, sideways and possibly even upside down, is going very well. He's got a bit of, well, quite a gap. He's about 2.5 minutes down on the 4th place car, which is the Haas RT Audi, of which we talk, the car that has the fastest lap of the race to its name, but he's closing in very, very tidily, as you'd expect. But Axel, Zimbabwean driver, but has spent pretty much all his adult life, as far as I can tell, living in the UAE, so he knows this track exceedingly well. That's why he's on board.
Talk about the manufacturers that are in the top 5 at the moment, and you say look out for the Mercedes. Well, it's the BMW brand that has had the longest wait to take victory here. They did so back in 2011, so north of a decade now. That was in a Z4 GT3, to give you an idea of how long ago it was. Augusto Farfus, Claudia Hertgen, Tommy Milner and Ed Sandstrom were part of the Need for Speed by Schubert Motorsport BMW crew. But since then, it's been a hugely barren spell. Audi's last victory was in 2022, Porsche 2 years ago with GPX Racing, Mercedes in 2020 with the Black Falcon crew. That was in the wet year, but is it BMW's time finally? Well, dramas for a Ferrari now in the darkness. The Ferrari, as you quite rightly point out.
But it's probably their most experienced driver. It's Christophe Pinceau, who was going so well in qualifying. The car is stationary on the exit of turn 15. There are only 16 corners on the lap. Whether it was something he was hoping to get over the crest of the hill and go down the slope and get into pit in, but that, the headlights are now on. It may yet get back to the pits, but it's over on driver right.
But we go code 60 for the recovery of the Visiom Ferrari 488 GT3. Christophe Tanso, I reckon his first race of any significance since 2016, so it's been quite a spell away from motorsport, but this is automatically going to mean a flurry of pit stops, Nick.
After a very quiet period, with nothing, we've got cars flowing in. The 929 QMF car was meant to be in there, but we now have got both of the WRT cars in, and it looks like full service of both of them. So it may mean, I'm not sure, it might mean that Mr. Valentino Rossi will actually be getting into the car. I think they've run through everyone else, haven't they? I'm not sure anyone else left to get in the car. Might be wrong, might be one more to get out through the team. But yes, so both those two cars are in, getting a full service, but they are so towards the front of the queue, they'll have no problem finding some fuel. Behind me, not quite as much activity as I was expecting, actually. I think there's a massive amount of cars coming in again. I'm not sure how it fits in with the various stages they have, but people are going to, I think, take advantage of the fuel. Whether they're going to stop for tyres, so let's see as they carry on going. But yes, anyway, I'm meandering down to WRT because that's where the faster boys are, and I'll catch you when I have something to talk to.
Thank you. Well, you've got to walk a little further because Jens Klingmann and Max Hess, as you suggested, the timing of their pit visit was very good indeed. Already in the refueling bays, and I think you can hear the pendulum moving across in the direction of Team WRT with that. And in fact, your question is about who is it going to be? Valentino Rossi. I haven't seen Sean Gallel as yet, unless he did a very short stint while I wasn't commentating in the early hours. But since the number 46 BMW was started by Maxime Martin, we've seen Tim Whale in it. We've heard from him. Max Hess is probably the driver who's just going to get out. But when those cars hit the circuit, we'll let you know. And Jens Klingmann, likewise, waiting to see if he jumped out before the 7 BMW went down to refueling. Can't tell as yet, because only when they leave the pits do we get evidence of a driver change.
Well, it's been a 31-lap stint so far for Ralph Bohn. Jens Klingmann exactly the same amount. Max Hesse a lap behind those two cars, but he's on 31 laps completed as well. I think that all ties in with a previous Code 60, and 31 laps, 2-minute laps, 31 laps, 2-minute lap. That's about an hour. It's an hour and a couple of minutes, isn't it? So that all fits neatly. In fact, if you can have a well-timed Code 60, that's certainly the case for Ralph Bohn. The problem for Ralph is that has he already been in? He might have come in straight away, actually. That first sector has now taken 1 minute and 50 seconds, and it wouldn't take you that long under Code 60 conditions. So I think he's been in and then returned to the racetrack, and he's now somewhere in that middle sector. So neatly timed for Herbert. Team WRT, both of their BMW M4s have come in for some much needed fuel, and it is Sean Gillale taking over car 46, so we still don't see Valley quite yet. The Vision Ferrari has made its way back to pit road, but only with the help of a rather large four-wheel drive pickup and the towing strop as well, which now needs to be untangled from the nose of the prancing horse. And the team can then start to assess exactly what has gone wrong with the number 2 car. Is it simply there's not enough fuel in it? Well, it may well have been taken to the fueling area if that were the case. Nick's, I'm sure, very close to the scene of this Ferrari. Driver change at very least, Nick. I knew you'd be on point.
Well, worse than that, they've changed drivers. They threw out the driver insert. They hit Seb with it. They lobbed it out and hit our cameraman. I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked.
They're aiming at you, Nick.
Well, they did a job. I was hiding in a different garage, you know me. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, because they are doing a full service. Now, I suppose the key point would be they then push it to the fuel station. If they push it into the garage, because they don't know what's going on. It doesn't look like it's going in the garage. There's tyres everywhere. Ah, there they are. It's going under. It's got 4 MP, 0 HP, 4 MP, getting it back to the fuel stop. So they have run out of fuel. The simplest of problems and most embarrassing. The Grove Racing car is in the pits. Mr. Grove himself getting out. That's a bit of a longer stop. That car is having some sort of work done. I think this is, again, this very long process of pulling the SD card out to get the data out of the machine. That's gone out as well now. And there's another couple of jauntily parked Porsches as we have gone green again, I believe.
We have. Yep, the revs rise out of nowhere after that sort of hibernation state of a Code 60, where everyone is restricted to 60 kilometers per hour circulating the racetrack. It's a 40 kph limit, by the way, when they reach the pit lane, and that's whether we're in Code 60 or not, a set speed limit of 40 kph, and 20 kilometers per hour in the fueling area, because there's not a great deal of wriggle room in there, and you need to be able to stop at the merest warning, because there are mechanics close at hand, ready to refuel, wave cars to the correct pump and then refuel them. It is a complex process, that, and very unusual within motors racing, in that you don't fuel in the live pit lane. It's a completely separate fueling quadrant, and those with a huge amount of experience in Dubai, just it's kind of, you know, it becomes second nature after 5-6 years of coming here, or indeed taking part in the Creventic Championship elsewhere. But there are teams that are brand new to this event, and that will have taken some adjustment. I suppose that's what all the free practice sessions are for. Jens Klingmann, after a very impressive couple of stints, has now got out of the number 7 BMW, and I think actually 2 drivers for Nick to interview.
Oh yes, it's 2 for the price of 1. Jens Klingmann and Max Hesse are out of both the WRT cars. I'll start with Jens. Jens brought the car in the lead in a very impressive stint. I mean, how is it? Obviously, the race seems to be coming to WRT.
Yeah, it was fun. It was exhausting because the maximum drive time is 2 hours, and we didn't change tires, so the tires were quite worn out. But it's a long race, and I think we know what to do to be competitive over a full stint or a full race distance. But it was fun to have Max first in the mirror, and then in front of me, and then at the end in the mirror. So it was good with your teammates, so you can coordinate a bit and have fun together. So I'm enjoying. It's a great event, a good way to kick off the season, and it's a lot of fun. So hopefully we stay in the lead.
Is it as fun? Is it as fun being the guy who's a lap down, Max?
Yeah, I mean that's the case right now. So we need to keep pushing
considering there's many hours left, and we're still on the right way. We're not so far down, and as long as a BMW in the end is up front, it's always good.
Is the car 100% okay after that brush with the barriers?
Yeah, it's fine, all good.
How is the track evolving in those 2 hours? Is it getting cool? Is it getting better and better, or is it beginning to go off again now?
For me, it's difficult to judge because the tire, you know, after so many kilometers, it just drops, so you don't really stabilize in any certain performance, so you just give up performance front and rear. I'm sure it will come a bit, maybe not towards us, but it will grip up for sure. And it's the same for everybody. We have some tools to adjust, like a roll bar in the pits or a wing, for example. So pit stops are really short, but for the moment the balance is really nice. So there's no change planned for the next couple of stints, hopefully.
So Max, when you're out there, are you pushing 100%, or are you having to hold back a bit to get the tyres to last?
It's a bit of both, you know, fuel saving, tire saving, and be ready for kind of those situations, because obviously at the beginning you aim for 1 hour stint, but it could end up being almost 2 with the same set of tire. So yeah, you need to play a bit of smartness games, let's say, and but so far it's okay.
Both of you came in as soon as the Code 60 was called. I mean, how is it achieved? On the radio, box, do you just go? Do you know that the Code 60?
Yeah, we said we communicate everything we see on the track, and I saw a car standing the lap before in turn 15 on the inside. I wasn't sure, but I said there is a car standing, so there might be a Code 60, so the guys can prepare. So we tried to share the information because they only have the timing and a bit of TV coverage, so they cannot see everything. And then they got ready, and then it was full because it was Code 60 actually when we came in. It was clear that the car wasn't moving again, so you have to anticipate a bit. And as Max said, you have to play it smart, and sometimes you also need the luck, and this time it was also a bit on the lucky side for us.
The Code 60, one of the new things for you, Max, the Creventic thing. I mean, it's similar four-course yellow, as long as you had those pile shows, the Nürburgring. I mean, how is it a difficult thing for the driver, or are you just in reactive mode to Code 60s?
Just reactive mode. I mean, obviously coming in, team needs to be ready, we need to be ready, also the driver on standby needs to be ready, and obviously later in the night I think it will get a bit more tricky when there's a longer zone because of the brakes and tires. They will be very cold, and then yeah, it's about managing the traffic as well as we can, and also keep an eye on the other guys around us.
Well, that's great stuff. Congratulations WRT for the win at the moment.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed. Well, they're a team with great pedigree, just not with the BMW Bavarian brand, far more associated with the four rings of Audi. But Max Hesse, who I've heard speak to Nick before, of course they've got common connection away from real world full-size racing, in that they do scale racing as well with RC racing that Nick's very much involved with. And Max, still only 21 years old, from Wernau in Germany, silver rated, but he's a former TCR Germany champion, and now firmly ensconced in the BMW junior lineup, with numerous NLS races to his name, still in very much his early 20s, Bruce.
And wins. And you know what? I was really impressed. I mean, I've always been impressed with Jens Klingmann. He's an ultimate professional. Just listening to his analysis, his delivery, how he's delivering so much information back to the team. But the way that BMW has done it since almost time began in motor racing, they really bring their drivers along. I think back to the 1980s when the drivers were joining the European Touring Car Championship. They schooled so many things away from the track. The couple of we've got some debris in the track on the approach to turn 10. Looks like a bit of curbing or something, like a bit of rumble. Well, it's just been driven over. Well, it might be a bit of dust now, but just going back to the point, they would educate them in absolutely everything. They needed to be really good outside the car. But at the start of the pandemic, when suddenly we shifted across to covering the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, BMW had their full press office working with that to keep even just their press officers in tune while there was no on-track racing, no real full metal racing. So they really do think of everything, and I can see that's rubbing off on Max Hesse, who's been driving so strongly in the NLS in recent years, and he's got his deal signed up for this year, still with BMW. If he keeps his nose clean and is quick on the track and continues to learn, they'll keep him there for a very long time. So it's a fantastic thing to have as a young works driver.
And is it going to be, you maybe don't know this, but the junior lineup, is that again the same three guys, Verhagen and Dan Harper?
And Dan Harper, yeah.
Excellent. Well, they work really well together. I think they've spent the time of their BMW career living together as well. So they're flatmates along with work colleagues. That can go against you as well, but they all get on, which is the crucial thing.
Yeah, as long as someone remembers it's their turn to put out the rubbish, etc., etc. But, you know, for a lot of them living away from home for the first time and so on. But I think they're in a really strong thing. And I was so delighted to see their work still has carried on to this year and stepping up to bigger, more global events too.
Yeah.
Because they've earned it. They've really worked well as a trio.
Jaap van Lagen at the wheel of the MP Motorsport Mercedes. He is ahead of the CP Racing Mercedes on the timing screen. There is, in reality, though, 25 seconds separating those two cars, but it was the CP Racing car of Phil Quaife who slipped up the inside of a back marker into turn number 1.
Good news. I've
yes.
got some good news. We have just the one McLaren in the race, and that had its problems earlier on. Remember, it came in and had to change the right rear suspension because the top of the shocker, I think Nick reported, had snapped off, but that has been just banged in a lap. 2 minutes, 0 seconds, 0.4. Fran Wade might be down in 23rd position, but it's good to see the one McLaren in the race has got pretty proper pace at this point. So yes, we've plenty of racing to take us through this very long night, 13 hours of darkness, but the good news is the 76 crew got it nailed on right now. Let's hope we can see them going forward.
So heading through the kink at turn 13 is one of the Audis that's neatly placed in the race, car number 1. Actually, having said neatly placed, Phoenix Racing are struggling with Christy Jørgens at the wheel. They should be further up the order than they perhaps are, but another Pro-Am entered machine, so they'll be setting their sights on the Vision Ferrari, which has recently been in the pit lane with dramas, although they were quickly rectified because the car had simply run out of fuel, as Nick reported. Roman Iniesta has taken charge of the Ferrari and resumes in 27th position. That Pro-Am category led by the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Ralph Bohn still inside the top 3 overall. Second and third in Pro-Am Herbert Motorsport's Porsche of Seth Lucas. So it's a 1-2 in fact for Pro-Am and the German outfit, and Poulsen Motorsport's BMW M4 for Gustav Berg running in 8th position overall. More drama, we're just getting word at turn 14 though, with further yellow flags being displayed. On a couple of occasions this has led to code 60s, so let's just keep our eye on, in fact it is a code 60 straight away for the drama at turn 14, waiting for information as to which car has been involved. Oh, a big fire for the Bilstein car. That's number 4, isn't it? Number 4 for Sebastian Boe and the Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT Mercedes. I would therefore say it's very unlikely we're going to get a 4th win in Khaled El Khabaisi's Dubai 24-hour career. He's in the number 4 car. And what on earth has gone wrong with this Mercedes? It is not the engine end of the car that is alight. It looked to be from the rear, so maybe an exhaust fire which has extended out towards the rear left of that car. But, crucially, Sebastian Boe is out and now opening the hood. Thankfully, there's not a backdraft of flame that suddenly appears. The marshals were quickly in attendance there. But it's almost as if Sebastian threw the car into a spin, knowing the thing was well alight. So a moment or two ago, I cannot make out any part of the circuit there, and I think that's possibly to do with picture interference rather than anything else. But the fire is out, crucially, although there's always the risk of re-ignition, and the marshals are primed and ready like a cat on a hot tin roof to go in again with the extinguisher nozzle. But thankfully, the fire out relatively quickly there.
Right, left rear damage. The rear wing is up at an angle of about 30 degrees, but it's obviously rotated around. We can see the impact points with the barriers in the background. I'm just debating where exactly that is. It's right at the side of the circuit.
It's 14.
It's a grandstand. So it's the exit of 14.
Well, it's sort of central
15.
in turn 14.
Central in 14. So he's facing the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah, traffic would normally be going in the foreground, right to left, and it's into the hairpin. So it looks like a big lose under brakes, and whether the fire was already being, well alight then and starting to whip through components, i.e. brakes.
Well, the tyre tracks, with something locked, it's spun around, and instead of turning up the hill and going left, it's arced down the hill to the right. almost suggesting something had jammed on that, but...
Well, yeah, it's either a mechanical that brakes have jammed somehow and caused the fire, or, as I say, the fire was already well into its progress through 13, and then he hits the brakes and there's nothing there because the fire's already done an awful lot of damage to the car. Anyway, what it does mean is a pause in proceedings for the fireworks to commence. Unfortunately, we've had fireworks of the wrong type down at track level with the number 4 Bilstein Mercedes, which will have started the race as many people's favourites, particularly with triple winner Khaled El Koubaisi as part of the driver lineup. But a welcome distraction for everybody else, perhaps. If you're out in your car right now, you need to be careful not to be drawn to draw your eye line to the skies. But it really does make a real spectacle here at Motor City, Dubai, at the Dubai Autodrome. We are 5 hours into this year's 18th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. And although the race not officially stopped, we are into another caution period. A chance, therefore, if your car is in need of fuel, to dive into the pit lane, or indeed for a bit of frantic pit work as well. But this is one of my favourite parts of the race, Bruce. Saturday night, Dubai Autodrome, and the skies are alight.
Yeah, all the fireworks being fired off from somewhere just out between turns 10 and 11, one of the darker parts of the circuit, and very spectacular indeed, looking at the ever-encroaching lights of Dubai coming out towards Motor City. Some people, strangely not at the circuit, just driving on the motorway past, but really fabulous. And again, with the hotel just outside the final corner, turn 16, illuminated and changing colour by the second. It's a very, very spectacular place to go. So, the sky filled with fireworks, the track unfortunately filled with a little bit of fireworks from that number 4 Mercedes from Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, but that is over and out surely for that car. Very heavy rear end damage, and it'd be so interesting. We've heard, of course, the driver Sebastian Boe has been taken off to the medical centre for a check-up. The fireworks continue to bang. They spent more than £5 on this. So it's spectacular indeed, but it really was a case of, I was just thinking the Mercedes was starting to come back into the race, but it's the sister car, Treble 7, with Axel Jeffries on board, who was the better placed of the two. So I guess from their point of view, it's better their car that was further up the order was the one that didn't have the problem.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, just ticked past the hour of 8 o'clock. That means hour 6 of this year's Dubai 24 Hours begins right now. High drama at the Dubai Autodrome, with now a big collection of team personnel, or track personnel I should say, and also a crowd generating behind the tyre wall, but the medical crews are in attendance as well. That's huge damage to the rear left of Mercedes number 4 after it arrived, we can only presume, at turn 14 at high speed, and I think it has made big connection with the barrier, and quite possibly your theory, Bruce, is correct, that the fire only then began after the contact. Well, I don't think that's a fuel fire. I think it would be more in more readiness had there'd been a drama with the fuel tank. But there's an awful lot there which is well alight, immediately putting this number 4 Bilstein Mercedes into retirement.
And still something burning on the track about 2 metres away. Then the marshals finally came in, Sebastian Boe waving to them to come across, because of course the rear end of the car aflame when he climbed out. So then he went to the front and opened the bonnet to see if anything could be put out down there, but all the flame around the left rear flank, and Sebastian then duly escorted away to be put in the ambulance to go the very short ride to the medical centre. But that would have been a big hit, an unusual place to go off. Often if you go off there, you rotate it the other way. Effectively, he was turning anti-clockwise rather than clockwise, which is the way you'd be trying to... He went clockwise rather than anti-clockwise, but quite often if you go off at turn 14, you manage to gather it up. It's a long area of run-off before you hit the barriers, and often you go in still front on, but this was rear on. So it'd be very, very interesting to hear from the crew and from Sebastian. Clearly Sebastian appears to be okay. He got out and has been moving around of his own free will, but very, very unusual skid marks. It's like he might have rotated up the inside of someone across their nose, but
True.
The angle is very much a spin around to driver's right, which normally you'd expect them to be going to driver's left.
It's almost as if the tyre marks would indicate that he's leapt across the curb on the inside of 14. Then he lands several metres after the apex, and the car is in full rotation, pitching to the right, when he should be turning to the left. Sebastian Beau, never been to the Dubai 24 Hours before, just 22 years old, from Annecy in France. This Mercedes left hooker, so the door will not have worked on the left-hand side of the car, so he's going to have to undo the belts, then climb through what is a fairly enclosed cockpit on that left-hand side and find his way out of the passenger side door. Now, normally those things, certainly at Le Mans, are tested by the scrutineers. Can you get out of either side of the car within, it's normally 10 seconds, and I'm sure similar tests are done perhaps per car here at Dubai to make sure that that is possible as well. But he's a sprightly young thing, just 22 years old, silver rated, a former Ligier European champion 3 years ago. Living on adrenaline right now, I'm sure, and that's one of the reasons why the medical crews are there, wanting to take him back to the medical centre to give him the once-over. That happens anyway, regardless of the level of impact. But if you've made contact with another car, or indeed some circuit infrastructure like a tyre wall, then everybody is automatically checked over. But a beautiful Mercedes, particularly in one of my favourite liveries, the Bilstein yellow and blue, now looking very sorry for itself indeed.
Well, quick work. They've already got it onto the truck, the flatbed taking it away. But again, looking back at the skid marks, definitely you don't see them starting until a metre or so inside that inside curb. So that could fit with the driver finding no brakes at all and having to do everything they could. But the left rear corner of that AMG Mercedes is forward by about 2 feet, or getting on for a metre. It really was a very, very big impact there in an unusual location at turn 14. We've seen many accidents at turn 14, but they're normally of the small spin, I've just gone in too deep persuasion. But this one is it's over and out for team number 4. What a shame for one of the favourites. Started on the outside of the front row, well, second on the grid anyhow, and well, real shame there. It'd be so interesting to find out what caused it, what happened.
I just don't think there's been any retardation for that car. You think about what happened at Monza last year in the World Endurance Championship for Enrique Chavez, who appeared at the second chicane at Monza with complete rear brake failure, front brake failure, one of the two anyway, and had to basically chuck the car into a spin, which then smacked one of the sausage curbs. The door exploded because of the velocity that it hit the sausage curb, and it pitched it up in the air into a violent barrel roll. He ended up on top of a tyre wall. It's not been quite as bad an incident for Sebastian Beau. At least the car stayed on all 4 wheels, but then a huge fire, I think now, after the event, caused by the initial off. All of this is speculation at this point. And we try not to do too much of that after such a big incident, but it's left an awful lot of fluid right at the scene of those tyres. Although the tyres themselves have stood up to that challenge pretty well. They've been readjusted, I think, by the track teams here, and they have done a splendid job. I'm going purely on the evidence that is forthcoming from the tyre marks on the ground. But a big hit, which has basically removed the rear left corner of Mercedes number 4.
So as it comes into the pits on the back of the flatbed truck, you can see the sort of dusty appearance of extinguishment sprayed the whole way up the flank of the car over the bonnet, but it clearly needed to be aimed at the rear corner that is somewhat shorter. But oh, you just expected this car was going to be good all the way through the race. But we've now got Joe Bradley in the pits, champing at the bit. Let's hand down to you.
Oh, what a sad time to take over from Nick. The number 4 is now with us in the pit lane. It's on the back of a truck, and this car is out, guys. They're not going to be able to repair that. Heavy damage in the left rear. I even think that left rear wheel has been pushed forward. Yes, there is fire damage because I think the fueler is on that side, and they've invariably burst that open, which has caused the conflagration. But heavy rear impact on the number 4. And you know what? Let's not forget, this is the car that started on the front row, on the second fastest car from qualifying. This was one of the contenders. It's Khaled El-Khabaisi's car. I think Khaled's last win here was 2020. Remember the truncated red flag race back in 2020, all that years ago? Multiple winner of the Dubai 24 Hours. So, you know, here he is on his home track. And I'm pretty sure Khaled hasn't driven the car yet. I may be wrong on that, but it is.
I think he has had a stint, Joe.
Has he had a stint?
Just the
good,
one,
good,
perhaps.
good. I'm glad to hear that. At least he's had a stint. Small consolation, though. And this is one of the big hitters, one of the big contenders for an overall victory here that we are seeing the retirement of. There is no way they're going to be able to repair that. That's common.
Yeah, well, not only the fire damage, which can sometimes be superficially tidied up, if you like, but I think your point about the fact that it's done damage to the drivetrain, and very easy to push one of those at the rear left diff into the gearbox, and that does all manner of damage. Huge hit. We are back to green now. Sadly, one car lighter than we were going into the Code 60, and it was a key runner as well. Sebastian Bowe still being checked in the medical centre. Any news we get about that, of course, we will bring it to you, and hopefully Sebastian's up for a chat once he's been released from the medical centre to give his first-hand account of exactly what happened, because we are still, excuse the pun, a little bit in the dark about how that all unfolded. Was there another car involved that then escaped the scene? Very tricky to tell, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, I think if there was another car involved, we'd have seen a car that would have had to spin off, because if he was diving up the inside, it would have had to take some form of evasive action. Unless he was coming up the inside so fast, possibly without brakes, again, trying not to speculate, it might have just been a very near miss. But I think that the big save there was the fact that Sebastian Bowe took that huge impact with the tyre wall on the outside of turn 14, was able to climb out unassisted, and then go and look to see how he could tempt the car while waiting for the marshals to come across that big wide apron to get out and start putting the extinguishers on that left rear corner. So a moment of drama we didn't want, but one car out of the race. In fact, I think that's probably only the second car that's a confirmed retirement, because the 932 Michael Blanchimont had that accident early in the race. The HRT Performance Porsche Cup car obviously out as well, or is he simply having a 5.5 hour pit stop? But sorry, 4.5 hour pit stop. I got ahead on the maths there.
Yeah, even so, it's again the wrong end of a, well, is there a right end of a Porsche to be damaged? Because yes, the engine sits in the rear, but the radiator and so many crucial parts of its cooling are very close to the front of that car. And the 932 heavily damaged a number of hours ago now, as Bruce makes the point, with Michel Blanchimont making contact with the Armco barrier, which then needed some repairs. The 7 car, WRT, currently leading. Now that was the same number car, at least, even though it's a very different model these days, that won last year. It was known as MS7 by WRT, the Audi R8 LMS Evo on that occasion, for Mohammed bin Saud Al Saud, Axel Jeffries, Chris Mees, Thomas Neubauer, or Mr. Neubauer, as Nick Damon referred to him at the start of the broadcast, and Dries Van Tor. So 7 car, very strong at this stage, but it's run by WRT, and it seems, regardless of what manufacturer they are aligned with, a big shift over the winter period into 2023, but they always seem to go very nicely. Sean Gelael really stacking up that point in the sister WRT car, number 46, running in 2nd position. But Robert Renauer, there or thereabouts, he should just about be the quickest of the driver combination in 91, Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and they are continuing to lead Pro-Am, but firmly focused at this stage, you have to think, on an overall podium.
Absolutely so. And I was also just looking down, what do you do if you want your car to go up the order? You put the fastest driver in qualifying back on board. That's what the 777 crew have done. Lucas Stoltz just taken over from Axel Jeffries. Now, a slight aside, I know we sort of put it out there really for the small hours of the morning. RSL_studio, we did say any circuit, we talked about circuits that had crossovers, then we moved into the fact David Edwards Racing put in, if you look at the track map of Dubai Autodrome, it looks like a fox. We moved on from there. Alan Prosser, Ordos, the circuit out towards Mongolia, Ordos was designed to look like a horse.
It was actually designed to look like an animal.
Indeed.
Okay, I can see that from Alan's tweet, actually. He's included a track map as part of that. Yeah, fair point. So any more of those at RSL_studio. Another 45 minutes of the race about to tick by. That, by the way, was code 60 number 5. So we had that very short one, remember,
Yes, yes.
for car 99, which was stopped at turn 14. It's not 13 we need to worry about. Turn 14 is very unlucky for some, including Sebastian Bowe, because that was a code 60 that lasted actually only 12 minutes, amazingly, to recover the sorry state of car number 4. Very impressive work by all of the local teams here at Dubai. And then the one in between, which was code 60 number 4, happened at 7:42 Dubai time, and again was only 4 minutes. That was to recover the number 2 car that was stopped at the pit entry road.
The Vision Ferrari, of course.
The Vision Ferrari,
now,
thank you.
If ever you get to meet people, I know a handful of people who went up to the opening race at the Ordos circuit. It was a GT race out there, and you know, when you're offered something, would you like to eat this? You look at it and think, I'm not entirely sure I do. There was an awful lot of that for the people out there. And trying to get the circuit rigged for cameras to work was quite a surprise as well. Built on a mountainside just to make things a little harder.
It's all part of the challenge,
exactly.
surely.
I don't know what they're whinging about, frankly.
Yeah, poor wrecking in advance of the event. Anyway, over the line goes the BMW duo. Now they remain on the lead lap, but everybody else struggling really to hang on to the coattails of those cars. WRT from WRT then, Herbert Motorsport, which is a lap down. Actually, we're pretty close to Jean-Baptiste Simonauer being able to lap Sean Gelael, so make it just the one car on the lead lap. Through the last split, the difference was 2:05, which should be more than a lap time. So in which order are the BMWs now on the track? We'll check that through next time around. They are certainly in the same sector together, and it may well be that the 7 car has already gone by the 46. I'm sure Sean Gelael will have not held up Simonauer one jot. And if you're unfamiliar with Jean-Baptiste, he's another 22-year-old Frenchman. He was a GT World Challenge champion last year, also raced in the Porsche Super Cup Middle East. So did he, during that season, have experience of this track, I wonder? Let's just have a little look. No, they were all run at Bahrain, actually, in those events. Dubai, I think, is another debut. No, he ran here in 2022, did Simonauer. So back for a second year. Last year was associated with WRT again, but that, of course, will have been in an Audi. So he's had to make the adjustment to a front-engined M4 the following year too. And we're getting confirmation that the 7 car has indeed lapped 46. So we now have a runaway leader in the 18th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours powered by Hankook. Car 7 out on its own, a clear 5 and a bit kilometres in the lead.
Well, don't forget, of course, the number 46 was a little bit damaged. There was a spinner, and Tim Whale had to drive around the outside of it and clip the barriers, but only just, and hit it absolutely four square. He was being interviewed down in the pits. I can't remember if it was Joe or Nick at the time, but he was slightly shoulders up, saying, if you're going to have a lucky escape, you take it with both hands. And that would have been a bit delayed while that was sorted out and everything was checked over in the pit lane. But let's go down to the pits, because I mentioned Joe Bradley's name and he springs out. What have you got, Joe?
Yeah, I'm not just making this up because you mentioned my name, Bruce. As you were saying that, the number 450, that's the GT4 class BMW. It's the RT Jorgensen Scrum by Century to give it its full title. That car has come into the pits, I thought, for just a scheduled stop. However, I was alerted by the car going up on the jacks onto the dolly, swiveled around backwards into the pits. Now, lots of attention on the rear of the car. Rear-wheel drive, these BMW M4s, and the guys just sprint into action, and I think that's because the sister car is due in. Team of mechanics servicing 2 cars with Century, so I'm not sure it's related to the reasons the 450 is in. So now all attention off the 450, it's sat there on the dollies. All that's happening is the windscreen's being cleaned. Meanwhile, the mechanics are grabbing wheel guns, they're grabbing jack stands. Yeah, you know what? I think they've got a problem with the sister car as well. That's the 429 that's sharing this garage. The 450 is being pushed further back into the garage. So drama here at Century Motorsport. It doesn't rain, but it pours. They've got a problem with the 450. No idea what that is yet. I'm not going to ask, because now it looks like they've got the number 429 in. You guys can tell me where these cars are in the field. And I know they were certainly in contention for GT4 honours because of the small GT4 field, but maybe even full contender for the TCE overall honours.
Well, I tell you what about TCE. Sean Thong is limping in slowly. The AC Motorsport number 199 Audi driver from Hong Kong. I'm not sure he's going to make it the whole way back. So suddenly you got some problems in the pit garages, and other cars in that grouping just having a bad moment. Let's hope that Sean can bring it back. As much as anything, Joe, he's just a brilliant person to interview. I found him immensely amusing over the years. But then that's when he's having good times. What he's going to have when he's having, what he's going to be like with a bad time, I cannot tell you. But it's slow progress, the 199 Audi.
Yeah, it is in the final sector now, at least. So the final portion of the circuit is within sight, but almost the closer you get, the further away you feel, because the car is only able to circulate at a very reduced pace indeed. BMW in pit road is the
14, I think.
14, yeah, okay. The Poulsen Motorsport, the car that would certainly fit with the right livery, the red and the white of the Danish crew. And that's Gustav Berg who's brought it in. So it looks like Gustav climbing out, and new driver about to clamber on board. And there's a number of cars actually heading down pit road right now, so choosing not, in fact, to use the code 60, which was, feels like only a short period of time ago, instead sticking to their programme and coming down pit road now. Lewis Plato about to take over. So that's actually, do we think that's the 429 then?
Maybe, yes. I was going to say,
it's
this
the
is
429, yeah.
It's red, it's white, yeah. Carl Caver's the first name on the side of the door, so...
Should have spotted that from the rear wing, I suppose, because a rear wing on an M4 GT3 is humongous. Whereas this is the GT4 example. Or I could have just asked Joe Bradley, who's watching the pit stop. You might also fairly shortly, Joe, have the 199 car heading your way, because it's a little closer this time to the end of the lap, in the vicinity of turn 13, so just 14 and 15 to go before it finally arrives next to you.
429, Johnny, that I saw coming in. Century Motorsport now torn between two lovers here. They're having to service the 429. I suspect there might be a vibration. I'm going to try and dive in and get a chat to the driver that's just got down, which is Christopher Salkleed. Graham Leslie is the chief mechanic on here, I think. And when they took the rear wheels off, before he did that, he shook the rear wheels to see if there was anything loose. Now this car shows signs, what I think is all damage on this right rear quarter. Let's try dive in and dabble with Christopher. Hi Christopher, was there a problem that you reported bringing the car in?
There was, yeah. We were just making our way through the TCR traffic, and we do the usual complimentary little flash becoming past you. Held me up through sector 1, and as we went through the long-handed bank left-hand of the first sector, he just turned in on me. I was fully alongside, and I tried to bail out at the last minute, but he just, sadly, some drivers just don't leave the room they're meant to leave.
Yeah, so that's new damage then, right there?
Yeah, that's new damage.
That explains it. Okay, mate, thanks. So that is new damage. He took a hit on the right side, and now they've swiveled the car around on the dollies. It's got brand new Hankook tyres on it. So the hit was inspected, they had a look under the wheel arch, they seem to be pretty happy with it, but now something else maybe that they've found, that, so, oh my goodness, Century Motorsport all of a sudden have no cars out on track, both cars now in the garage for major repairs.
Yeah, and now it depends on, well, how many different team members they've got, whether they're allocated to specific cars. That whole strategy probably goes straight out the window, and it just becomes a bun fight to, you know, whoever's nearest to whichever car just gets stuck in, roll the sleeves up and get going. But in order to turn two M4 GT4s around, Nathan Freak, who's the team boss at Century Motorsport, has just come to the end of his stint. Well, it probably wasn't planned to be the end, but problems for the 450 as well. mean that he's having to jump out, no longer be a driver, and perhaps take some more of a management role to make sure that these cars lose as little time as possible in the pits. But Chris Salkeld, who Joe was just talking to, in the second of those two Century Motorsport BMWs. The other one is the R8C Jorgensen Strom by Century car, and they're running, to answer your question, Joe, now third and fourth in GT4, but those positions were better before, of course, these dramas struck. So Simpson Motorsport benefit with David Holloway's BMW M4, number 438. They're now up to second position in GT4, but the category leader remaining Rofco with Dragon Racing's Mercedes AMG in the hands of South African driver Jordan Groger, although he's labelled on my entry list as an Emirati. Is that because Groger's now spent so much time in the UAE that he is considered a native, pretty much? Anyway, car 408 had a word with him, with Joe, wasn't it, yesterday, with the two Goethers.
Two of the
three, yes, the two junior Goethers.
You know, the thing, it never rains but it pours. For 429, we just heard from Chris Salkeld. They've also had a lap disallowed for taking a shortcut back to the pits. So, but they needed to get back for the repairs, but that was really, really unfortunate for them. But they're just going to take that on the chin and carry on. That's the first driver penalty for 58 minutes. The previous one was the one I mentioned long ago, about 55 minutes ago, which is the number 91, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But at the moment, the time is running second. It's fallen back to third behind the two Team WRT BMWs, and there's a lap between those with Jean-Baptiste Simonard leading by around 2 minutes or so, 2 minutes and 3 seconds actually last time around from Sean Galel, 7 ahead of 46.
Reckon we've got an answer to why Jordan Groger's down as a UAE nationality, because of the licence that he runs rather than where he was born. So definitely South African, but has spent a significant chunk of his more recent career at Dubai, or indeed racing sometimes at Yas Marina as well down the road. So the United Arab Emirates flag displayed alongside his name on our timing screen. A screen that gives so much information, very, very helpful indeed during the qualifying sessions yesterday as well. If you haven't found that yet, remember, go to livetiming.getraceresults.com/24/8 series, and there's a dedicated page there for this particular race. Again, more drama for this time a Porsche number 929. That's Ibrahim Al-Abdulghani, Qatari driver, 14Q MMF by HRT to Raya Qatar, and they were running as the leading AM car, in fact, in 992, so that is of significance. And Ibrahim, no doubt, losing time in the middle sector, cost him about 20 seconds, that half spin. The car didn't get up and running again straight away, so whether the car had stalled and he needed to get it fired once more. Race cars don't necessarily like being restarted when everything is at very high temperature, but he did well to keep his head, did Ibrahim, and rejoins the race, I think, retaining the class lead.
Just looking to see, Johnny, who is close to whom, and in fact the top 5 drivers, top 4 drivers some distance apart, but only 5 seconds back from Benjamin Basatis, the Haas RT Audi, and the chasing and fast closing in Lucas Stolz. So look out for that one. That could be a change from 4th place. Well, when I said it was 4 and a bit seconds, it's now 0.4 of a second as Stolz gets closer and closer. So 21, the Audi is going to hang on for not much longer, surely, as the 777 Mercedes comes closing in. You can see it happening with Stolz. Every lap in the car he's been quick since he took it over.
Yeah, and very quick at the start of the race as well, so true to form. Stolz clambering on board and hitting the marks straight away. Also a very good time from Jason Hart in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's the car's best effort so far at 2 minutes 0.7. Gustav Berg behind, but over half a minute adrift in the Poulsen Motorsport car. Jean-Baptiste Simonard leading the GT Series element of the race. A current 1-2 for Team WRT in their very Bavarian machines this time around, the M4 GT3s, and it's the Audi RS3 LMS TCR of AC Motorsport that leads the TCE part of the race. Piloting that car currently, Sam de Jonge, number 188. difficulties now for Santalock Junior team, who've really not put a foot wrong to this point. They had a superb start to the race and were well up there only half an hour ago. But Gregor Demoustier now hitting troubles that are not immediately evident to me. But the car, Bruce, having to be pushed rearward into their garage.
Yeah, it's, as it was pushed in, you can only see what you can see, but everything seems straight and in order there. But that's a car that is sort of crept its way instead of upwards, downwards on the charts. Nothing untoward spotted out on the circuits, but they are a large number of laps down. 131 laps completed by the race leader, the number 7 BMW from Team WRT, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. And yet, for the Santalock crew now sitting in the garage, they only have 128 on the board. 132 laps now, so they're 4 laps down, 3 to 4 laps down the race leader. And what are the mechanics doing there? Oh dear, well, it looks like we're going to have a pad change.
Yeah, Joe's watching it. What do you reckon is taking place?
I think it's something the drivers reported, because there was a lot of shaking of wheels before they took the wheels off. I can't believe, since I've walked into the pit lane, the amount of cars I'm seeing up on dollies, swiveled round and backwards into the pits. They are concentrating on the right front corner of the car. Now, I'm not sure whether the cars took a hit or anything, but I suspect it just might. It's exactly what the sort of scenario that we heard described by the Century BMWs, and there is, as they're now racing in the dark, and people's vision is impaired slightly, if not a lot. And it looks to me as though it might be something suspension related on this right front corner. That's where all the attention is. I think, in fact, yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be some sort of steering arm that's bent, because they are now attaching the alignment gauges on the rear. They'll then set the alignment gauges up on the front, and they'll realign the whole car once they've fixed this bent piece of suspension on the right front. That would be my presumption. In fact, there it is. That's the steering arm that's come off the steering rack, just been handed to the team manager by the mechanic who's down there and taking bits off. So I suspect this car's took a hit.
Okay, well, even a glancing blow will knock out the geometry, and that will then be certainly noted by the driver, because all of a sudden the car will feel a little bit like a supermarket trolley that's just not well balanced and feeling like it's steering from a couple more angles than just the front 2 corners.
Joe, if there's a story I'd like you to chase for me, it's to find out what happened to the number 4 Mercedes that Sebastian Boe went off with, and had such large impact with the barriers. You've seen the car come in on the flatbed, the left rear corner, very compressed on that. But has there been any sign of Sebastian having left the medical centre after his checkup to come back to the pit garage? That would be really good to find out.
Now there's a drama on the back straight, because Ivo Breukers in the 909 Red Camel Jordans.NL 992 car. Now, is that still the class leading 992 Porsche? Last time we checked, no, second in shorts, but it spent a long time when Luke Breukers, Ivo's younger son, was at the wheel. It spent a long time out front. It's now second to the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche, but only because we're still waiting for Ivo to complete lap number 128. He is stranded on that very long back straight between turns 9 and 10.
Driver door open, didn't see if Ivo's out yet, or if he's just trying to stay cool while he works out what is going on. But again, the car is in a dark place on a dark stretch of the circuit, but they've been running so strongly. And Fabian Dance, the 4th driver in that car, but it's Ivo, the boss, at the wheel of that Red Camel Jordans NL Porsche, and it's stationary halfway down the back straight. What does that lead to? Code 60.
Code 60, number 6 of the event so far. They are coming thick and fast, these portions of caution.
We talked about that being in second place, and I think the John Heidhoff is pointing out that it had just lost lead that when it happened, or did it lose the lead because it had slowed to pull off the circuit, and past went the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors. But either way, he's been having a really good run.
Yeah, I think as a result of the lack of drive, it's lost the lead, and that allowed the Willy Motorsport car to swoop by to its left. And unfortunately for Ivo, he's just about as far away from home as you could wish to be. So I mean, recovery is going to be fairly easily done, but he'll be on the radio, assuming it still works, back to the crew, trying to tell them exactly what the drama is and whether it can be fixed. This does, though, Joe, present yet another opportunity, if you are short of fuel, to come in for 50% of your allocation.
This is why you have to be wide awake, isn't it, for occurrences like this? Code 60 coming out for the Red Camel Porsche. Report of no oil pressure from the 909. And discretion being the better part of valor and very sensible thing to do, he switched it down straight away. Whether that's a faulty sensor, hopefully, fingers crossed it is, and it hasn't actually done an oil pump, because that would be the car out if it has. So I hope it's just a sensor, and sensibly switch the car off. Let's not take a chance. Let's get the car recovered. That's what I love about this 24H series. You're not necessarily out if you stop out on track. You can get assistance to get you back to the pit lane where the team can then work and get your car back out. And you know what? The regulations allow you to change the engine if you have to. So, you know what? Still early in the day. You never know. Red Camel Jordans will be looking in the truck now to see what parts they've got.
Well, they should have plenty of spares, but it's a question of how quickly they can be switched and at speed. It's all very well doing these works of mechanical works when the car is parked up neat and tidily in the garage between sessions and everything's nice and cool, but it's been working incredibly hard, that race car, as everybody else as well, for the best part of 5.5 hours. And now is the tricky thing to do, but most of this will have been practiced. Oh, Poulsen car looking to pull away, the 14, and then it stalls. I wondered whether that was initially an unsafe release, but the lollipop stayed up all the time, and lack of drive for Gustav Berg is labelled in that car. I think he's just possibly got out, though. He's been at the wheel of car 14 for a while.
I think he was already out before we saw a driver change. Oh, no, of course, we misidentified the car. We were looking
That's
at the
what
GT4.
I was thinking.
Yes.
So I think now we do have the driver change for Berg. But let's just see how long Berg's been at the wheel of that car. Of course, the driver time itself is replaced on our timing screens by the time it takes in the pits, but we'll get confirmation when the Poulsen Motorsport BMW reappears from the fueling area, where it is now, to suggest if there has been a driver change. But I think it's been north of an hour that Berg has been at the wheel, and remember, it's 2 hours being the drive time limit for any individual stint. You then need to take 50% of that time, however long you've been in the car, as a rest period before you can take charge again. The 955 car, which is the new leader in the 991 class, the team of Villi Motorsport, supported by Italian squad Ebby Motors. Sergei Nicolai bringing that car in, and away it goes. That was a very swift turnaround indeed. And the Villi Motorsport crew have, I don't think for very long, had a 992 Gen Cup car, so that's possibly new for this season. And the 955, then, they'll be getting used to that car, although there will be similarities with the older 991 Gen 2 version that they used to regularly feature in the Creventic series. Had a good Barcelona 24 hours from memory as well last September, did the Romanian/Italian crew. Alexander Sedgwick in the P1 Grouper by MRS GT Racing car, currently in 6th position in the Pro-Ams. Pro-Am GT3s, that is. Tucked in behind on the timing screen, the 992 race leader. Meantime, in the TCE part of the race, Andrea Hoffler has just brought the number 121 Wolf Power Racing Audi down pit road. TCE is still being led by Yannick Mettler in the AC Motorsport Audi, although Mettler's only just got on board that car and brings it out. Yannick is always rapid behind the wheel of generally an AC Motorsport TCR car, but he'll have to wait a little while longer before he can go at full pace. Everybody's still restricted to 60 kilometers per hour, a part of this effectively virtual safety car, where the pace of the race is subdued somewhat. That's to provide a safe environment for the marshals to work to recover stricken cars. And speaking of which, the 909 appears on pit road now, although not under its own steam, Bruce.
No, indeed not. But I was just as it came into view, I was about to point out that it's under a minute until we're going to go green again. Of course, the car that needed the Code 60 is the car that's arrived in the pit lane. You can hear the fanfare as the racing engines fire up to full racing speed again down the start-finish straight. And let's hope this is something that could be a quick fix. But reports of drop of oil pressure for the 909 Red Camels crew there is a little bit of a concern. No, let's double that up. A big concern for the crew.
So the door was open all the way down pit road. That's the side that Ivo Breukers sits, just to allow a little bit of airflow into the cockpit, I'm sure. And now in full darkness, the car being pivoted through 90 degrees and pushed into the garage. Joe Bradley right on point, ready to head towards Ivo Breukers as soon as he is out of the car. But having a chat with the team, first of all, Joe, do you get the feeling that Red Camel know what the issue is, Joe Bradley?
Yeah, they from their telemetry also could see that there was no oil pressure. So I'm not sure whether Evo was instructed to switch it down, or whether Evo took that opportunity by seeing that. So when Evo gets out of the car, which he's doing right now, as you probably can see if they're staying with Seb's camera, but I mean, lack of oil pressure it's only good if it's a faulty sensor. If it isn't the sensor and it's the actual oil pump, then that's pretty dismal, you know. Just going to give Evo an opportunity. Keep an eye on that car. Well, we've got Paul Truswell looking after a bit of the strategy as well, by the way, boys. He's at the back. He's had a bit of laryngitis and he lost his voice. It's just beginning to come back, so he's been unable to shout the ball at the team, which everybody's so happy with down here at Red Camels.
I bet they are.
Yeah, I'm going to see if my microphone will stretch. I may go silent while you watch what's going on here, but obviously the attention is at the back of the car, which is where the engine is housed. Let's have a word with Evo. Evo, were you told by the team to switch it down, or did you see the oil pressure?
I saw it and it switched down. I had a sudden loss of power for 1 or 2 seconds. I saw the oil pressure and switched it off.
It's not good if you lost power as well.
No, I see not so much smoke I expected, so I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. The engine is not that old. It's only 20, maybe now 6 hours old. So it was a new engine before Kuwait. So I don't know. I really don't know. So
yeah, sensible thing to do, of course. Switch it off immediately and wait for the recovery rather than try to limp home.
I had also a loss of power, so I only couldn't make it worse. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe you want a sensor or something, but it doesn't. Yeah.
I hope too. It's a sensor. I hope too. Yeah. You never know, Evo. It might have gone into limp or something. I know. I'm trying to put a positive on this. Yes. Sorry, man.
Difficult to do, but I think he did entirely the right thing, shutting it off as soon as possible, but it could have already done untold damage. If you are listening purely on radio, let me tell you, Ivo Breukers is just literally scratching his head. He's so puzzled by that because the components should be fresh enough and within their life cycle to continue on. Paul Truswell visible in the middle of the garage despite laryngitis and not able to necessarily make himself heard to some of the team members. He's still very much present there and able to guide people in the right direction, make sure that everyone is in the right place for team meetings and all of that.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Entirely.
It's such a different role
Entirely.
from being a commentator for so long, and you've got to focus on just one car, and actually it teaches you a whole new story, because things just go by as you commentate. You don't know the full story. A lot of stuff is kept from you, but he loves every single facet of what he's up to.
Concerned looks as well from Rick Breukers, who's already done at least one stint, I think, in the car, but taking more of a team management role this year at Dubai, an event that he won 5 years ago now. Another quarter of an hour and we will have 1/4 distance done and dusted in the 18th edition. This is of the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 2023 version, powered by Hankook, the sole tyre supplier. And very tricky indeed at speed to pick out that sequence of corners through 3, 4, 5 and 6, and we've had high drama through there at times already today.
and just you said that, couldn't identify which the Porsche Cup cars it was, hit the curb on the inside at turn 4. The front end of the car didn't carry on turning right, the driver was readjusting to the left. So again, if the driver's just taken over, just trying to work out where exactly what little light is falling, where's the curb, where's the turning point. But let's go down to someone who does know the facts, Joe Bradley.
I'm afraid it's more tale of war. This time I've got Dan Jorgensen to tell us about the 450 BMW, the BMW M4 from the team. Dan, it's not looking good at this stage.
No, it's not. The subframe on the passenger side broke. Well, on a straightaway, fortunately. There are no spare parts for it, and welding is going to take too long.
That is a shame, and it's as if it didn't rain, but it poured as well. The sister car, the 429, came in with accident damage right at the same time.
On the same lap, that car took accident damage. Its third hit of the night. So, not good luck.
Well, it's the third hit. I mean, it's robust. Dan, you were telling me a little bit about the provenance of your car, the number 450. That's quite a museum piece, to be honest.
It is. So that car is one of 4 that I purchased in 2017, 2018. It's the first BMW that was delivered to North America. We ran it at a thermal club in November 2017 for a shakedown. Flew it to Australia, ran it in the Bathurst 12-hour, the first time we'd been in it. P1 and GT4. Then that car went on to race in Spa for a podium in this Creventic series. 4 other Creventic races that year for podiums. It's been in 32 races, 20 plus podiums. It's been in the Bathurst race 3 times, the Bathurst 12-hour, Bathurst sprint races, Phillip Island. We used it to win the Bahrain International GT Championship in 2018. We used it to win Australian GT in 2018. And then it's run in COTA. It's run at Dubai 3 times. It's been around the world. This was to be its last race.
Oh, really? This is its last
race.
You know what? If that's not a great advert for BMW and their customer relations in this M4, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. It's one of the best. It's probably the best factory-built race car ever made. Its longevity, its durability, its strength. And unfortunately, we didn't have the spare parts for it, but normally we would.
I must emphasize, it's not the same subframe that Dan's just explained. That's a serviceable part, a life part.
Yeah, probably about 2 years ago, everything was replaced. Now we could probably repair it with welding right now. Unfortunately, if it went on track though, there are cars around it, we're not going to take that risk. So we're going to retire it. It's done.
It's going to go into a museum. So what's next, Dan? What you got on your shopping list?
I've got 2 BMW M4 GT3 cars. So the next race that we have is Mugello in March with an M4 GT3.
All right, so you're moving up the class.
The remainder, it was always the plan to do the remainder of the season with an M4 GT3 car.
That's exciting news. Thanks for that. That's quite an exclusive for us, Dan. Thank you.
It is definitely an exclusive. That's our first announcement.
I mean, it is a shame. It's quite early in this race, but after what you've just told us, it kind of puts it into some perspective. You cannot be unhappy with that.
It's the most successful of the M4 GT4s that we have. So I've sold off 2 of them. They were quite successful as well. The one we have remaining is the one I bought from Steve Richards in Australia. That one's been in a lot of races as well. It'll be retired and used for club races only.
Dan, thanks for telling us all of that. I'm sorry to, the car's out, but hey, you've got to look forward as ever. I look forward to seeing you in GT3 and Mugello.
We'll be there. Yeah. Racing happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Very exciting news there, and full credit to Joe Bradley for getting the exclusive here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Already looking forward, therefore, to the first race of the season of the European part of the Creventic campaign, kicking off again in Tuscany, in Mugello for the 12 hours. There's been drama for Luca Stoltz, not just because the car's in the pit lane, but I noted that Sector 2 was much slower than I would have expected. Took him over a minute when normally 48, 49 seconds through there. Immediately after that slow sector, the car is in the pit lane. The Almanar Racing by HRT Mercedes, Joe Bradley right there straight away.
Honestly, guys, I'm not omnipresent down here. It's literally 2 garages away. And as I stepped out of the BMW garage of Dan Jorgensen, There was the 777 numbered car. The car, remember, that started on the pole position this afternoon, being wheeled around on the dollies and backwards, never a good sign, backwards into its pit garage. Attention directed on the right rear of the car. Yes, they're taking the wheels off on the front, but it's the right rear of the car that's causing the team concern. So I'll wait for this to manifest and hopefully have some sort of report for you. I hope it's not too bad, and they're dropping like flies, quite frankly, aren't they?
Yeah, as I say, can't actually provide you an answer as to why there was that slow sector, but an off-track moment, a half spin perhaps, that would account for 15 seconds. Yeah, 15-second delay in sector 2, and then straight into the pits. But the tall frame of Lukas Stoltz getting out and paying close attention to the rear left of that car. Body language completely slumped and negative, I would say, after such a really positive start for Lukas Stoltz when he was put in for the 3 o'clock beginning of the race, Bruce.
Yeah, a positive start to him for this stint. He was setting some really good lap times, but right now he's like a balloon. It's got a little leak in it. He's just deflating. He's now moving alongside the car, helmet still on, squatting down to have a look. But I'm afraid his body language as he walked around the back of the car was very much of someone who doesn't expect the car still to be going. And have we got another car moving slowly on the circuit? I'm afraid I think we do. It's a long shot. It's one of the TCE cars, I believe it was. Oh, it's the Golf coming through the gloom. It looks like it's going a little bit slowly. It's way down the order. It had a big delay earlier on. It's Jordan Mougenot at the moment, running 5th in class, 5th out of 6th, but in fact, again, it was the foreshortening shot down the straight. I thought it was a GT3 car running slowly, got close, realised it certainly wasn't, so therefore would be travelling more slowly. But really, you think about what this last hour has brought for the HRT Mercedes team, the Hout Racing team, the number 4 out against the barriers, Sebastian Boe out of the car, but the car very much out of the race, and now the one that was going to give them redemption, the one that was better placed, the 777, in the pits at the moment. Lukas Stoltz out of the car, but that's not going to be back in the race for some while. Brackets, if at all.
Indeed, and that was a lap time for the VW Golf of 700 miles, 6 seconds slower than its best, but you can't always expect the TCR car to continue to pound around in the 2:15s, but a 2:21 is possibly mildly concerning. That has had a lot of strife, though, to contend with. Just wondering whether, there's 1 or 2 questions being asked about whether some teams have pushed a little too hard in the early stages, but that is just the modern day 24 hours of Dubai. You cannot afford to be hanging back to try and conserve the car. And to be honest, modern day GT3 racing would suggest you don't need to do that. These cars are stress tested to their very limit and regularly compete in 24-hour races, probably once a month around the world.
Oh, absolutely so, Johnny. Now, we were talking about 777 looking as though it was the best Mercedes hope. Well, it started from pole position, was climbing back up the order, but now it's CP Racing. Phil Quaife is who's now the top Mercedes runner. He's gone ahead of the 777 as it's at the standstill. He's up to 10th place, putting in that car's fastest lap last time around, and also putting in another Mercedes up the order, moving ahead of 777, is Ross Gunn in the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes. They are now 10th and 11th, and for Lukas Stoltz down to 13th, and it is in free fall as it stands in the pit garage. But the track clearly is in tip-top condition at the moment, as we're getting drivers lapping very close to 2 minutes flat.
140 laps now completed in just shy of 6 hours. And Jean-Baptiste Simonauer leading the way in the number 7 Team WRT prepared BMW M4, has a lead of 1 minute and 19 seconds, so that is no longer a lapse difference between Simonauer and Sean Gelael, his chasing teammate. Herbert Motorsports' Robert Renauer about the same distance back in 3rd position, 1 minute 16 as it is timed over the line. Now, Robert Renauer's only been at the wheel of his car for 40 minutes, whereas those two ahead have about 20 minutes on him, so they'll have to get out in just under an hour's time, whereas Robert Renauer can stay at the wheel for a further hour and 20 minutes, and that might well really play into the hands of Herbert Motorsport. They are entered as a Pro-Am car, so looking really to finish ahead of 7 other cars in that class. But if they're flirting with the podium overall right now, then clearly they will wish to stay there for as long as possible and pull off an unlikely result. But when you've got cars like the number 4 Mercedes bursting into flames after a high-speed off-track moment for Sebastian Boe, and now the treble 7 in dramas for Lucas Stoltz. That is also tumbling down the order, with it being parked up in the pit lane for already more than 6 minutes. A number of people's favourites at the start of the race are just dropping away. That is the nature of a 24-hour race, really, when the available slots on that lead lap seem to diminish. And are you in the hunt at 1/4 distance, which we're 5 minutes from, at half distance, at daybreak, and then all the way through to 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? Better to approach it in chunks, but that can't be said for the teams that I've already mentioned.
Now, one thing I'd meant to check yesterday when I was running through qualifying is where is the entrance licence? What nationality do you reckon? Haas RT. I meant to check their flag. First time I've reported on a race with a car entered from Antigua and Barbuda. You might have thought I'd see them every weekend, but I don't. But anyhow, they've led the race. We had some very good laps put in by that 21 Audi, Olivier Bertels, but particularly Mathieu Detry, who we've seen in the TCE class in the past. He's stepping up to GT3 and put a really good fist of it. And yes, he was on fresher tyres than the chasing Jens Klingmann in the in one of the 2 WRT BMWs. He was running in number 46. No, he wasn't. He was running in, I beg your pardon, I jumped down the order there, but Jens doing a good job on older tyres.
Car 7 for
Car
Klingmann.
7, indeed, yes it was, that's where I looked to start with. But certainly for Haas RT, they're taking it up to the front, they're getting towards Herbert Motorsport. Some little 1.5 minutes back, but at this point in the race, as you point out, plenty of racing still to be done, but good job. So just remember, Antigua and Barbuda, and look them up in the map.
Yeah, I'm fairly knowledgeable about the more frequently seen flags of nationalities in motor racing, but that is a first, certainly for me. And Benjamin Matzatis in the more familiar German national flag alongside his name, piloting car 21 for Haas RT. The 908 car for Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing, so that's a combination of both France and Luxembourg, the home of Duvo Racing. And Lionel Rigaud has just brought that car in. 3rd position in the GTE the 992 AM category. So the top 3 in regular 992. Now the 955 car leading from 961, the first of 2 Autotech cars that feature on the 992 podium provisionally. And then you've got QMMF by HRT that lead the 992 AM class. Going code 60 again, though. They are continuing to fly the purple flags, and for rightful reasons, because this time a car is stuck on the exit of turn 16 over to driver's right. That's just about the worst possible place to be parked, because he's just past the pit lane entry road. Clearly will need some outside assistance now that the code 60 button has been pressed, Bruce.
Absolutely so. Just trying to identify it. Initially I thought it was a Porsche Cayman, but I think it's a 992 Cup class Porsche sitting on the infield, very close to the barriers. I thought there was a trail of liquid behind it. Isn't actually. That's just a marking on the circuit, but it's stationary. The lights are on. It's very hard for the marshals to get there. Now we've got 2 marshals walking up with a yellow flag to wave, but back to code 60.
We are about to have another switch around in our commentary box, and I remember 3 hours ago, just before Bruce and I took over, we were in a 30-minute code 60 pretty much, and that was released 2 minutes prior to us taking over. And I have to report to John Hindhoff and Phil Hanson that we haven't taken particularly good care of this race, because since then there have been 5 further code 60s, 2 of which very, very quick indeed because of stopped cars that needed to be recovered, the 99 and the 2, and the 2 car being the Ferrari at pit entry road that needed a tow. The biggest incident for car number 4, with a huge off for Sebastian Boe in the Bilstein liveried HRT prepared Mercedes, putting that out on the spot, we can only assume. That was actually only a 12-minute code 60 to recover an incredibly badly damaged car, because there was a huge fire as a result of the impact at turn 14 as well. So that brought the speed limits out for a further 15 minutes pretty much. Then a short one to recover Ivo Brokers' Red Camel Jordans.NL 909 car. And now this latest one, it's the 227 that is stopped at turn 16, losing liquids, we're told by the official message from race control. Car 227, Bruce Jones is thumbing through his entry
list. It is a Porsche Cayman, was my first guess on that.
The Porsche Cayman.
Porsche Cayman. That's, of course, running as the only car in the TCX class, started by Patrick Gruter, but unfortunately for them, for 227, well, maybe something that's fixable, but as you said, in the least helpful place on the circuit in terms of car rescue. Just on the infield, just the wrong side of the barriers. It's Daniel Greger at the wheel at the moment, the Team Sorg Rennsport car, running 4th in TCE, but top of the TCX class, as I explained, by being the only car in that class. But right now, something untowards, and it is stationary. It is being recovered, though.
So one or two cars taking advantage or making use of this Code 6. They say one or two. Actually, only 4 cars within the top 10 have chosen not to pit, and Robert Renaud has already been in and back out again in typical Herbert Motorsport fashion. So the race leader yet in a position to make a stop because he's right in the middle of the second sector. But there have been pit stops. There are pit stops taking place for Sean Galale in the second place 46 Team WRT BMW. Also in the fueling area now, Harry King for Pure Racing in his 911 numbered Porsche. In the pit area is Jason Hart for Herbert Motorsport in the second of their Porsches, number 92. And 3 further cars in the fueling area, pitting from 8th, 9th and 10th places. Earl Bamber, Christian Poulsen and Phil Quaife for Grove Racing, Poulsen Motorsport and CP Racing, respectively. So as we work our way into another hour, 143 laps have been completed, and Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, as mentioned, leading in the BMW M4 after 143 laps. The gaps kind of irrelevant right now because we were at much reduced pace, but we do have 2 WRT BMWs on the lead lap, or at least we did before this latest round of pit stops. Sean Galale piloting the second of those. Herbert Motorsports, the first of their Porsches, is in third for Robert Renaud, number 91, ahead of the Antigua and Barbuda flagged Haas RT Audi R8 with the 4 rings. Car number 21 is in fourth. Pure Racing's Porsche fifth, number 911. Sixth place for the second Herbert Motorsport Porsche, driven by Jason Hart. That's in sixth place ahead of the Team GP Elite Porsche for Thierry Vermeulen, and it's Grove Racing's 911 GT3 car for Earl Bamber in 8th place. 9th position for Christian Poulsen's BMW M4 of Denmark that he shares with Roland Poulsen, Kasper Jensen and Gustav Berg. Then it is in 10th place the CP Racing GT3 Mercedes. 11th for Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes GT3. MP Motorsport, the number 19 car, is in 12th for Daniel de Jong. Best of the 992 class cars is the 955 Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors car for Sergei Nikolai, and he in turn is ahead of the P1 Gruppa by MRS GT Racing Porsche, 13th in the GT3 class. 2 more Cup cars, second and third in their division, the 2 offerings from FAC Autotech, 961 ahead of 962. Further down the GT3 standings, we've got the Almanar Racing by HRT number 777, but remember that car is in the garage and has been now for 15 minutes. 76, that's the team name, 76, with their McLaren 720S running in 18th position with Fran Ruder currently driving. Then in 4th position in the 992 class, it's the team from Qatar and QMMF by HRT. The 929 car is in 19th position ahead of Dual Racing by Tora Verde in a Porsche Cup car. Another one of those for HRT Performance, 21st. Visiom's Ferrari, the only Ferrari in the field, is 16th in the GT3 category ahead of Uber Motorsport, another Porsche Cup car, and Santaloc Junior Team. It was going so well for the French squad, but they have now dropped to 24th position. Remaining under code 60. Next in 25th and 26th are the 2 Seb Lajou racing cars, 908 circulating ahead of 907. Phoenix Racing's Audi R8 LMS for Elia Earhart currently is in 27th. Then it is the best of the GT4 entered cars, also in the GT Series race. So Rothko with Dragon Racing's Mercedes GT4, driven by Jordan Groger. Car 408 leads that division, and he in turn is ahead of another class leader, the 714 Razoon More Racing KTM Crossbow for Bob Bowe. Then it is the MRS GT Racing number 989 car in 30th position, but 10th in class. 11th, the other car from QMMF and the 930 squad. They run a Porsche Cup car. Simpson Motorsports GT4 BMW is second in class, 32nd overall in GT. 33rd will be where we find the NKPP by HRT Performance Porsche 992 Cup car for Bob Herber. He's ahead of Ivo Breukers, but Breukers reporting an oil pressure problem, and the team's still trying to get to the bottom of that. They obviously don't want to do any further damage to the car, so a decision to be made as to whether they rejoin or not. The two Vortex come next, 702 ahead of 701, second and third in the GTX category. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT Performance, though not officially announced as a retirement, must surely be. Lucas Stoltz also down to drive that car as well. Is it something he said last night that has brought horrendous luck on both cars that he's entered in? 450 and 429 come next, but remember both Century Motorsport BMWs hit with similar problems at more or less the same time. They're still 38th and 39th ahead of the Salasin by Cox Racing car, which has not had a happy Dubai hit dramas before the end of the first lap. Brabham Motorsports Porsche, this is where we are now into the semi, if not full retirements. The 990 MRS GT racing car comes next, followed by the ALM Motorsport by MRS 988 Porsche Cup car. Tresor Attempto Racing's Audi 44th ahead of the Speed Lover Porsche. HRT Performance still displayed there in 46th. Remember, Dragon Racing's GT4 Mercedes did not start the race. And a recap on how the TCE order is at this latest Code 60. It's the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3 number 117 that leads the way from the 188 AC Motorsport Audi of Yannick Mettler. Then the second of the Wolf Power Racing Audis for Kalle Bergman. The Team Zorg Rennsport 227 Porsche Cayman has hit dramas at the very end of the lap to cause this Code 60 for Daniel Gregor. 700 miles and their VW Golf had difficulties earlier on, but it has now surmounted those, and Jordan Mougenot continues to pound round in 5th position. And finally, the 199 Sean Tong, that's also had issues, but still displayed in 6th place in the TCE Series race. So all sorts has been happening, not least in the last hour. A chance to recap now on RS1 with the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and we'll hear from Joe Bradley after this.
grand tour for Team WRT ahead of Valentino Rossi in the pit lane. And now down at Joe Bradley.
While you guys were away doing that rundown, I was at the Red Camel Jordan's pit because there was a big team meeting going on. So I was doing a bit of earwigging. However, I don't speak Dutch, so I can't tell you what was going on. But I know a man who does. Team principal here, Ivo, you guys had a bit of a huddle. There was a bit of deliberation going on. The engine is ruined, it's finished. So what's going to happen next?
Now we came a long way to get here, and we come here to finish the race. So we decided to put in a new engine, and we want to finish the race. So that's what we will do.
So basically, that was a motivational talk that you were giving to your crew.
Yeah, a little bit. Say, hey guys, what do you want to do? And all this, they all agree. Okay, we finish it. We are one team. We going to battle on the problems and finish this race.
Now, I've got to say, Ivo, our tagline is #ThisIsEndurance, and that is exactly the endurance racing spirit, to get that car across the finish line. That's the challenge, isn't it? It's not about where you finish.
No, this is endurance, and unfortunately the endurance has two sides, the upside and the downside. This is one of the downsides, but okay, that's what it is. It's a pity we are leading the class. It would have been a very nice battle with Willy Motorsport. They were chasing us and catching us. It's a pity that we cannot finish that battle, but we will be back.
Well, Ivo, when you pull that car out of this garage in a few hours' time, you're going to be strong contenders for the Spirit of the Race award that comes up towards the end. And you know what we English have a saying for you guys? Crazy Dutch, we say. And you really are living up to that reputation. Best of luck, mate.
We do our best, we do our best. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Ivo Breukers, very unusual to have Porsche engine problems, and seems like that car lost oil pressure very quickly, oil pressure and therefore power very quickly. Stuart Hall joins us. It's been ages since I've had a chat to you, Stuart. Happy New Year.
And to you, mate, and to you. Lovely to see you guys.
Sitting relatively pretty at the moment. I just looked to see where you were there. Now I've lost you on the screen. How's the first few hours of the race gone for the Dragon Rofco car?
I mean, so far it's gone to plan, touch wood. You know, there's an awful long way to go, so we're certainly not going to count our chickens. We just got to keep doing our jobs, try and stay out of trouble, try and set a good pace, and hopefully see it through to the morning, and then tomorrow morning see it through to the end of the race. You know, it's a long old 24 hours, especially with the long nights in Dubai. So a lot can go wrong. We've just, like I say, we've just got to do our jobs, and we've got to try and bring it home and see where we are then.
3 laps lead at the moment over second place in GT4, which is the Simpson Motorsport BMW. That's what, 7.5 minutes, 6.5, 7 minutes, something like that. That's nothing, is it? I mean, not round here.
Especially with the time it takes to do a pit stop as well. An unscheduled pit stop, and suddenly we're on the back foot. So there is an awful long way to go. It's that difficult time of the race where it's sort of settling down, and you know, you think it's later than it is. It's not. It's still only 9 o'clock at night. I feel like it's about 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know.
But so far, you know, the guys at Dragon are doing a fantastic job. My teammates, Roald, Ollie, Benji and Geordie, doing a great job. But as I said, such a long way to go. We just got to, you know, keep churning out the laps, try and make 0 mistakes, and see where we are at the finish.
This is the 408 car we're talking about, by the way, the AMG GT4 Rofco with Dragon Racing, sitting in 28th position. So inside the top 30, getting towards the top half of the field in that GT4 car. The start of this week, I don't think anybody was really happy with their cars, even the guys at the very sharp end. Can you put your finger on what was going on? Did the track not evolve the way you expected to, or what was it, Stu?
I mean, as always in Dubai, the track conditions change quite dramatically with not just the heat, but with the amount of sand that's on the track as well. I think there's a lot of teams playing games because you know, the BMWs were struggling yesterday, and suddenly they're at the front. So you know, it's everyone's got their own strategy. So you don't know what people are doing until the green flag drops, and we've seen that today.
Sure.
Some people have had a few problems which you wouldn't expect. It's that kind of race at the moment. So yeah, we're just trying to do our job. Track conditions are changing as it goes from the heat of the day to the cold night. The car balance changes dramatically, especially with our car. So yeah, it's just about adapting to that and not making any mistakes with it.
You've been in this game for quite a long time now. I'm trying to be diplomatic now.
You're telling me I'm old?
No, I'm saying you're very experienced is what I'm saying,
like
Stuart.
A fine wine.
Yeah, fine wine. You're getting better with age. Absolutely. How sophisticated and how good now are these GT4 cars compared to some of the what we thought of as monsters back in the day?
Well, I mean, I've done quite a bit of GT4 in the last couple of years, but mainly, I started in prototypes, then spent a lot of time in GTE, GT3. The older I get, I'm sort of now I'm in a GT4 car. But no, it's it's a different challenge. The GT4 cars now are fantastic. They're almost like the GT3 cars were back in the late or 2000s.
Yeah, the days of them being a road car with a cage in are long gone now, aren't they?
Yeah, no, they're certainly sophisticated bits of kit. The lap times they're churning out aren't far short of GT3 times, 15 years ago. As it's just the evolution of the car. So they're great cars. GT4 is a booming championship now. There's huge grids in Europe and America. So it's a good place to be. I'm loving it. We've introduced young Ollie, who's hopped out of an FIA Formula 3 car into a GT4. So that was quite a bit of a culture shock.
Well, I'm going to ask him about that in a minute because he's standing behind me.
But he's doing a fantastic job. And obviously Benji was second overall here last year.
Yeah.
He's going to have some really exciting news in the coming weeks on his career and the turn that's going to take.
Really?
So, that's to come. But we just thought we'd have a bit of a family effort here with Dragon. We always partner up, Rofco and Dragon. They're real good friends of ours.
They had a terrible look at the beginning of the week with their other car, the 488, with that shunt on the front end that bent the chassis.
It's so unfortunate. You don't wish that upon anyone, especially your teammates. I'm really close with Brad and Charlie. And the guys they're coaching, they didn't deserve that. And with them, it's a case of they've just got to pick themselves up as part of the learning process. It's at the end of the day, it's a sport, and there's ups and downs. And when you get a down, you just got to work really hard to turn that around and come back. And I'm sure they will, especially with the likes of Charlie and Brad behind them.
Good to see you, Sherry. Take the headset off, and we'll rotate in Ollie Gotha here. Come on, stick the headset on. You don't get away with coming all the way up here without talking to us, young man. Welcome to the airwaves. All right, let's ask the obvious question. Stuart mentioned it there. Transitioning out of a FIA F3 car into a GT4 car. That must have been a bit of a culture shock for you. First of all that weight that you had to get moving around and get rotated into corners. And I'm not talking about you because he's stick thin, by the way. I'm talking about the car.
Yeah, I mean it's a massive change, obviously, from going from a single-seaters to a GT4. You have to make quite a lot of changes to your driving style, which is tricky, but it's also very good for learning to learn to adapt to different conditions. And so far it's gone well, so I'm happy.
This is not to say you've given up on a single-seater career. This is just broadening your horizons and having some fun with the family.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a good fun race for me. It's such a privilege to drive with my dad, my coach, Jordan, and my brother. So it's just a great experience.
How have you found... first of all, you've got to share a car. Single-seater, it's all yours. It's all about you. Secondly, you're on a track where it's multi-class racing. So you might be doing very well in your class, but you've still got to watch out for those pesky GT3 cars coming at you like the clappers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not used to that, of course. There's always cars. You always have to look in the mirrors in this. There's a lot of GT3 cars, and they're a lot quicker than us. So, yeah, there's a lot to do with traffic management, tire management, and yeah, so it's good experience.
Traffic management round here sets you up perfectly for the drive back into Dubai on the 311, actually, because you've got to have your head on a stalk when you're driving back over 4 lanes. Where's your career going, Ollie? What would you, if I was to say to you, where would you like to be in 5 years' time? Possibly a hard question to ask, but young drivers like yourself tend to have things, if not absolutely planned out, at least have a career path that they would like to go down. What's yours?
My goal is to get to Formula 1. I'm doing Formula 3 this year, and if I do well in that, I'll go to F2, and then from F2 anything can happen. So yeah, that's
so full season of FIA Formula 3 this year.
Yeah.
Wow. And who you racing with?
Trident.
Oh,
yeah, they're
okay,
they're
right.
a very good team. So
Yeah, very good team.
I'm really excited for this year. I think we can do some really good things together.
Now, is that seen as a 2-year commitment in FIA Formula 3 now, or have you got to hit the ground running, really?
It depends how this year goes. At the moment, it's a 1-year thing, and if I feel like I need a second year and there's still a lot more to do in that championship, then a second year is definitely an option.
I think that's good, isn't it? Because you've got to have that flexibility and not say, all right, we've had 2 bad races, we might not get the championship result that we want, 2 bad race weekends, and then sort of say, well, that's it. That's it. You just simply can't do that, can you?
Yeah, no. It's yeah. I mean, like I said before, it's what will happen, and then this time next year I'll be making the decision for what I do next year.
Well, Phil, whose seat you're sitting in now, he's going to be calling all the FIA F2 and F3 for the English language TV in this area of the world, which is about 30 million people. So he'll be keeping a close eye on you this year. He does all the live. I try and keep up with it as much as I can, and I put it on the planner when I'm back at home. So we wish you all the best in that.
Thank you
very much. It'd be nice
for
me to have someone to follow in FIA Formula 3. I hope you don't turn your back on sports car racing, because it's great to have you here as part of the family. And there's career prospects in in sports cars now as well, of course, isn't there, for young drivers?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, if it doesn't go to plan in single seaters, there's always the alternative. And yeah, I really enjoy racing in GT. It's a completely different world to single seaters, but I love both, to be honest.
When does your season start then in single seaters, Ollie?
Start of March is the first race in Bahrain.
At Bahrain, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, just down the road. All right, okay. Well, we'll be keeping an eye open for that. Good luck for the rest of the evening. Just to reiterate, the car sitting inside the top 20 at the moment. Jordan Groger in the 408 Mercedes, leading GT4 by the better part of 3.5 laps. And Ollie,
thank you very much.
Thanks, Stewie, for coming up and seeing us as well and looking after us. Good luck, young man.
Thank you very much.
Well. Have a good year. Ollie Gota joining us here live in the booth in Studio 2. Good to have your company. And you're going to come and have a chat as well? I think you should. Come on, big fella. We've met before, in fairness, Rob. We have, absolutely. Some years ago, in point of fact. How you enjoying the weekend?
Oh, very much so. It's not my typical Saturday evening, as you can imagine, but I'm really happy to be here to do a race with my 2 boys, the extended family of Stuart and Jordan. And yeah, when I said it's not my typical Saturday evening, I'm not that in the race car that often. You're
sitting at home watching Strictly Come Dancing or something like that? No, possibly not. You've been part of this race before, and some years ago you've done the 24 Hours at Barcelona as well. How has the Creventic series evolved in terms of the teams as well as the drivers and the cars?
Well, I think I don't know too much about the other Creventic races. I haven't been to any of those recently, but especially the Dubai 24 Hours, has its place in the calendar now as a top race, as a first race in the season, where top teams come and test GT3 and other category cars, and treat it as the first big series race in of the season. That's how I see it. And if you look at the entries, this is almost a 80% GT3 race.
It is now. Yes.
It is now.
Mm-hmm.
So to be in a GT4 is a bit different, especially as an AM driver. You've got dive bombing right, left, and center going on. But it's challenging, and what's special, it still has a bit of a family character. You see cars. The windows full of family names.
Yes.
Or the roof is.
So like the Gothas, the Mutrans, all of these people. But once you're in the car, I know you come to have some fun, Roald, but once you're in the car, the competitive spirit takes over, doesn't it?
It has to. It has to, because otherwise, you will disappoint yourself, and you're here to do a good job. But there's a certain respect for the slower cars still is. I hope that stays the same. Because,
that's been a tenet of Creventic right from the start, hasn't it? Even at all the driver briefings, you know, the pro drivers are reminded that in some respects they're the guests here. It's for the non-pro, the gentlemen and the amateur drivers to come and do these great events.
That's the mantra of it all. But at the same time, you know, it's good to see together all these competitive teams in here that treat it as a serious GT3 race. But I hope that at the same time the spirit is kept. Very much the spirit that Le Mans had very in its early days, you know.
Totally.
With AM drivers coming.
I bet if I'd said to you 5 or 6 years ago when you were racing, by the way, you'll be sharing a track with Valentino Rossi in a few years' time, you would have thought I'd gone bonkers, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Wouldn't have believed myself, no.
he's I mean, what a character to be able to come into four wheels and take it seriously and sponge up what's going on. And that kind of underlines just that this is a series for everybody in some respects.
Yeah, well, you see the passion. You're here basically.
There you go.
The passion of motorsport in this race in particularly unites all walks of life.
Well, I hope you retain the passion, Rob, because down through the years you've given us so much pleasure and entertainment when you've been racing. With the Rothko collection, we salivate over what you guys do down there, and it's fantastic to have you here. Long may you continue. Good luck for this race and with the lads going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So we've had a chat with three of the drivers. The other two are a little bit busy because one's in the car and one's waiting to get in the car. Thank you, Stuart, for bringing everybody up. I know it's a bit of a hike to get up here. I'll speak to you when we get home. Stuart Hall, Ollie and Roald Gotha joining us. Ollie, good luck for FIA F3. So there's somebody you're going to have to keep an eye on for this year, Phil. When
I'm
you're
just noting that down right now.
Yeah.
There we go.
For Trident.
Yes, Trident, indeed.
Well,
great team.
They've got. I mean,
solid.
Almost unrivaled, haven't they?
Indeed.
Let's get back to what's going on in the race. It's been pretty solid. Dries van Teur still leads by just over a lap, almost exactly a lap actually. That is the 10th leader 10 lead changes between 5 different cars that we have had. We're just coming down to another half hour gone. Fastest lap of the race still Fred Vervisch for that Haas RT Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, which was a 1:59.5, the only race lap under 2 minutes here. That's 162.25 kilometres an hour average for the 5.4 kilometre track. And when you consider there are 2 corners that are 65 and 70 kilometres, that proves that you're hauling through the rest of the track and not just down the straights as well. Best of the classes in the GTX category, it is Leo Pichler's early lap for the KTM Crossbow. Now that was the 3rd lap out there, and Fred Vervisch, by the way, was lap 5. Sergei Nikolai has got the best 992 class lap. That was on lap 132, so 22 laps ago. 2:03.2, 2:10 for Brett Strom, 2:10.411 in that Jurgensen Strom by Century GT4 F82 car, the 450. Sadly, I don't think that car's going very much further. Rob Huff had the fastest TCR lap. That was back on lap 115 with a 2:12.0 on the TCX Team Zorg Rennsports. Daniel Greger in the Cayman, the 111th lap that they turned, that was a 2:11.9. So those are the 6 fastest laps from our 6 categories. Leaders in class, still got the FAC Auto Tech 961 leading the 992 category by about half a minute from Veely Motors by EB Motors. That's just changed recently on the pit stop cycle. It's the 2nd of the FAC Auto Tech cars. Huub van Eindhoven in the 962 is just about to come over the line any second now, and I'll give you the gap between him and Fabrizio Broggi, who started the 2nd place 955. There he is, he's got 1:07, just going underneath us there. In GT4, well, it's Jordan Grover for the Rothko team, who we've just been talking to. In TCR, Yannick Mettler for AC Motorsport, the 188 Audi leads from the Wolf Power Golf in second, and that is only the Wolf Power Audi in second, the 117 car. That's only a minute behind. In GTX, the Rasen Northern Racing KTM Crossbow is in a class of its own, so it leads. Bob Bow behind the wheel of the 714, and I think that's all the classes. TCX. Can you have a look on your
the
screen?
227, that's the one that broke down at turn 16 on lap 142, and that's in the pitch with massive fluid leaks from that car. So that was the last Code 60 as well. I just wanted to say this before I go any further. Valentino Rossi's third, and he's 4 seconds off second. Okay, that's my thing at the moment.
Last time around, his lap was a 2:02.9, so he's lapping at about the same pace. Harry King did a 2:02.5, the Carrera Cup GB champion in the Pure Racing Porsche. So I don't think that's overly bad, to be honest, for a guy in his first race as a BMW Works driver.
And that was traffic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to keep an eye on his times to see where he gets to. And as we heard from the Goth team and Stewie Hall, the track's coming around, you know. And, well, I just looked. We started at 26 degrees when we started it. We're at 20 degrees right now. The conditions are favouring nice long stints and pleasant.
Into the pits for the 961 Porsche, red and white. Not a good day for our red and whites, Mr. Bradley. No, I know. This is the class leader for the Porsche 992 categories, though.
The 992 class leader was the 961, the Fag Autotech Porsche. That's just been into the pits in a really, really well choreographed pit stop for that car. You can tell that these guys are leading because that was so urgent. And you know what? The longest process in that stop was strapping the new driver in.
Yeah.
Great pit stop from the team.
Well, they've just taken the lead from Veely Motorsport by EB Motors on the pit stop cycle. They were 41 seconds ahead. They've taken that car in for fuel, so Fabrizio Broggi will go back into the lead. That's their 8th stop against Veely Motorsport's 7th. Now, numbers of pit stop here is not necessarily an indicator. If you're looking at the timing and scoring via Get Results or the 24H Series site, it's not necessarily an indicator of somebody doing well or badly. Because our leader's got 12 stops under their belts to the second place car's 10, and they're a lap ahead. This is very strategic in terms of when you take your pit stops, when you come for fuel, whether there's a Code 60 happening. Some of the cars in the top 30 have only done five stops.
Yes.
Down in second place in GT4, the Simpson Motorsport, Cameron McLeod driven 438, for example, has only done 5 stops. And quite a lot of people still in single figures, whereas the top 7 GT cars have all done 10 or more stops.
It's a very strange one, John, because those cars have done 5 stops. We've just done 6.5 hours.
I know.
And so some of those cars can run 1 minute or 1 hour 20, 1 hour 25 on a tank, depending on where they are.
And they've been helped sometimes by the Code 60s because they sometimes haven't been coming in.
Exactly, so they're playing the long game strategy. We will see them possibly do, if we have Code 60s later on in the race, come in and start doing there. So they've had a strategy to start with, which is this driver is going in for this amount of time until we get to, say, hour 15, and then we'll work it out from there. When we were in Kuwait, they were going, when we get to hour 11, we'll work it out from there and what we're going to do. I think here, when the sun comes up, then we start again.
Yeah, and when the sun comes up, by the way, is 7:06 sunrise in the morning. We are in the middle now, or working our way through now, 13 hours and 16 minutes of official darkness. And as we come to and go through another half an hour, 157 laps, we're looking at somewhere in the region of 187 at the end of this hour. So we're going to be down a bit. But what I will say is if we get a long period of green with no interruptions, we should be able to do, we need 26 laps per hour or thereabout, 26 and 1 25th or something ridiculous.
Remember, we had that last year from midnight until like 6 a.m. We had 5 hours of green.
Now, if we do that, sitting at round about, call it an average of 201, 202, then quite obviously we're getting the sharp end of 30 laps per hour. So if we can get, 28, 29 laps an hour, we're very quickly, in 3 or 4 hours, we're going to start grabbing some of that time back.
And I mean, the 6:28, it was 2012. Now, that's as far as I went back. So if any of our eagle-eyed listeners out there have any updates on that information, on the maximum amount of laps, the most laps done since 2006 is what we're chasing.
We've had an hour and 3/4, 1 hour 43 and 17 seconds under Code 60 in the 7 Code 60s that we have seen so far. More pit lane callers. The Seb Lejeune Racing car number 907. This is the dark grey and green machine sitting in 26th position. And Joe Bradley watched another very tidy stop indeed from the French team.
It's a bit boring, really. It was all just very straightforward. They just come in, they get out, and the tyres go on without any kind of issue. And really well drilled, really. It's kind of doing me out of a job, really.
We'll bring Johnny and Bruce back on. They seem to have all the action.
Yeah, they did. Honestly, it was incredible.
60s.
I walked in here at 8 o'clock and all hell broke loose. They were dropping like flies into this pit lane. But it's all calmed down.
They broke the race. They broke the race. You realise that, don't you?
We've got one of the Soak Rennsport Porsche Caymans. It's the 227, but it's in some state of repair. And it's kind of, I've missed this one. Any intel on the 227 and what happened to it?
The 227 came, stopped at turn 16 on the inside.
Correct.
With fluid everywhere, like running down into the gutters. And that's all we saw. And we didn't see anything before that. So
we don't know whether that was damaged beforehand or whether it was pulled up there. It looked to me like it had a bit of damage beforehand. Meantime, here's the GT4 leader coming into the pit lane and sorting up a penalty as well for Jordan Groger and that bright silver Rothko machine. That's just toddled past Joe Bradley, and Jordan's been in that car for long enough that he's getting out, and he gets out of the car, and that's Benji that's getting in.
Now that penalty was for causing a collision. The 408 got done for causing a collision at turn 16. Now, were they involved with the Cayman?
Right. Well, that's maybe something that Joe can ask the South African driver, Jordan Groger, once he is unhelmeted and ready to talk. They're taking one of the films off the screen. As I say, I'm pretty certain that was Benji Gota that was getting into the car.
And the 46 current car in third has also got 30 seconds for causing a collision.
Really?
Just popping up on our screens now. So we'll just say that...
does that say where it was? It wasn't in 456 area, does it?
It said turn 16. Both of them said turn 16.
16.
Yes.
Wow.
So one was, they were both served at 21:18, which was a little while ago, but the 46 hasn't done that.
I tell you what, that's only 20 minutes ago, so that means there haven't been that many incidents at race control because they worked through them chronologically. By the way, Fred Vervish is back behind the wheel of the number 21 and has been for around about half an hour now. He's the man who's got the fastest lap of the race for Haas RT. This is the car that started all the way back in 43rd out of 53 cars, was leading by the end of the first hour and has led a couple of times actually through the race on various speed and strategy calls. Step back from the fence perhaps a little bit if you're at the Apex Garden. As Fred Vervish burns through his fuel, he will be getting quicker and quicker. The fastest lap of the race, a 1:59.596. Now, in fairness, that was on lap 5, just before he hit the back of the traffic.
Exactly, that's what they were doing. They were just getting clean air, and then we've been in traffic since lap 5, John.
Yes.
Okay, we're on lap 1:59 at the moment. As the gap between second and third in different classes. We've got a Pro-Am. Robert Brunel is running in the Pro-Am class in second position. He's extending that gap over Valentino Rossi, now out to 10 seconds. So I think Valentino's just driving to a method. And
I think he's driving to a lap time, because if you look at his lap times, it's 2:02.9, 2:02.8, 2:02.7, 2:02.6, 2:02.7 last time around. So I'm going to keep an eye on the number 46. He's currently in fact, he's just coming across the line. He'll be coming across the line in a moment or two. They've still got that 30-second penalty hanging over them.
They have, yes.
Other cars that have penalties that have not been served. James Cottingham in the 76 McLaren, second in AM and 14th in GT3. They've got a 10-second penalty hanging over them. HRT Performance, Holger Hampson behind the wheel. That is the 931 car, second in 992 AM. They've got a 10-second penalty and an 18-second penalty for a car that's just pushed its fastest lap of the race in last time around. 2:07.995, the 701 Vortex of Tom Pieri, second in GTX. Now, 18 seconds suggests to me that was some kind of speeding in the pit lane or speeding under code 60.
Yes, exceeding the speed under code 60, the 18 seconds. So he was 18, yes, he would have done that lap, and it's a second a kilometre, I believe it is.
Yeah, so they're all pro rata.
Yeah.
So when you see 13, 14, 17, 18 seconds, they tend to be a speeding offence. The round numbers are either track limits causing an incident, contact, or some other indiscretion. And Valentino Rossi comes through again, and it's another 2:02, 2:02.3 this time around for Valley. So just picking his way through. No sense in doing anything silly at the moment. Sitting in a very strong third overall, second in the category. Well ahead of Fred Vavish, who's lapping a little bit quicker, around about 9/10 to a second quicker a lap. Slow lap from the leader last time around, Dries Vanthoor, proving just how traffic can influence what's going on. A 2:04.194. Now, normally you'd look at that and think, oh my goodness me, he's got a problem. But it'll just be traffic. No problem there. And Roman Iannata's in the pit lane for Vizium and the Ferrari, sitting some 10 laps off the lead at the moment, and 7th in Pro-Am in GT3, pitted from just inside the top 20. That looks fairly standard at the far end of the pit lane from what I can see.
So the way it works with the way it works under code 60, so they were it's ×2. So if you do your 8 kilometres an hour, you're 8 seconds short, it's a 16-second penalty.
Right, got you.
Okay, so it's double your time gained.
Right. Joe Bradley's down in the pit lane, and he has wandered down to the garage of the team Zorg Rennsport 227.
Yeah, we saw that the car was heavily damaged front end, and I've got Daniel Greger, who's the driver at the time. Daniel, you've had an incident, clearly.
Yeah, quite upset about the whole situation. I think it was a bit ugly going into the final corner. A Mercedes spun ahead of me, and I wanted to take the inside line, and he went back onto the ideal line, so I couldn't react in that moment. I think it was a bit tricky. Maybe he didn't see me, but in that moment I couldn't react more. We had a big collision, so now the team is working really hard to get the car back going.
So that damage that I'm seeing on the front of the car, was that caused by hitting the Mercedes or the barrier?
No, that was with the Mercedes, because he spun, and then he was trying to go, like, turn around, and then he went back onto the ideal line, and I guess he didn't see me, but I was right there and I couldn't react anymore.
So his car will be damaged also? His car will also be damaged, you would think?
I assume. So at the end, it's not good for both of us, but, you know, now we just have to rely on the team. I'm sure they're going to do a good job, and let's see, and fingers crossed.
Did you see the colour? What colour was the Mercedes? What colour was the car? The Mercedes?
I think silver, but yeah. Now the most important thing is just to get the car back repaired.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage there, but the team are working So you've got a great team with this team.
Yeah, obviously the team, as we can see, is working really hard. So I really hope. I mean, obviously we also need a bit of luck, but I hope we can get back going.
Thank you, Daniel. Bad luck for Daniel Grego there. I'm sure this car wouldn't be out very soon, John. They're heavily into the repair.
We had a couple of penalties for causing incidents at turn 16. One of them still hanging over the Team WRT 46, but that, of course, is a dark grey and bright yellow Team WRT Mercedes. The other one, I think, was the Rothko Dragon car.
Yes,
the
it was indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Now, I've seen that car going around.
It's still out there.
And
well, it came in to do a pit stop. Jordan Groger brought it in.
Yeah, and it was, I think it was Benji that took it out. It was Benjamin Gothard who took it out. Still leading in GT4. They've dropped just outside the top 30.
They are built like tanks, though, John.
Well, I mean, but the front of that Porsche, surely you would think there'd be some visible damage somewhere on that car. They were leading GT4 by some three laps,
yes.
and they still are.
Yeah.
And Cameron McLeod for Simpson Motorsport. By the way, we think the 438 from the onboard footage, we believe the 438 was the car, the BMW, that was involved in a tiny little tap on the number 4 Bilstein Haupt car.
Yep.
We've seen some onboard footage now, and it was a tiny tap, but these cars are on the ragged edge there,
especially in that corner,
and it just unsettled the car enough to flip it around. So Bruce Jones' initial thought about the situation down there at turn 14 was spot on. Meantime, the EB Motors, the Veely Motorsport by EB Motors car continues its colourful run around. They're obviously taking inspiration from the hotel at turn 16 that it's got the multicoloured LED strips on. They tried this out on their 991.2 Cup car. Little did we know that was the last outing for that car at Q8 Motortown in the first round of the Middle East Trophy competition, and they've upgraded to the 992. Johnny was talking about that earlier on, and he thought it was the first time they're running. Absolutely right, JP.
Yeah, because I've got the question is they've changed from 991 to 992. They won they're second in the 992 category for the Middle East Trophy at the moment.
Yes.
Can they carry that from a different car? They're carrying the same number. But they haven't really changed. Well, they're
I think the drivers keep the points. I'm not sure about the team entry because, as you say, it was a different category.
Exactly.
And there was a different class. It was 991 and 992.
Yes.
It's not as if it was 992 and 992 ARM. It's a good one. Side-by-side action for Phoenix. They lost some time early on, just going through past one of the Cup cars. In the car at the moment, Elliot Earhart for Phoenix Racing, 7th in Pro-Am. They will not be happy with their issue. We never really, well, did we get to the bottom of what had happened to the Phoenix car when it limped back in? Nick, what was that about? It got hit down just before all of the schmozzle down at turn 456, and the car crabbed back to the pit lane, which took it some time. I think it was Elliot Earhart who was at the wheel actually at the time of that, if memory serves. So we've had the same leader now from lap 118, and we're on lap 165 as Dries van Teur has just gone through again. I think that might be the... Is that the... No, it's not quite the longest. No, I think it might be the longest contiguous run. Team WRT, the number 7, have led the most laps. They've led 78 laps in their BMW. So it is adding up nicely for Team WRT. They've led now 4 times in this race. 5 different cars have led. The 777 at the start. The number 7 we've talked about. The number 21 has led the race. That's the SRT. Then the number 99 led the race for a little while, the Audi. back to the 21, back to the 7, back to the 21, back to the 7.
yeah.
Herbert led the race as well of the 91, and since then it's been the number 7. Joe Bradley, I hear air hammers. Who's in?
Nobody's in, John, but I've been, as you know, I've been investigating an incident that happened out on track, and my investigation has led me to the Dragon Pit, where I found a potential witness that might be able to help. I'm not sure whether I should caution him first before I ask him the questions, because I think he's just a witness. Stewie Hall, you're with the Dragon Mercedes. You've got some information for us, I believe, that's involving a Porsche Cayman and someone else. What have you got?
No, it's reliable information because I've seen the onboard footage.
Now he's backing off, he's afraid.
I can take it, we can go to court if you want. I'm pretty sure we'll win. But yeah, we got drilled by Rossi at the last corner. John had turned in committed, and he just sent it up the inside, out of control, drilled us, spun Geordie round. I mean, had he done that on 2 wheels, it'd have been on his backside, so it wasn't very sensible.
Yeah, and then your car got hit by someone.
Yeah, and then Geordie got turned round. And obviously with the GT cars, you can't see anything. So as he got turned round, the Porsche came on the inside. I mean, the more sensible thing would have been to come around the outside as 5 other cars did, as we can see. But he came around the inside and just tagged the side of Geordie. But yeah, as I was saying in the commentary booth about half an hour ago, you know, you are racing against everyone in your class, but you're also trying to beat the race. And it looks like we've had a very lucky escape. Just calm down, guys, for crying out loud. You know, we're in a GT4 car. It doesn't turn very well, it doesn't stop very well.
The Porsche Cayman has got the Porsche Cayman that hit you, Stu, has got a massive amount of front-end damage. Is your car all right?
That's a Mercedes. You could go to war in one of them. It'll be absolutely fine. Yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, a bit of polish and the scratch will rub out.
Thanks for that, Stu. I may need you to go to court. You are willing to go to court, are you? Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I'll make some notes as soon as practicable, kind of.
Contemporaneous notes, Mr. Bradley. Yes, we'll be referring to that. Well, now you see, we've got to the bottom of that. So there were 2 penalties applied. Jordan Groger's taken his already. The 30-second one that hangs over Valentino Rossi in the WRT BMW M4 is still waiting to be taken. So a chain of events which led to that Cayman, the 229 Cayman.
So the 46, according to Stewie Hall, hit the 408, which then prompted that to spin. Jordan was trying to recover that one, which then came into contact with the 227.
227, yes, my apologies.
So the 227 is basically hasn't got any penalties, but their penalty is they've got a very damaged car.
Correct.
So Jordan is being pinged for the damage to the 227, and Valentino is being pinged for the damage to the 408.
Yeah, it was Daniel Gregor whose car got the damage. Jordan Groger, who was turned around by Valentino Rossi. And I presume then that the Dragon Speed car, the Rothko car, that's effectively an unsafe rejoin, isn't it?
Yes, well, if he's coming from off track. And
I think he was in the middle of the road.
Well,
yeah.
And as Stewie said, the vision out of those cars with the big side headrests and whatever, and the bright headlights coming down your way with the GT3s. Yeah.
It's actually quite claustrophobic in a car. By the time you've got your hands device, your helmet on, car racing helmets don't necessarily have a very big visor, different for motorcycle helmets, and that's something actually also that Valentino Rossi will be getting used to. The letterbox that you look out of is just that in a car racing helmet. It's much bigger on a motorcycle because your head is moving up and down much more. Also, you can't move your head as easily side to side because of your hands device. It's one of the first things I did actually when I got my hands device, which was kindly donated to me by David Leslie's family. And I changed it from fixed straps on the side to one that slides.
Yes.
So you can actually move around.
I got the different one. I had the Simpson strap-on one.
Oh yeah.
Because it's just more comfortable.
Yeah.
And you can loosen.
It's like a harness, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a chest brace.
Yeah.
With it on, and a lot of drivers use them. I've seen a lot in the paddock as well. It's driver preference about it because I come from an era where it was not required.
Yeah, me too. Well, and the thing is, if your belt slip off the hands device, you actually really should come into the pit lane.
Exactly.
Because it's not then doing you any good. The more recent hands devices have
channels,
have little channels
yes.
in them, so that you can, so that the belts don't slide off. We're coming down to 5 minutes before another hour is completed. We have completed 167. That's going to be around about 169 by the time we get to there. We should be up in the late 180s, 187, if we're going to challenge that record. I think, I'm not going to say it's totally gone. So we've got 16 odd hours, 17 hours to go.
So at the moment, with that record, well, what we have with the amount of time we've done, 1 hour 43 minutes has been under code 60.
Yeah, I don't think we can afford much more, if anything, if we're going to challenge, or if it's just a short one. Big slide for Valentino Rossi, and he's onto the dirt, coming through the parabolic at turn 8 and 9. He's on the back straight now. He's the 979 Speed Lover blue Porsche's just gone through as he got just offline there, and it's very, very dirty offline.
The marble's offline at the moment, John. We saw it before the sun went down, but now it's just a black shadow on the side of the track, and it's not where you want to be, especially if you're not in an overtaking spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Renault in second place. That's the best of the Pro-Am cars, so the two WRT split by the Herbert Motorsport guys. This is a return to form by Herbert, just a lap off the lead at the moment as Robert Renault comes through the final part of the circuit and will cross the line under our feet, it feels like, in a moment or two's time, just waiting for that dark portion to come through. That was a very, very big moment for Valentino Rossi. Dealt with it well, didn't panic. There goes
John,
Renault now underneath us.
It's his first time racing at night.
Well, certainly without any major lightning around the circuit. He's raced at Yaz.
Yes.
In the double 6 hours.
That's like racing in daylight.
Yes, it is true. Very true.
I have to wear a tinted visor at night down there.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it that bright?
When you're out there for a while, it really is. And the car that I was in had a very raked windscreen, so I was getting the flare,
the reflection,
and it was horrible. Yeah, and in the open cockpit, in the Radical, it wasn't pleasant.
Another 201 for the leader as into the pit lane. One car that has led the race was our fourth leader. In comes the Audi number 99 into the pit lane. That car lost time.
Yeah, turn 14. They had they stopped at turn 14 on lap 84.
Oh yeah.
And so that's
the Tresor Attemptor car.
Yeah.
So how far have they dropped down there? They're not in the top 30, are they? No. Am I missing them somewhere?
I'm just having.
No, they've gone well down. They must have lost.
Yeah, they had a long time. Was it the 99? They spent a long time in the pits there because they're down in 49th position at the moment. They got back on a track. The 99, yeah, that's what's going on. And there's not a lot of work going on there at the moment, John. They're just standing there. So
don't like the look of that.
No, that doesn't augur well.
That has an air of resignation about it. They're not in the penalty box, so they're not sorting up penalties. They're looking. This is something, again, we heard the guys in the pit lane talking about this early on, both Nick and Joe. The drivers reported something that they don't like. They're wiggling wheels. They've got the trolleys, the trolley dollies to go underneath, and that, I think, is going back into the pit lane. Hello to Motor Racing UK magazine. Hello, Mick. He is back up in the northeast of England from the racing car show in Birmingham. Time is at 6 o'clock back in the UK. Listened all the way on the way home, sitting with a gourmet burger, watching the coverage on YouTube. Racing season has officially begun. It certainly has, mate. Keep up the good work with what you're doing, particularly with your reporting on our racing colleagues in the Ukraine. If you're not aware of Motor Racing UK magazine, look it up. It's a proper old-fashioned journal. Some great pictures in there, mostly but not exclusively at UK sport, as the name would suggest. But Mick's been assiduous in keeping up with touring car and GT drivers who hail from Ukraine in the last year and a bit, to find out how the war's affected them and what they've been doing. And some of the stories have been absolutely outstanding. Motor Racing UK magazine, look it up. Available online, as well as good old-fashioned print as well.
What? Where?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Absolutely.
Is it still there?
Yes, the proper way to read about your motorsport. 170 laps have been turned as we go through another hour, and you're listening and watching live motorsport in early 2023. We're just on 10 o'clock in the evening here at Dubai Autodrome for the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. It is the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. Score back down to the pit lane, Joe Bradley.
It's me, actually. Just handed over. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, Nick. I hadn't even realised you'd disappeared from behind me.
And yes, so I'm now here, and I'm currently watching the repairs going on to the 117, the Audi TCR car. The front subframe's off. You want to have a look at the front subframe.
No, I like sub-front frame.
Sub-front frame, yes,
yeah.
Which has the steering rack, which looks like it's the item they're trying to remove. And you can hear the mechanical hammers. Unfortunately, the hammers have got their own built-in lights, so no need for a iPhone torch on these. So this is coming off, and they're going to replace that, and I assume the 117 will be out quite soon.
Welcome to the pit lane this evening.
Thank you.
They were running in third in TCR as well.
Yeah.
And Marlon Mendon was at the wheel when that one came back into the pits.
Interesting, the relative paucity of TCR entries here. It's not so long ago we had, 13, 14, 15 cars, and we were waxing lyrical about how these cars built for sprint racing had really adapted rather well to 24-hour racing. Now, I don't think the manufacturers are doing anything different, but we're on to second Evos, at least, of some of these cars. The Leon, or the Cupra, should I say,
yes,
and the Audi, both in their second evolution. Are they being driven harder? Is that a sign of the times that these cars are struggling a little bit for reliability because they're being pushed so hard?
I think you're right, John. They are getting pushed a lot harder than they used to previously. And remember, Creventic were the people who basically took these cars from sprint racing and introduced them to endurance racing. And TCR obviously has grown around the planet as the series that it is. But I think it's come down to what the drivers and the teams want. And what I'm looking at now is a plethora of Porsche, and especially Cup cars on the market at the moment. And you can get up into a 992 Cup car for a reasonable amount of money these days. And when you start looking at, okay, what are you going to get with your package? We know what Porsche deliver with their race cars and their packages, and it's a pretty amazing thing.
Nick Damon in the pit lane has a Porsche Cup car with him.
I very nearly had the 106 Volkswagen because it pulled in erroneously to this slot. I mean, they're both kind of black and green. So this is the car, the Salison by Cox Racing. This is a car that had the terrible start, ran about 4 laps. Let's have a quick word with Peter. Peter, what was the problem at the start of the race?
We had an issue with the gearbox. There was a tooth broke off a gear. I mean, if we would have done 4 more laps yesterday evening, you know, it was a fresh gearbox, so very unfortunate.
And now you begin a 23-hour recovery drive.
Yeah, nice.
But realistically, obviously, I mean, you must have then reset your aims for this event. I mean, is it now just to get to the end, or do you think you can still make the top 5, or?
I mean, we're going to push as hard as we can, obviously, you know. I mean, we're not here to fill up the numbers, but and also for the guys, you know, they did a great job. They changed the gearbox within the hour, but still, you know, it's very unrealistic to make up that space, but we try.
Are you enjoying being back in the Creventic fold?
Yes, I think they do a good job, you know, not because they're Dutch, but they have a lot of positives. There are some negatives, but I think every organizer has that, or every promoter. But all in all, I think they have created a fantastic series. So hats off to them.
And will we see you in more of the rounds this year?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We are based here, and we have to see how we can do with Europe. Just how it goes.
Great stuff. Thank you, Peter. Peter Cox from the 48, and of course a stalwart of the championship in its early years.
Indeed so, yes, absolutely.
And we saw Tom Boonen get into that car, and 6 individual stage wins in the Tour de France for Tom Boonen, plus a whole heap of other cycling things that he has done.
So a couple of hours behind the wheel of a car is just not even going to be a warm-up for him, is it? Let's be honest.
Not when you do 27 days of racing back.
And you know, 160, 170, 180 kilometres a day at an average of
47 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
exactly. They're running 3rd in the GT3 AM category at the moment, even after that issue they had with the gearbox earlier on. So still on the podium.
So here's a thought for you, Twitterati out there at RSL_studio. We love our endurance, obviously. We live endurance, you love endurance. We bring you as much endurance as we can. In terms of sporting endurance, human sporting endurance, is there anything that is a bigger test of human endurance than the Tour de France?
Ooh, very, very interesting.
In terms of, you know, an individual and a team competition, as you say, 27 days, 2 rest days in that.
I think they do 21 days of racing all up.
Yeah.
You've got the time, a couple of time trials and whatever, but
it is one of my all-time bucket list things to chase the Tour de France. Even better would be to be a moto rider on that. I would literally give my eye teeth for that. Nick, endurance, what do you reckon? Tour de France?
No, primary school talent contest.
Doesn't last as long, just feels like it does.
It just feels like longer. There is a race that is a weird race that takes part in New York, where people run round a block for 50 days.
What?
Yeah. It's a weird endurance race where they're just running around this block for 50 days.
Wow.
I read about it in somewhere, but I think that is supposed to be the most endurance-based event there is.
That's extraordinary.
And obviously there are the ultra marathon and the Ironman things, but I think realistically in top-line professional sport, I'm going to have a problem arguing with you here. I think it deserves a Tour de France.
All right, I'll let you go away and work it out so you do argue with me, otherwise it doesn't make good broadcasting. Hello to Tom Davis. On the M40 in the middle of the UK, driving back from the NEC, listening to us now on RS1. We'll be on the live stream and back in front of the PC, RSL_studio. Dave Alcock, in reply to the comments about TCR, is it possible, he says, that TCR second gen are highly stressed for TCR sprint racing, but as a result, having a weak impact on the resilience of them in TCR endurance guys? Maybe the cost of those cars are making them less cost effective against other forms of racing. I don't know how much they've gone up, to be honest, but we'll find that out for you. Sim Racing bar steward. Nick, I'll come to you in just a second, as you've got an Audi in the pit lane. We heard this earlier on, the very sad news that after a long and brave fight against the horrible motor neuron disease, former Audi and Bentley team boss John Wickham has died today back in the UK. I've got some great memories of Wick down through the years. He was a character par excellence, loved his motorsport, the sort of person who, if he has to have a chat with you, a bit like Charlie Lamb, who we lost a few years ago from BMW, if he has to have a word with you, you made time for him and you sat down, because everything he said was worth listening to. Had a remarkably modern approach, even in those days in the early 2000s, to what was going on. Bentley at Le Mans, I remember them videotaping every pit stop from several angles, and then as the car had gone, before it was out the end of the pit lane, they were having a look at the pit stop from 3 or 4 different angles to see what they could do to make it better. And I was fortunate enough to be invited to the Bentley victory party, which was in the ballroom of the Savoy, which mirrored the Bentley boys back in the 20s and the 30s. They brought the car into there and had to be put on a cradle to get in there. And I had a wonderful night with the drivers, with Dindo, with Tom, with Guy Smith, and with John Wickham. And I remember John sitting talking, didn't like the limelight. He was quite prepared to rule with an iron rod if he had to. He preferred to get people to see his way through sensible discussion. Never shouted. Very quiet man in a lot of ways, but my goodness me, what a character and what stories he could tell. The absolute epitome of a motorsport, and particularly an enthusiastic supporter and follower of endurance racing. John Wickham, from Audi and Bentley down through the years, Bentley team manager in the win for 2003 at Le Mans, who sadly died today after a long battle with motor neuron disease, and he'll be much missed by many people, including a few people in this paddock will have known him and worked with him and for him, and he's left a lot of friends who'll have a heavy heart this evening around motorsport paddocks all the way around the world. Thanks for reminding me of that, Sim Racing bar steward. I did hear that earlier on and was looking for the right moment to talk about it, and with an Audi in the pit lane, that seemed to be right. Nick, sorry, I interrupted you with the pit stop for that Audi as it came in. It looked pretty standard.
Yeah, it was the 21 car, obviously the car that's come from the back. It was Fred Verviche who got out the car. Matthew Dutrey got in. See if I can grab a quick word with Fred. Just a quick, because water is fine. So they are obviously moving up from, I think, 43rd on the grid, and they've obviously led for a bit, and they're 4th. So Fred, the comeback from not qualifying continues.
We started effectively P43, and we had a good opening stint, so we came back to P10, and then Maxime and Mathieu and Olivier, they continued the job. We were P1, actually, on a very good strategy, and then we missed out on one moment where we lost a gap with WRT. The car is mega fast. It's a new team. Everybody's super motivated. We have great drivers. But it's still a long race, so we're still positive and we will keep on pushing, so we have no other choice.
You've actually got the fastest lap of the race, which was on lap 5. Talk us through that first hour. Were you just non-stop aggressive, or were you being careful?
Well, the plan was to have a very good start, but that plan didn't go well because we're so far, and I think I was in T15 and they were already starting, so actually I was even passed by a Porsche Cup car. So that didn't go to plan, but then at the end that helped too, because everything was a bit open, and it was quite, I didn't take too much risk because it's a 24-hour race. But we all know this race, it's an average pace race, so every time that's lost is lost. So, but I think we were quite okay with the traffic.
I mean, in fairness, you did pass 30 cars in the first half hour. Did you feel you were getting past everyone, or was it just a kind of blur?
No, I know I had a mission to, first of all, to keep the car on track, but yeah, at least to let's say, pass easily 20 cars, but it was not so easy. I had to fight as well with the Cup because they're very fast on the straight. They can also brake late, so yeah, sometimes I was a bit yeah, got a little bit angry in the car, but yeah, I had the knife between the teeth and I pushed as hard as I could. So.
Thanks, Fred. Good luck the rest of the race.
Thank you. Thanks.
And just as an aside, we also had the Grove Racing number 10 Porsche in, I think, for a full service a couple of minutes ago.
And Brendan Grove has taken that car back out again, sits in 9th position in GT3. It has got 5 Pro-Ams ahead, so effectively that's only 1 spot off the podium.
They did lose quite a few spots during that pit stop. There was a whole bunch of them together. They actually came in with the car in front of them, and they've dropped down the leaderboard a little bit. It was Anton Di Pasquale who bought that car in, and Brenton's on his outlap now. So we'll just keep an eye on that, because there was only a few seconds separating 2 or 3 cars there.
We're into the meat of the race now, 16 3/4 hours to go. Hello, if you are just joining us. It's just after 6 o'clock in the UK, 6 o'clock in the evening, so many of you coming in, I have no doubt, from your Saturday other duties, whatever they may be, family, working, doing some shopping. I know a few of you, it's the traditional racing car show up at the NEC. Many of you will be coming back from that, heading back to whichever parts of the UK you live in. First time we've had this race starting on a Saturday, so we'll run to 3 o'clock here tomorrow afternoon. Hope you can stay with us. We're in the darkness hours now, as we will be for something like another 9 hours or thereabouts. Down to turn 1, always a tricky place to make the pass. Through goes the 92 Herberth Porsche, and that was on the Villi Motorsport by EB Motors. That's the easiest car in the field to spot. Somebody just said, I think it was Neil Gardner. It was Neil Gardner, our artist in residence for the Midweek Motorsport, or the, should I say, the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective. He said, if that one spins with all the fairground neon lights, surely we should be calling it the Waltzer. Very good. I like that. Hello, Neil. Best to Curry and you. Happy New Year. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to see what the Monday Doodle's going to be this week. If you're not sure what that's all about, get yourself on the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective on Facebook, or to NG Auto Art. Neil is a very talented artist, but it is his avowed intent to get more people with original, i.e. not prints, one-off original pieces of artwork on their wall. So every Monday he turns out a very stylish and sometimes stylized, what he calls a Monday Doodle. I prefer to call it a Monday Masterpiece, which features some aspect of motorsport, a classic car, an individual. It was Ken Block last week, yes, for obvious reasons, sideways in the Escort RS, and he makes those available for a very reasonable price. I think it's £175, including postage to the UK, and that will get you an absolutely original piece of art from Neil. NG Auto Art, if you want to check it up. Into the pit lane, BMW number 438. That's the Simpson Motorsport car. Cameron McLeod brought that one in, Nick.
And James Kell will be taking it back out again. Full service car going well. Interestingly, it's one of a number of cars that is suffering from major damage to its LED kind of show-off lights. They've got the kidney grills with, I think, green on both sides. Now, the one on the left-hand side, as we look at it, has taken some damage. garage and is now no longer working. I remember I've seen a couple of other cars also where they've got certain parts of their special LEDs not quite running anymore. So someone out there, this is a business plan for someone who works for, who wants to start themselves a bit of a side hustle. You need to produce motorsport endurance LED strips. So they can, as you can see now, look, there's bits missing in the front of it all over it. So yeah, that's my business idea is that. So I demand a 10% cut. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Cameron, who's just got out the car. Cameron, it's getting quite busy and tactical out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very busy out there, especially with the GT3s. Yeah, it's really difficult to tell with all the lights. You don't know who's who, but you just got to kind of wait and see who passes you, and yeah, but it's great fun out there. I love the track, I love the car, and where else would you want to be?
Well, very good point, actually. I'm enjoying being here as well, actually. On a serious point, so you actually don't really know who's coming up behind you because the bright lights of one class are the same as the bright lights of another class.
Yeah, you don't really know. When they're far behind, you don't really know, but until they get right up next to you, then you know, all right, they're a GT3 or a Porsche or whatever. So, yeah, you just got to kind of wait till last minute to make your decision, and so the other drivers behind you know what you're doing.
Are they overtaking you mostly in the same place, at the end of the straights or in a certain corner, or are they just dive bombing you everywhere?
If there's a gap, they go for it. That's for sure. Yeah, a couple times they kind of squeeze me. I don't know if they don't know I'm there, but yeah, other than that, yeah, it's pretty scary when they come past you, but
a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Cameron, thank you very much. It's Cameron McLeod out of the 438.
Just about to put his watch back on there, Nick. I thought you should have let him put his watch on to be on camera. Thanks, Nick. Valentino Rossi in the pit lane from what was second position after the Herbert car had been in. Took his 30-second penalty for that contact with the Rothko Dragon car. Dries Vanthoor also into the pit lane, came in about a minute after Rossi. So at the moment there are 2 laps between first and second. Just wait to see where the Herbert car comes back around. Ralph Byrne, 3 minutes 50 as his last pit stop, and that was just a couple of laps ago. The bright yellow 988 Porsche, the ALM car, just being pushed into its garage, or is it trying to get out again? I think it was going back in. And speaking of Porsches in garage, hello to Blur Fiend. Extra work in the workshop today, he says. 2 Cayennes that he's working on, and one of those is a Mark 1 by the look of it. Oh, and it's a V8.
John, I've got a bit of German in me here then. I don't know whether we've got a bit of interference. The 988, this is the second time he's been in with the same problem, which is leaking large amounts of oil, which is not a good thing to do. So they've already had an engine problem, and they've dumped that out, and now it's done it again. So my guess is that may be game over for the 988, unless it's just an oil unit that's not tightened up. It looks like it's just not their day. Next door, the 911 car, that's the car that qualified, I think, third. That's still going under some work after a good... How long has the 911 been in the pits? I haven't got that piece of information. That's the Racing car, the pure Racing 911. Has that been in for a while, John? Not sure. OK, so if we carry on moving on down, half an hour... Oh, right, so Joe, do we know what the problem was with it? Did Joe pick that up?
Negative.
OK, let's see if Alexander can tell us. Alexander? What? Oh, no, he doesn't want to tell us. What's the problem with 911?
Then?
Do you know what the problem is with the car?
Something related to the steering. So as you can see, the guys are working hard on it now, but yeah, it just came at the very end of my stint, which is unfortunate. It's a bit of a pity. You know, we're looking quite strong in P5. And yeah, it's a real shame. It's not the way that you want to end, your first endurance race for me. I thoroughly enjoyed my stint, hard work, but yeah, no, it's a real shame to see the car in the garage like this.
So sorry, is that you said end the car? That's it. You can't fix it.
No, I didn't say this.
He said end your stint. I misheard stint and race. I see. It's very late at night. So Harry, what are your plans for this year then?
Of course, yeah. My winter plan is to be working with the Porsche GT3R, and the rest of my plans throughout the season will come in due course. But yeah, I'm certainly enjoying my first race weekend in a GT3 car.
So yeah, obviously you've got a lot of experience in the Cup cars. Now you're racing the GT3. For a layman, what's the difference?
A lot. Of course, you've got a lot more aero. You've got ABS and traction control to learn. It's been a big learning curve. This is my first event in the GT3R. I came here, on Wednesday to drive the car for the first time, and immediately we're on the pace and qualified, P3 overall for GT3. So it was up until this point with the steering issue, but yeah, very promising to see our pace.
Well, hopefully you get back out again soon. They're not retired, just a slight problem. Harry King out of the 911. John, we're under code 60, aren't we?
We are for an errant Porsche that hasn't quite made it into the pit lane on the exit of turn 15. We've already got one of the rescue trucks there. It's one of the new Toyota Hiaces that will be... Yeah. They're just waiting for a gap, I think, to get that car moved. Let me just get the binos on it because it's sideways on, and we'll see it. Not sure. Actually, that is 431. Yes. So that's, yeah, absolutely. I think it's 431. So code 60 now, number 8, and we are counting up from an hour and 46 minutes into the pit lane for the Herbert 92, the bright purple car, at RSL_studio. Endurance, I offered the Tour de France. Nick said running around the block for a year or something in America. Non-stop cycling across the USA west to east coast, says Paul West. It's called the Race Across America. And a couple of people, including Alan Prosser, the Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race, 1,000 miles across Alaska on a dog sled.
Oh, Iditarod, yes, massive. Oh, sorry about that, Nick. I do apologise for being here.
In comes the 979 Porsche. A little bit of, Nick will love this one. A little bit of black duct tape on the black left front wing on that blue and black car. It's the 979. It's taking a little bit of the pain of serving penalties at the moment, which of course are doubled under code 60. Just when I thought we were going to get some laps back as well. It's Philippe Wills in the speed lower at 979 car.
Flatbed being called to that truck. Now, we still don't have the number because there's no 431.
Oh, is there not?
It's difficult to see that number there. I'm just going back through my list. And it's behind the fence, and it's just
no, don't park that there. Do not park that Ford there. Oh, it's parked right in front of where I was looking.
Oh dear.
So what's the 931? Is that a Porsche?
The 931 is indeed, that is the HRT performance car.
It could be that car.
I'm just seeing. Let me have a look to see if
it is a Porsche. It is a Porsche for sure, because I can see the 4-point headlights, even with that Ford SUV parked right in front of us.
I just want to see if he's late coming around. That's where I'm trying to look at the moment on the 931. It was on an out. Well, HRT's on an outlap at the moment, so that would not be that car. Fidel Lieb at that car. There we go. It's the 43.
Oh, just the 43.
43.
Just the 43.
Yeah.
I could see the white stripe in front of the... So there we go. It was a Porsche. We just had the wrong one. My apologies.
It was a...
Good use of the drone there. Excellent use of the drone.
Thank you, guys.
To pop that one up. And that is the...
14th position, P1 group by MRS GT Racing, running 6 overall
Leon
in
Köhler.
Pro-Am at the moment. Yeah, just outside, well, in the top 15 runner, that car. Easy recovery because it's right at this beginning of pit lane, but they can't tow it, and that's a problem. Normally they can get the tow strap on there and all the wheels rotate. When you can't tow the car, it's either a very flat tyre that you can't form to do, or there is another issue. Nick, what have you got for us down there?
Just kind of an update. Apart from the fact that this looks like a home time at the Weissach factory, there are just so many Porsches going past me. We have seen the third place, Maxime Martin in the 46 come in for extra fuel, as did Brendan and Grove. I think this is our erstwhile leader now. It is indeed the number 7, all coming in for a splash, not particularly dash, just a splash. So they are going through. He's getting the thumbs up from his team man, the number 7, saying there is space on the fuel stop. So we believe we're about, oh, I can see the truck, yeah, so I think we're a minute before green. Here's the truck with the MRS car. We're in sort of MRS area. They've had a bit of a kind of a difficult weekend, MRS. A lot of their cars have had some problems, and it looks like another one's going to have some problems. I don't know, it'd be interesting to see, I'd be interested to see a kind of a full report at the end of this weekend, John, about the number of, I don't know, if you've not thought we've seen a lot more mechanicals with 992s than you expect.
Yeah, very much so. I said earlier on how unusual it was to have engine problems, gearbox problems as well, as we go back to green. Nick, now that we're going back to green, with a bit of luck, we won't have to talk to you for a little while. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. If you could just pop down to the garage 12A, please. There's an interview waiting for you there. That'll be great.
We had 1 hour 21 minutes of green, John, from it was number 7 to number 8, and we've had 1 hour and 50 minutes now under code 60. That one was a quite quick one due to the fact the car was right at the pit entrance.
Back under green, and Team WRT now lead with Diego Menchaca behind the wheel. Ralph Bourne did go back into second for Herbert Motorsport. Still a lap between those two. Not quite a further lap behind. Maxime Martin has taken over the second of the BMWs, the 46. Mathieu Dutrey up into 4th position ahead of Elliott Skier for the Herbert car. That's the American crewed Herbert number 92, the purple car. Okay, they're on a pit out at the moment. Nick? Just before Nick comes in, right turn lover suggests the Vendée Globe qualifying is the ultimate endurance race, single-handedly non-stop round the world sailing. Yes, yeah, different type of endurance perhaps.
You can sleep on autopilot.
Yeah, but
in the South Atlantic.
What about the solitude of that?
Oh, you can read so many books.
Stop it. Nick, where are you?
I'm down with the garage 12A at 977 Ramdam Motorsport and Saif Almeri. Saif, how's it going so far?
It's an endurance, expect the unexpected. It's going well. We had a crash, but thanks God we managed to fix it. And the car is running. We are on P5 in our class. And still there is 16 hours to go. It's a part of the game. We are pushing.
992 is an incredibly competitive class. There's just so many cars, so many good teams. How are you finding that inter-Porsche competition?
The only things I can tell, this is enough to show that this is the cars, which is like, I consider it as a Harvard of the motorsport. It's very hard to drive, high competitors, and it gives you the feeling of motorsport.
How important is it for you as an Emirati team, as we can see, as an Emirati team, for you guys to be competing in this race?
Yeah, to be honest, for me as a Saif Al Amri, I have two ways to choose: either the winning way or the hard way. Winning way, go with an expert team and take a part of the win. I choose to go to the hard way to create Rabdan Motorsport. The name belongs to the UAE identity, and UAE drivers. For me, Rabdan is an investment for the future to show to compete in international level, and I know it's very hard. We started from scratch. Here we are in Dubai 24 hours, and we are pushing, we are learning. We managed to bring our mechanics by ourselves, our tools. I know we are not the perfect, we are not the high-end one, but we are here. We are competing with the expert people.
It's fantastic, very laudable. Now, obviously with a project like this, you must have a long-term goal. What's the long-term goal for Rabdan Motorsport?
Why is this flag in Le Mans?
That's a pretty good goal.
We are here not here to have fun. We are here on a mission. As I told you before, I have two ways to go: either the winning way or the hard way. And if you want it hard, do it hard. And this is what I want. I want it to be a pure Emirati. And you are from Europe, if I'm not.
UK.
From the UK. And you can see the UAE, they are the best in everything. In terms of hospitality, society, infrastructures. And we want to prove that in motorsport as well. We are hosting you guys, and at the same time we want to compete with you guys.
Well, speaking with my other hat on, which is Radio Le Mans, I really hope we get to talk to you at the South in the next few years. So, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Well, you're going to get no argument from anybody in Studio 2 here in our booth for those kind of ambitions. I like that attitude. Saif Al-Amri is a real character, as you probably gained from that, and it would have been easy for him to jump into another team and take part of a victory. But when I actually got goosebumps there, Phil, when Nick said, "What's your long-term plan?" and he said to fly this flag, the UAE, the Dubai flag, at Le Mans.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I went down to their pit box during my dinner break, John, just to have a word with Said Al-Mahiri, who's a great friend of ours and also races in that team. Their box, Valentino's box, was just down the way. They had more people in their box, and all Emiratis as well, because they're family.
Yes.
And they're supporting these guys who are racing. Now remember, they raced here last year. In a private practice, they wrote the car off on Monday. They bought a new car on Tuesday. On Wednesday, they had an accident on that car. Thursday, they qualified. Friday, they raced. Saturday, they finished. Next weekend, I was interviewing them on the grid at the 6 hour. That's passion, and that's what they want to do. These guys all come out of TRD 86 racing, except Said Al-Mahiri, right? That first race last year, they'd never driven a Porsche 992 Cup car. Right? And look at where they are, and the work they were doing in that garage. Obviously, they had that incident back on lap 90. Get it fixed, get back out there.
We hear an awful lot, don't we, about the word that is often used is to get variety, to get diversity into our sport. I often think we don't make enough noise about the diversity that is already there and the ambition of people already in the sport to continue that diversity. It's not just the drivers there, the team, the engineers, the mechanics. Now, this area of the world doesn't have the kind of history of motorsport that we have back in Europe. It's 100 years of Le Mans this year.
This track opened in 2004. That was our first track.
Yes, exactly. Exactly the point I was making there. I really think particularly in endurance racing, the come one, come all, and for Creventic, right, we'll find you a place, you bring a car, you bring a team, we'll find you a place to race somewhere, and you'll have somebody to race against. We'll make sure that the lap times are roughly the same, so you can have a bit of fun and enjoy it, and feel like you're competing. And we don't make enough about that, for my money, in motor racing. I realise that at the very top echelons of the sport, there's still an awful lot to be done. But it is changing, and it will change from the bottom up, not from the top down.
Indeed. We started here sort of from the middle. Yes. We started this track here. We had a Volkswagen Golf GTI Cup. We had Radicals. And that was our motorsport. And 90% of the drivers in that first season were expatriate, right? Then all of a sudden, some of the locals started drifting in. And, you know, the expatriate population, my company alone, I have 27 different nationalities that work for me.
Yeah.
And so we all have a motorsport passion here, so it doesn't matter in the paddock where you come from. If you're here to do motorsport, we all share that. And that is how this grows.
Love it. Love it a bit. At RSL_studio, Ultimate Endurance was my New Year's Eve 14-hour taxi shift. Just did Edwards racing. Very good. At RSL_studio. That was our 8th Code 60, by the way. Just under 2 hours, an hour and 50 minutes of Code 60. 8 times the purple flags have been out. Nick Damon.
And I'm with the 43, which of course is the car which caused it, the MRS Porsche. Was it Hankook, sorry, who was in the car at the time, the Finnish driver?
Let me check for you. No, it was Leon Kohler.
Leon Kohler. Can't see Leon, I can see James. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is, because they're actually leaning into it, just looking at stuff. Looks like it might have a worrying electrical fault, because they are just looking at stuff, and there's a man...
It had... Nick,
on the clutch.
Nick, just for your information, it had electrical power, right, because the lights were on front and rear. The door squares were lit up, even though I couldn't read them properly through binoculars. It just didn't seem to have any drive. Now, what was interesting to me was they didn't want to tow that car back into the pit lane, as if there was something quite fundamentally wrong with the drive line.
Well, they're not looking at the drive line.
Oh, hang on a minute, Nick. We've got the 188 going around, coming out of turn number 14. 199, excuse me. I saw it was one of the Audis. That's the 4th place car in the TCR category. No harm, no foul as Andy Jan for AC Motorsports get the car pointing in the right direction. That was a big slide and a great catch from Andy Jan in traffic. Not sure whether he got a little helping bump on that, but great recovery. He's pointing in the right direction. I think he's only lost about 5 seconds. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
He actually did a donut. He literally did a donut.
Which is good with a front-wheel drive car.
Exactly. He just turned it and rotated it around just before hitting the fence on the inside of turn 14.
He lost the position either. Sorry, Nick, go ahead about the 43
I'll be honest,
Porsche.
I kind of wondered when he's the 188, now he's the 199, when he got 10 extra points for the spin. I wasn't so sure.
Style points, mate. Style points.
Yeah. They are now. Well, they got the kind of the vacuum thing. Is that? That is a. Yeah, it looks like they've got Is there hydraulics on the Porsche? There's air on the Porsche. Okay. I'm going to try and get some info. The problem is, I think I lose you, but you probably keep me.
Okay.
So let me just have a quick word with James. What is the problem?
I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe clutch. We've been having some clutch slips, so drive. So hopefully we can figure out exactly, and hopefully it's not the clutches.
So we're just losing Nick for a little bit all the way back in the garage.
Oh, here we come. There we go. So are you saying it's a clutch problem you've been having for a while? So it's been slipping for a while?
Correct, yeah. The last sort of 3 stints or so, it's progressively got a little bit worse. We thought it might have just been a bit of overheating going in and out the pits, but seems not.
It looks like the boys are trying to drain the hydraulic side of the clutch. I mean, we have seen a couple other cars with clutch problems. They just whip the box off as soon as possible. Is that the next thing?
I assume so, yeah. So, you know, the guys got this car super late, so I think there's still a bit of fine-tuning to do with it, but yeah, hopefully it's something simple like that they can get it back out pretty quick.
Anyway, thanks, Alexander. Appreciate it very much. Now, interestingly, John, you know, we were talking a minute ago about strange Porsche issues. This is the fourth one with gearbox problems, clutch problems, and we've got the 911, certainly the 911 previously. We had the Sandlock car, Peter Cox's car. There's another one I remember in Fabrizio Borghi had one as well. I'm sure I've missed one out. So I do feel that Stuttgart needs to have a little bit of a look at itself on Monday, have a check, and perhaps, but in every possibility, there might be a bad batch or something. But anyway, because obviously these are their cars, but they're an endurance spec. A lot of the 992s and the 993s were going out in sprint spec. So there appears to be an endurance spec issue. I don't want to diss Porsche. I'm just guessing, just speculating, but it does seem odd.
You're talking across two different categories of cars there as well, though, because you've got the 992 Cup car, which uses a different gearbox to the GT3R. In the meantime, one that's going very well at the moment is Elliott Skier. This is the 92 purple car, the US crewed Herbeth Motorsport Porsche 911. That's a 991.2. 2 minutes, .396 is that car's fastest lap of the race. And in the Cup class, Phil Keane for Dual Racing by Toro Verde, a former leader of that class, a 202.770 for the Moutron and Phil Keane family outing. They are in 5th place in 992, 17th overall. Top 992 Cup car, by the way, is still Willy Motorsports by EB Motors, and that car is sitting inside the top 20, hovering outside the top 10 at 13, as another wiggly wheel issue on the front end of an Audi.
117, the Wolf Power Audi, Marcus Mendel at the wheel of that. Now, they've only been looking at the front end. They haven't changed tyres. This is an unscheduled stop. We don't know.
Which car did we see earlier on where they had the front subframe out and they were changing the steering rack? And we had those issues as well, did we not? With Yasmin Preissig at Kuwait Motor Town.
Yes, indeed.
They had a vibration that they couldn't sort out. And Nick, I think it was the 117 earlier on, wasn't it?
The 117 that had a new steering rack, a new front subframe going in. Given the fact that was when I walked in 45 minutes ago, I didn't see him sneak out, so they may have done many laps or not many, but it's not the first people we've seen waggling going, doesn't feel right, doesn't feel right.
At RSL_studio, if you'd like to give us a shout. And hello to all of you who are tuned in, either watching or listening, or indeed watching and listening. The choice is yours. An inordinate amount of information via 24hseries.com, including the race programme, as ever, available electronically. Joe Bradley's Behind the Garage Door feature, talking about the Marathon de la Route endurance event, where we were talking about ultimate endurance earlier on. That's worth a read. Also, all of the timing and tracking information, penalties, more screens than we actually have to fit it all on, even here in Studio 2. Still 10 changes of lead from 5 cars, and from lap 118 to we're about to complete lap 190, it has been Team WRT in the BMW M3 GT3, Vincent Voss's team, Diego Manchasa leading by just on a lap, a little bit over that. He's in sector 2 at the moment. Ralph Bourne's just crossed the line in the Herbeth 91. You never count out the Herbeth team. They haven't had a good 18 months, but that doesn't mean that things will be different. A very odd pit stop, by the way, last time around for the 7 car. It was only 37 seconds, so that's almost a drive-through, isn't it? So not sure what was going on there. We've got to a couple of them. The Haas did exactly the same, a 37-second pit stop drive-through. I wonder...
Were they going to dive, and that last code 60 was so short, were they going to come in and dive because we only had to recover it very quickly?
Correct.
And they were going to dive in and do fuel, and they may have decided, let's not do that, let's just drive through and take the 30-second penalty rather than get caught up, or the pumps were full.
That's the other thing.
Yes, because when we had a plethora of cars come in, as Nick said, we had Porsches in... basically a Porsche Cup race in the pit lane.
It looked like not enough time at Weissach, yes, on a Friday afternoon. Saturday, Sunday race for us this year for the first time here at Dubai Autodrome. Thanks for joining us and giving some of your Saturday, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Here it is coming up to 11 o'clock, 10 minutes away from 11. We can't see the moon here. But it should be on the rise now. It's a pretty spectacular sight here. It will be the third quarter moon this evening at about 53.5% brightness. And of course, being where we are, is the bottom half of the moon that is illuminated by the reflected light. Maxime Martin for Team WRT navigating the far side of the circuit. And Chessa and Ralph Bourne have just gone through. I'm trying just to pick those two cars out on the circuit so I can see what's going on. I don't think that gap is coming down. It's a lap and about a sector of the circuit, about the first sector actually. 203.1 from the WRT leading car last time around, 204.7 from the chasing Herbert Porsche, with still just over 16 hours and 9 minutes to go, so plenty of racing left in this one. Ian James, I'm looking down in 6th position. That's the third place Pro-Am car, by the way, Ian James in Harter Racing's Mercedes. Although we're looking at a Porsche at the moment, we're just cycling through some of the cars. The Razun More Than Racing Crossbow, Daniel Drexel driving that car. Now, where have they got up to?
29th overall
okay.
at the moment, leading GTX obviously because they're the only one in it.
I would think they would be hoping to be somewhere near the GT4 battle, and they are. In fact, they're between GT4 first and second, and between the TCR first and second as well.
Well, they qualified quite in amongst the GT4s. So
correct.
They were in there. That car is, when it's, I think, from looking at it from the 12 out, even though the issue that they had there was replacing an engine and a gearbox, that car had great consistency with their driver team, and it has today as well. They've got a lot of time. They've got 16 hours to go. They've got a lot of time to get that back up where it needs to be. It's like the Starship Enterprise in that thing. It's an amazing looking cockpit on the inside, but it's clamshell opening, forward tilting, and quite unusual. And I was actually quite surprised. I did read the FIA regs of when they actually passed that for being able to extricate the driver, because the windscreen will kick out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like that spin for the 199 Audi may have been induced. I'm just going to try and see if I can see that in a bit better detail.
Yeah, we picked it up when it was already rotating, so we didn't quite...
I think it might have been the McLaren, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Difficult to see. 76 is the McLaren, isn't it? Hard to see. It was a low-slung GT car. Once again, I'm indebted to Alan Prosser. Hello to Gert van Kamp. He's building a half-track model for the start of the new season while he's watching and listening. And Colleen Evans-Allen with tongue firmly in cheek says, rush hour on the 401 in Toronto is an endurance event. No doubt. And thank you for your kind words as well about the start of the season and listening and watching. Bastiao, how good is Mathieu Dutré for his first GT3 outing? Haas RT, 4th position, started this race in 43rd, and they are about a lap away from 2nd place. In fact, they're about a minute and 25 away from 3rd place on the grid at the moment. Nick Damon is our eyes and ears in the pit lane. It's Phil Hanson and John Hindhaugh in Studio 2. That's our booth overlooking the start-finish line. Nick, where are you?
Well, I'm in the middle of the pit lane because what's happened is when you get a number of code 60s, it's a bit like London buses. You get nothing for ages and then several turn up at once. With the nothing for ages bit, however, I do have a question for you. The Twitter comment you made about somebody who's building a half track for the new season.
Yes.
New season of what? Invading countries?
It's a model. It's a Tamiya model.
Yes, but what, I don't know. I'm excited. I mean, we've all loved a good Tamiya military model. Obviously, what's this new season?
Well, you see, quite a lot of our listeners and viewers do other things whilst they are listening, or watching. And we've got a couple of military plane builders and a couple of military model, or at least model builders as well, down in their recreation areas. Let's call them sheds. Yes, absolutely. And Gert Van Kamp then has selected a very nice, looks to be a decent sized scale as well, in terms of his Tamiya. It's the Famo, the Schwere Zugkraftwagen with the half track, and that'll keep him going for a while, I would have thought. And we've got 4 race weekends on the bounce, so I expect to see Gert. I expect to see pictures
finished, painted.
Yeah, I expect to see pictures of it progressing through the Raw weekend, the Rolex 24 weekend and the Bathurst weekend, which come up after this. And we've got some coverage. We are hoping to have some coverage from Abu Dhabi as well. We'll get all that confirmed. That could be a doubler next weekend, with the Raw and Abu Dhabi on the same weekend, although the
different times.
The time zones will work quite nicely for those. Will be Shea Adam and myself on Friday and Saturday. Got some special programmes from Daytona starting on Wednesday of this coming week. Shea and I calling the new VP Racing Fuel races on Saturday, and Shea will be in the pits interviewing the first ever GTP pole sitter for the IMSA Rolex 24 Hours. That will be decided a week tomorrow. So looking forward to all of that. And then we've got 5 of this team covering the Rolex Daytona 24 the following weekend. All the details on radio-show.co.uk of our sound and vision coverage, or on imsaradio.com. And Tim Gray is very clever because he's made our schedules work with your browser so that it does the time change automatically. And frankly, for a bear of small brain like myself, that is possibly one of the greatest innovations ever.
And I'm an analog person. I was born last century, so yeah, that's perfect for me. Absolutely. I can't find things unless I've got a dial.
Well, I can never remember whether I'm plus or minus half the time, and I have got previous convictions for either doing the time change the wrong way or doing the time change twice. That's the other thing. I've quite often turned up at an airport horribly early.
A day. Or the wrong 12 hours early.
Yeah,
got that bit wrong.
All of that.
Yeah,
all of that. It's still a WRT 1.3 for BMW, and it's still the German manufacturers who dominate. You have to go down to 15th position before Andrew Gilbert in the 7T6 McLaren 720 SGT3 pops up with a non-German manufacturer, and then it's the Ferrari down in 21st position, the Visium car. Jean-Bernard Bouvier behind the wheel of that car at the moment. The top 11 are GT3 cars, and in 12th it's the leading Cup car, the 955 Paint Splatter Willy Motorsport by EB Motors Porsche. Sabino de Castro behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Leading in the AM part of that is QMMF by HRT Thuraya Kata. Julian Hansers behind the wheel of that car. What a story that would be, by the way, if one of the Kata Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation entered cars was to take a podium and a top step of the podium at that. In GT3 AM, inside the top 10 now for CP Racing at 10. And they've got a couple of laps on Andrew Gilbert, who's second in that class in the aforementioned 76 McLaren. Coming up to another racing hour completed here. 16 hours still to go. It's almost 11 o'clock. Hello. Phil Anson, John Hindorf and Nick Damon in this part of the show. RS1 around the world for audio and video as well at radioshowlimited.co.uk, as well as 24hseries.com. We'll go straight into another racing hour from the Dubai Autodrome as the 2023 season has kicked off in style with the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Well, for once at the top of the hour, Nick Damon, we have a very quiet pit lane. And
there is literally nothing at all. We've had no new unwell cars. We've run through all the unwell cars on several occasions, most of which are out. I think the 911 car is the one car that is definitely going to return.
I've got that car is out on track.
Sven Miller.
Oh, it's back out already.
Yes.
Well, there we are.
Sven Miller, yeah.
He has sneaked out. Whilst I was in some other garage talking to some other driver, he's sneaked out and not told me. Well, I'm right then, aren't I? He is back on the track. But apart from that, obviously the major dark spot of the entire pit lane is the Haupt garage, where both those Mercedes, which locked out the front row, are out. One to fire, one to accident damage. Apart from that, we've lost the odd Porsche, but then that's because just about every other car is a Porsche. And once again, there's some soldiering on in the TCR class. The Solo Golf had a number of problems. We've seen problems again for the Audi TCRs as well. And I think it's interesting what Phil was saying earlier, that perhaps the TCR now is to a point where it's not much cheaper than a 992, and it appears to be perhaps a bit less of a kudos and perhaps a bit more difficult getting the car to the end. So that's why we've suddenly got so many 992s, and in comparison to previous years, so few TCRs.
Nick Damon down at the pit lane has the heart of racing.
It's a car! It's a car!
The heart of racing, Mercedes AMG GT4.
Just gone for fuel though.
Oh, as he's eschewed stopping.
Literally just driven down.
So hang on, you are saying that the only car in the pit lane has deliberately just driven past you. Here's how it stands then, with just under 16 hours to go. Team WRT by just over a lap. The number 7 BMW leads the 91 Herbert Porsche in second place. Their teammates, the WRT teammates, has Maxime Martin behind the wheel. He's not quite a lap behind second place, actually. I'll just see his headlights coming round the last couple of corners. So if I wait for him to come across the line, I'll be able to give you the actual time between first and second when, between second and third when Max crosses the line. So he comes round. There he goes now underneath me, and it's 39 seconds. Mathieu Dutrey in his first outing in a GT3 for Haas RT in 4th position. That's the car that started 43rd. I know I've said that a lot, but that's an excellent run That car has led a couple of times as well. They're on 194 laps to the 196 of the leader. Ian James, just having driven by Nick Damon without stopping to talk, has dropped the 6th position. Elliot Skier has gone up into 5th. That's the dark purple number 92 Herbert car, the 2nd position Pro-Am machine. So Ian James then in 6th, getting fuel for the Mercedes of Heart of Racing number 27. Casper Jensen for Paulson Motorsport in 7th position. Brendan Grove for the Grove Racing Porsche in 8th position. And completing the top 10, Lucas Gronveld for Team GP Elite. That was the starting driver for the number 32 orange and white Porsche. Charles Esplanade in 10th position is the leading GT3 AM car, our champion of the continent for last year, and leading the Middle East Trophy after their win at Kuwait Motor Town in early December last year. Henk de Jong for MP Motorsport in 11th position. And then it's the Porsche Cup class. Top 2 are in 12th and 13th position. It's Vili Motorsports number 955, and they have got a lap, yes, just a lap on Alexander Schwarzer for the FAC Auto Tech King. QMF by HRT, who were leading, have now pitted, and that is so tight down there that they are dropping down positions. Also looking at the 76 McLaren, that's 2nd in GT AM, that's in 14th, just gone up to 14th position actually with that QMF by HRT car in the pit lane. Fat Auto Tech 961 in 16th position. 17th is Phil Keane in the 5th position in 992, and that's the dual racing by Toro Verde Cup class car. Pierre Caffer is in the pit lane for Phoenix Racing. The number 1 car has dropped 10 laps on the overall leader, but still sits in 6th in Pro-Am, and so he's only 8 laps behind the Pro-Am leader. Then it's the Santaloc Junior team in 19th. In 20th, Nico Menzel for Huber Motorsport. The Ferrari is next up from Vision and Dino Lunardi in 21st position. More Porsches then, which HRT, Seb Lejoux Racing 908 and 907 in 23rd and 24th. MRS GT has Nico Verdonk behind the wheel. Then the Rofco with Dragon Racing machine. They've served all their penalties, and Benji Gota is behind the wheel of that car in 26th position. Their lead, GT4, ahead of the TCR leader in the shape of AC Motorsports, the 188. GTX leader, KTM Crossbow, the 7114 Razon More Than Racing. Then it's QMF, their 2nd car, the Suhail Qatar entered machine, the 930. Then we've got 2nd in TCR, Jasmin Preissig for Wolf Power Racing, that was the pole sitting car. Then it's NKPP's Porsche, Simpson Motorsports BMW, Pure Racing's Porsche, the 2 Vortices, I suppose that should be, in 2nd and 3rd in GTX are the 701 and 702 in 34th and 35th position, and in 36th Leon Kohler. That car's been in the garage for quite some time. That car struggling for a little bit of luck, to be honest, as we head down. Rabdam Motorsport in 13th in class and 37th. MRS El Manar Racing, they were going so well until they had their problem. That car's been in the pit lane for a very long time. Red Camel Jordan in there as well, and pretty much everybody after that has had some serious issues. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, the big problem for the 450, that fantastically successful F82 BMW being retired at the end of this race. Speedlover 979, Trezor Tempto Racing, their flame burned bright but not long enough in the number 99. ALM Motorsport back out. Oh no, we saw that going back in, didn't we, with that leak, that oil leak. HRT Performance, Dragon Racing did not start after a practice accident. And in TCE, AC Motorsport, we've mentioned Sam de Jong in the lead of that race by just under 20 seconds. Jasmin Preissig chasing back. Then the French team 6 laps further back. AC Motorsports 199, another lap further back from that. Wolf Power and Team Zorg Rennsport in their Porsche in TCX. That's how it stands with 15 hours